crime, murder at midnight. A deal I made, a life I had to take. Someone I loved once held so tight. The screams will follow me, cries of my ancestors sent going. My operate, fasting in grain, shape shifting. I feel the animal hide by me. Ancestors crying. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. This form I desire, innocent blood I will devour. Ancestors gathering round the dwelling, the spirit inhabiting, evil enveloping, the dancing braves in the night, the spirit occupying and transforming, stolen heights, dark practices, my secret life, feathered outers, mysticism, intriguing, my operate, fasting in grain, shape shifting. I feel the animal hide by me. Ancestors crying. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. Give me the ability to hide in plain sight, so no one can see me, not even in the light. I am the crawler, I'm a within, I'm nobody's friend. This initiation is all part of the dark creation. My desires performing incantations. I walk in disguise. If I catch you, it's your demise. Shamanism, my religion, summoning spirits, manifesting myself and changing my flesh. A nightmare to behold. I'ma make you part of the fold. The skin of a man, the soul of a predator. The change is complete. This thing I become, my flesh has succumbed. My operate, fasting in grain, shape shifting. I feel the animal hide by me. Ancestors crying. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same.
a dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the seven seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must hold. We sail through them.
All right, folks. You're probably wondering what's going on. Well, what's going on is Paranormal Roundtable. That's what's going on. This was not planned. This was kind of a spur of the moment thing. Abe was having some technical difficulties, and I had told him that I was going to go on with him tonight. So what ended up happening, he's over there talking on his channel. And so I figured, you know what? My channel's sitting here doing nothing. We could just bring him over here and you guys could hear what he had to say. So I sent him a link. Whenever he's ready to come over, he can come over, or he can stay on his channel and talk and do whatever it is that he wants to do. It's all good. Doesn't matter. Either way, we're here. We're doing Paranormal Roundtable. We should be out of this house probably early next week, officially completely out. We're not out yet completely. We're about 90% out, like I said. And so, yes, this is legit. We're doing a show. But work is calling. What's going on here? Anyway, I hear work calling. I think it's Tony calling Anthony. But so here's what we got going on. I had a talk today with Truth from an Impromptu Truth. I had a really good conversation with him. And then yesterday I talked to David Weatherly. The day before that I talked to someone else, and the day before that I talked to someone else. But Tina and me were playing phone tag all day, I guess, and then she interviewed Nathan, who's a really good guest. I'd like to get him on and talk with him at some point. I was watching Josh Nanokio's show the other day, and no BS. I was on there, I was watching it. And he had Nathan on there. Nathan Gillis. I don't know who that is. He's really good. He's a demonologist. And in the middle of the show, Nanokio referenced me and my work. Now, this was probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I was driving out into the middle of the country, literally in the middle of nowhere. And we were shooting a video at a place that we call Black Bull Bridge, where people have seen this black bull that will come and push people's vehicles off of. If you hear somebody talking in the background, it's Anthony talking to Tony. Sorry about that, folks. But so there's this bull that will show up, and he will literally be in the middle of the road, and people will drive through him, or he'll push your car. It hasn't happened in a long time, but in the 60s and 70s, there was a lot of reports of this because my dad's generation, they talked about this. And so my Uncle Sal, he's not really my uncle, but when I saw the dog man, he is my friend Daniel Robles' dad. He saw the dog man too, if that's what you want to call it. He actually had an encounter with one of these entities on Black Bull Bridge, and it actually did push his vehicle, and he drove right through it. He backed up and so it's really crazy. We were out there and we were doing a little nighttime investigating, and it was myself and Nellie and Anthony and Natty. And so we're out in the middle of nowhere, and we're driving around, and we're actually listening to Nathan on, he was on several months ago on with Josh Nanokio, and they started talking about my name came up. They started talking about me, PRT, and my work. And I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. You're just sitting there driving around. I sent them the link. And so we're driving around out in the middle of nowhere, and my name pops up. So I was talking to Lyle the other day. Lyle Blackbeard's another good friend of mine, and he told me the same thing that David told me, the same thing that Abe has been telling me, the same thing that everyone's been telling me, the same thing that Truth told me earlier today. Who cares about what's going on with these people? Who cares about what these people say? And I told each one of them, I really don't. When they say something, all I do is just repost what they say. And then you can read it for yourself. And you can see, because you're not stupid, you're not crazy. And so I left the field with the absolute firm, just 100% done. No passion for this. I did not want to come back. This right now tonight is not really a comeback. It's because I wanted to give Abe a platform to come on and speak and say what he had to say, because he was having technical difficulties. And so while Anthony was working with his son to try to get it coordinated so that Abe could get going, I just said, to hell with it. Why not just do it on my channel? You know? And so I did. I decided to just do the show on my channel. The channel's sitting here doing nothing. And so I have to say just a little bit about what's happening and what's going on, and then we're going to get past it, and hopefully we won't ever have to bring it up again. But it needs to be said first and foremost. I have to say what needs to be said. And if we decide to start doing shows again regularly, it probably won't be on a set schedule for a long time, because our lives are in the middle of an upheaval right now. We got a lot of things going on. I'm actually embroiled in 2 different lawsuits. And so there's a few things in my life that I got to get figured out and I got to get taken care of. And so I'm pretty aggravated with a couple situations. And I'm not even referring to these morons that are doing the attacking. Anybody who has any brain cells in their skull can go and read the screenshots of the stuff that's being thrown at us and being said about us. And they have no screenshots of us. Like what do they have? They make these outlandish claims, right? With no basis in any factual proof or evidence whatsoever. They say this about me and about Abe and Nellie and Anthony and Tony and all this other stuff, but they don't have anything. It's just them talking, saying things, right? Whereas we have factual evidence. We have the receipts, as they say, the screenshots. And so that's all I got to tell you. Just go to PRT News, go join, and you will see, okay, that they're saying and doing all this kind of crazy stuff. It's not us. We're not the ones doing it. We're not the ones saying it. And so right now it's 2 a.m. on a Friday night. So I'm not expecting a huge crowd, but we got 175 people in here, and a bunch of people will watch the replay on this, I'm sure. You know, and like I said before, these people, right before we quit the show, they were, you know, making the most outlandish, ridiculous claims, and it was bordering on cartoonish, and it's getting worse. As you just see, they're burying themselves with their own stupidity. Okay. One of them is went around just bragging about how he drugged Barton into this thing with me, and so be it. Good job. He claims he hurt my donations, and he, you know, took $5,000 a month. He posted it on there that he's costing me $5,000 a month. And because people didn't donate because of him, he was so proud of that and so happy about that. And so I struck back and I said, look, I never got into this for that. I didn't get into this to try to make a living at it. I have a career, you know. Don't get me wrong. It's nice when people appreciate your work and do give you, you know, to whatever, to help you with the show. Okay. But it doesn't, I don't live or die by that. It doesn't make or break me as a person. And I don't put anything behind a paywall. And if you want to buy a membership, it's only so that you can be entered into a drawing later on in the week. That's what we had said, right? Well, that still stands. If we do another show later on this weekend or next week or whatever, we'll do that. Okay. And the stories continue to come in. Now, I will say it was about half as many as I usually get, but that's still quite a bit. And it's a lot more than most people get. I would hazard to guess I get quite a few people wanting me to retell their encounters. I read one of the emails on Abe's show last night. And I didn't even have a chance to flesh it out or talk to the guy yet. And I'm sure there's a lot more to it. But yeah, so he saw a bear man type creature and we talked about it. And so I've been going on to Abe's channel. It's been relaxing. It's fun to hang out with him and Jesse, his cousin, Jesse Carbajal. They're really good people. I enjoy chilling and hanging out with them. Abe has been a true and loyal friend. He's been there in my corner and he's gone to bat for me. And he carried the flame for us while we were gone. And sometimes things happen for a reason. So tonight, Abe was having technical difficulties, and guess what? I'm here now. Sometimes the Lord works in mysterious ways. Sometimes things happen, and you get called back to do what needs to be done and say what needs to be said and deal with things the way that they need to be dealt with. And I can tell you right now, the way you defeat people like these miscreants that are doing what they're doing is just by putting out good quality content. I had lost my passion for this, and I did not know even an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago, I guess, if I had it back or not. But then I had that fire in my belly, and I thought, you know what? There's a lot of stuff that needs to be said, and not the least of which is coming from Abe, and I'm going to bring him on right now. Hey, Brother Abe, how are you doing tonight?
How you doing, Brother Josh? I'm doing well.
I'm good.
Man, it was just one of those nights where everything was, you prep up and you already know what you're going to talk about because you've been hyped up all day. I even want to go get me a haircut and stuff, so I can
looking handsome.
So I won't look like the creeper, so I won't compare you to him, and then I'm getting ready. I'm fixing to go live, and I'm talking to cousin Jesse. And the next thing you know, my screen jumps to the right side. He's talking, but he can't hear me. And then after that, it's like he couldn't hear me anymore. So for about 2 hours and a half, just technical difficulties. And
yeah,
so I can go live on StreamYard. So I can invite him. Through Restream, right? Invite him. But then he wouldn't even invite nobody. It's like it wouldn't give me cousin Justice. He couldn't join me, so I went solo for a little bit. And then seeing that you sent the message that you were going to go live, and I said, you know what, Brother Josh Runner been there for us. He jumps in, and makes it more live. So I said I'm going to go join him. I'm not gonna how should I say sadden myself because everything went crazy. I just got to move on forward. How the saying goes, the show must go on.
Yeah, and when you said the show must go on, when I heard those words, I thought it is true. The show must go on, and so here we are with PRT. Now I'm going to say this: there's no guarantees that I'm going to do anything else like tomorrow or the next day or whatever. I have no plans on doing anything beyond tonight. But at least for now, and like I said before, it'll cause some to jump for joy and others to gnash their teeth. It's a fact that you and I and Joe, hey, Joe Breezy, y'all are here with me tonight. And, a lot has been said about Joe recently, too, because Joe gave the fingers and kind of become a meme now. So, so we've all been kind of messed with, I saw somebody troll Joe a little bit earlier tonight. Well, I didn't see it, actually. I came in at about that time. I was doing my leg workout, and I was trying to listen to the show or whatever and check out him and Monica. They've been doing some pretty good work. You guys crack me up. And we always had fun on Friday nights, us three and Monica.
Yeah.
And so you guys carried that flame for us, kept it going. There's a lot of people still doing good work. Hellbent Holler, we talked to them today and yesterday, and it's funny because it's not funny, but it's weird. The same people that have attacked all of us have been attacking them. And Joe Doyle laid it out there, just, it's like, look, dude, I mean, the good people are all coming together, doing what they're supposed to be doing. I'll catch up with Bettina tomorrow. I know she was urgently trying to talk to me today, but I was in and out of meetings. I had a lot going on today. Mostly just people complaining, about whatever a guard did or did not do and whatever, and them having to pay their bills. People nowadays are not wanting to pay bills. And I'm like, look, man, I got to run a business. I got things I got to do. 86, thank you for that donation. I appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that. Because we're always up here begging for money, according to the fools. Me. I'm like, come on now, give me 50 cents. Come on now, penny, nickel, dime, $1. Come on, anything, whatever. Just give me. And then somebody said that I was in the hospital begging for money. I haven't been in the hospital in 2 years, so I don't know what the hell they're talking about. I posted something about Joe Elward, who's a PRT fan. And so I posted what he had going on, and everybody was like, oh, Josh Turner's in the hospital. He's, that's not what happened. And I never asked for money. Okay. So I don't know what the hell that's about. My wife had said to pray for me at one point because, what was going on wasn't so much physical, but I was having really bad anxiety attacks. And I feel like it's a spiritual thing. And I'll tell you something else. I think part of it has to do with this freaking house. Many people have told me that there's something wrong with this place, and everybody who's stayed here has had bad dreams and has had things happen. So yeah, I think that this house does have some very negative energy, and it's time to go. It's time to get out. I'm in a very weird situation where we have a house that we're supposed to be moving into, but the lady that's there needs more time to leave. She is elderly and she has a disabled daughter. So we're giving them more time. And in the meantime, we're going to go somewhere else to stay because a friend of mine owns a house down in I'm not going to say where, but we're going to be going to stay in that house until the other houses, they're completely moved out, to give them time. Also, I had a syndication on television. I gave that to Blondes and Booze. I'm just going to say that now to make it official, just so people know. They're going to be on television, on cable, doing whatever it was, and that's fine. That's okay. I think that was the right decision at the time. Of course, these people that accuse me of wanting the limelight and accuse me of wanting money and all this other stuff, if that's the case, then why did I give them my syndication? Once again, proving that these people are full of crap and that they can all get together in one big ship and it's still just a ship full of crap. That's all it is. So it doesn't matter how many of them pile onto that ship.
Right.
It's still just crap. And their shows are crap. And the people that believe them, I'm not going to say that they're all crap, but they're being deceived. And if they're willfully being ignorant, well, then they're crap too. And I don't need them in my life.
That's how I see it. It's like if they can see it for themselves, that's on them. But if we're not saying nothing for them, following them, they shouldn't come at us in a negative way, because then it's different. Then I'll tell them, hey, go stick your head up their asses, because they're the ones that are starting stuff. You seen what happened in my show when that idiot came in there and made a fool out of himself?
Oh my gosh!
I mean, his dude was drunk. He was drunk. He was
doing shots.
He was doing shots. He was drunk, and he was trolling off his computer on my channel.
Yeah, but Joe, you can handle it though. This dude could not handle what he was doing.
No, I know you mean. I'm just playing,
dude. This guy,
but that's for real. Like, like back in the gap. Like, if you think about when we were youngsters, you didn't necessarily knock down the people that were going fight. It was literally about you and the other individual. Mm-hmm. And you settled it outside of the playground or after school or across the street or whatever. But they're the crowd, and you can actually feel what side of the crowd rolls you out. And the next Monday, whenever you go back to school, that cat and that cat and that cat were against you about it.
Yeah.
They wanted to watch you get your ass whooped.
Yeah.
And so it, you know whose side everybody's on, but still you fight the good fight. And if they got their asses handed to them, then, so be it, and then they shut the hell up, and all of a sudden they're your homies for a little bit, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Exactly who's on what side.
That guy, he came on to Abe's show because he was on the other show. He was on the other guy's show, and he came on running his mouth at Abe and trying to convince him that he needed to join in this jihad against us. And I didn't coin that phrase. Joe Doyle from Hellbent Holler, I give him credit for that. He calls it the paranormal jihad against the Turners. And apparently it's against them too, and against Abe and whoever. But when you're doing work and you're over the target, you're going to get attacked. I mean, you got to expect it. And believe it or not, people, I only respond probably to about 10% of what is actually said. It would blow your mind if I showed you my emails. Like that Graves guy, that James guy. That's what Joe said today in PRT News. He was just like, holy crap, this is the same guy that he threatened literally to go to their house, get this, and chop Jesse up. That's
wow.
Yeah, okay. Then he threatened us and said he was going to kill me and do all this crazy stuff. And he said all this wild stuff. Two Shadows, thank you for that donation. 86, thank you for that donation. Appreciate it. Good to see Excalibur here. And Rethink Inc., all the old friends here. Deborah Norsworthy, Lawrence Morgan, everybody, thank you for being here. It's good to be back for like a good 5 weeks. We've been gone. And honestly, I had gotten to where I didn't miss it. And I even told you guys that. I was just like, I don't feel it. I don't have any passion for it. I just was like enjoying my time away from it. And I had a lot of work to do. I got a lot of work done. Now, I have been doing a lot of work in investing and things like that. And so real quick here, if anybody's been paying attention, don't panic. All right, everybody's panicking. The market had a correction, and NVIDIA's stock went way down. Now, I'm going to say this: buy more. I know it sounds crazy, and people are going to think, well, why would you do that when they lost more money in one day than some corporations have in stock holdings in the entire stock market, including Pepsi and McDonald's? And that sounds crazy, right? Yeah. But to lose $279 billion, it ain't about anything when you're worth $3 trillion. Okay, that's like one of us losing, $2.79 and be like, damn, oh well, I guess I'm just going to have to, use a different credit card or whatever today.
All I wanted was a Pepsi.
Yeah, all I wanted was a Pepsi. I couldn't get a Pepsi. Suicidal tendencies, little suicidal tendencies there, and he ends up in the institution. You're the one that's crazy. But no, so what we got going on is a correction, folks. And so, like I said, if the orange man wins the election, cryptocurrency is going to become a big deal. And so even though crypto is way down right now, I would still suggest to buy, because if you buy it on the dip, that's the way to do it. Don't wait until it's way too much. Now, there's all these people trying to sell off their stock in certain, like NVIDIA and TCMS, which is another one. That's the Taiwanese company. Don't do it. Planetar is another one. Don't do it. Hold it down. Hold it down, because I'm telling you, it's just a correction, and there'll be some rocky road ahead. Now, if Orange Man gets in there, more than likely, we're probably not going to have a depression, but guarantee we will have one if the other one wins. And and that's just me talking. I'm not going to get into all that because that's something totally different. But a bunch of people were messaging me about that. And like I said before, buy gold. If you want to buy gold, which they've had it up until last week, below spot, Go to Costco. They were selling it for $2,489 an ounce, which was literally, I think, like $60 below spot. Which if you tried to buy it on eBay, the lowest I saw, I think, was $25.73, and that was for sort of an iffy. I don't know who that was. It wasn't like JD Bullion or any of those like APMEX. I don't know who those people were selling that, and you're liable to get some painted bar of something or another. So if you wanted to get the Pant Suisse or any of those, you would have been looking at paying like $2,600. So yeah, $24.89 is a really good price. So and they take Visa card. So I would say using credit card to get actual gold, really good deal. Because if the S hits the fan, you have gold in your hand, and who cares about paying your credit card at that point? It's not really going to matter, right? You're going to be, so that's the issue there. The American public is in more debt, credit card debt, than we've ever been in our entire existence right now. People are not paying their credit card debt, and then there's reason for that too. Yes, Lawrence, gold is a hedge against inflation. Always has been, always will be. Andres Carrizales, I like this guy. He was asking a lot of very interesting questions over on Abe's channel. Very interesting stuff. And I think the last thing we talked about, he was asking about the last question, Otterman. We were talking about the Otterman. Yeah, and I explained to him what I knew about that, about the Kushtaka. So, yeah, I saw earlier today, let me just get comfortable here. I saw earlier today with Monica and Joe, you guys were talking about horror movies, and I was like, I wanted to say some things about that. But like, you were talking about Creepshow, and I thought that was funny because he's got the crypt keeper for Mr. Tarzan of the LBL. Abe calls him the crypt keeper. So a good friend of mine made a little meme for me, and he sent it to me, and so I put it on my Facebook. But that guy, he's got some serious mental issues. They're not going to stop us. He claims that my life's mission is to destroy his channel, and I'm like, why would I waste my time kicking over a bucket of hamster vomit? That's his channel is so low and weak that why would I? Why would I care about your channel, dude? I don't give a damn about your channel. I really don't. And, and y'all haven't heard much from me. I haven't been saying much. I haven't been doing anything, but the attacks continued. And so talked to a good friend of mine, and he said, he's the UFO guy. His name's Christopher, and he got in touch with me, and he says, they're not going to stop. He's like, all that's going to happen is they're just going to keep on going until you take your channel down, and even then, he goes, you're in danger, because the powers that be, you've already ticked off a lot of people, because you've been talking about things that other people, they're not putting it together. They're not connecting the dots like you and your friends are. He goes, so you're all going to be in some shit. So you might as well just come out and say what you got to say. He goes, it really looks like you're trying to run away from the problem. And I told him this. I said, I'm not running away. First of all, I'm just trying to find peace. But they wouldn't let me have it. So like I told Abe the other night, me and Abe had a private conversation, and it was me and him and Anthony and Nellie and Maddie, and we all had a talk. And we were on the phone. We were shooting the breeze. And I said, look, I'm not running from anything. I'm just trying to find peace. But like you said, Abe, yeah, they're not going to stop until I end up coming back. And that's exactly what they did. And now I'm not going to come back and do anything out of spite and go, oh, I'm just going to be here because I want to piss people off or make people angry. That's not going to happen. But will I come back to defend my friends and the community and stand for what is right and keep bringing the truth and keep bringing stories and telling people what is real and bringing good people on to talk about what is real and bringing people to the Lord and what needs to happen correctly? Yes, I will do that. And I did pray about it quite a bit. I did pray a lot. I prayed every day since I've been gone, and I did not feel the compulsion to come back until the last couple of weeks. I would just be driving, and all of a sudden I'd feel like something's tugging on me, like, you need to do this. You need to do this. And I kept running away from it. And I kind of felt like Jonah, like running away from, what I needed to do. And I felt like if I didn't, I'm probably just going to get eaten by a whale, or a shark, or
a big fish.
Yeah, something or another. And so thank God that Abe and you guys, Joe, Breezy, and Monica, and everybody kept the flame going and kept doing what y'all were doing, because not only did you keep me entertained, and I did get some good gaming in. I got to play a few games, but I haven't played in the last year or two. I was on there and I was gaming, and I was over there. And some of these people I game with, they're from all over the world. They don't even know that I do this, right? So one of them that I've known for years, we started talking, and we had just finished whooping some people's asses on Age of Empires. And he's like, what do you do for a living? He's in Australia. And so I told him, I said, I have a construction company and a security company, but I also am a podcaster. And he's like, you're a podcaster, really? And he's like, I see you talking trash on her sometimes, because you talk trash back and forth, but it's not. Yeah. It's just video game trash, And he's like, and you're pretty funny. I thought you might be a comedian. And I said, well, I do some comedy, but I do a show about the paranormal. And so he was like, really? And so anyway, he was like, dude, I'm gonna check. His name's Colby. But he said, I'm going to check out your show. So shout out to him. He's probably not up right now, but he'll be watching. And I told him, I said, I'm thinking about making a comeback. And I told him this on Thursday when we were doing a game or whatever. So, I told him, I said, I don't know what I'm going to do. I did not plan for it to be like this. I didn't plan for it for me to come back. If I was going to come back at all this soon, I was thinking like maybe October, just come back and do maybe a sporadic show or two here and there. But I think the time was right. And the fact that Abe had problems tonight spoke volumes to me. I felt that tug that push that I needed to do this, and I needed to step up. And I think it was time. I think it was just time, and I think that people need to realize something.
Yeah, I'm feeling goosebumps all over me right now, bro. You speaking about this? I believe it's all my arms are tingling right now, man. Like I'm feeling goosebumps all over just by you saying what you're saying. I believe everything happened for a reason.
Yeah.
I mean, like literally, all my body is tingling right now, man.
Well, the longer I sat there, while Anthony was working with your son trying to get y'all on the air, I just something was pushing me, and it kept going like, get back on there, go do it, get on the show. And I kept fighting it, and I kept going away from it and trying to distract myself with other things. And so I told myself this, I said, look, if he can't get on and he can't fix it to where we can get on the show together, then I'll go on my channel. But if he can, then to me, it's a sign that it's not time for me to come back. And so here I am. And, who knows? I got this weekend now. I got Sunday off. I committed myself. My wife said to take the phone. She got so aggravated for the phone ringing and going off for the last couple of days. And she says, what you need to do is turn the damn phone off or turn the ringer off. And so I made a commitment to her. I said, Sunday, I will not answer the phone. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm going to leave the ringer off, and I'm going to just take it easy and chill. So if the spirit moves me, then so be it. Then I'll come on Sunday and I'll do a show. We'll go to the studio and maybe I'll do a show, a real one, not just, hanging out at 3 a.m. Show, not that this isn't a real show, but you know what I mean? This show, what I wanted to do tonight was to let Abe have the floor. And so that's what I'm going to do now. And if you want to say what you were saying earlier, because you were saying some interesting things, but I had to get on and get started. So if you want to have the floor now and talk about what you're talking about.
Yeah. First of all, before I talk about that, I feel of what I've been witnessing as I've been doing the shows. Well, you haven't been in the picture. I've been noticing one thing, man. That I believe it's your calling to continue to do PRT, because I've seen a lot of people, man, that they just talk about you in a positive way, man. You know, all the times that I've done the shows, the people that were PRT, some that came and was checking me out, they always say that they miss you, that they miss your work, that you're a lot of people saying a lot of positive comments, like you're a very intelligent person. My cousin Jesse says you have a lot of wisdom and knowledge, you know, and that when he's going to sleep, he likes listening to the things that you're saying because it's very interesting to him. So there's a lot of people, man, that really miss you in the community, but the wisdom and knowledge and all things that you speak of is awesome, bro, because it got me thinking. You know, when like when we're talking about last night. You know, I mean, you seen all the viewers that were there. I kept it going for another 2 hours, and there was still viewers there. But you know, a lot of people that just miss PRT in general. Everybody, Anthony Mushu, you know, everybody. They miss everybody in general. And I think, you know, what happened tonight, I didn't understand what was going on. You know, it's like one moment I'm talking, I'm fixing to push a live button. Next thing you know, everything stops. I could hear my cousin talking, but I couldn't do nothing. But yeah, I believe I've been seeing it, man, the pattern. And while all these things were happening, this people were coming at me in a negative way, because they're like, well, he used to be with Brother Josh Turner, so let's go after him. But to me, they don't phase me. Like the guy that said he's going to do something, they don't phase me, because you know where I've been and what I've done. You know, I won't hesitate to do it again if I have to. You know, to overcome the enemy. But that's what I see. You know, you bring a lot to the table, Brother Josh Turner, and that's what makes you is the wisdom and knowledge that you have, and how you say stories, and how somebody could tell you something, and you make it sound real good, because you have all the wisdom and knowledge of, you know, by reading and all this. That's probably what people the haters hate, is that people tune into you and you make a lot of sense of the things that you say, brother. You know, that's all I wanted to say before I started the show. I mean, to speak what I was speaking about earlier.
Well, I
That a
appreciate
lot of people miss you. That's what I see. A lot of people, man, they're like, they talk
Nah,
about you in a high respect, despite of the couple of losers that want to come your negative way. That if you put it on a scale, you got the little pieces of shit gets outweighed by the people that love you, brother. That's all I'm saying. They get outweigh. You talking about gold? You outweigh them, bro. You know, they go on the scale, they fly off the scale.
yeah, yeah.
So you know, he's like incoming. There's crap flying. You know?
Yeah, when you put it on a triple beam, yeah, it gets knocked off it real quick.
You're like,
No,
you're
but
gold, brother. You're gold, man. You're the champ of the podcast right now, man. And they're hating it, because they're like, okay, he's out of the picture. We're gonna try to do better than him, and they failed. And that's what they're pissed off about. That they try to do you dirty, and they failed, and they continue to fail. I'm gonna tell you why they continue to fail, because God doesn't like dirty. And that's what you're gonna continue to fail
for sure.
time and time again.
yeah,
And you're doing the right thing.
if you're pushing, especially if you're pushing God towards a negative sense, like, and I talked to Josh about this. If you're trying to use God as a sword of hate, then you're never going to get anywhere with it. It's never going to happen, because that's not what it is. You know, we're pushed here through Christ, from the Father of Christ, into actually incorporating and helping mankind. It's not our job to. Christ said, I didn't come to condemn the world. I came here to save it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're actually pulling that narrative that God will strike you down and blah, then you know it's a very easy argument to win if you are an intelligent and an understanding person of Christ and God. You know, it's I'm not a fan. And like you were saying, yeah, like on Monica's show and mine, when those people were talking all this ish about everything, like it was rolls off our back because we're not in the community about it. We just hijinks off of movies, and and sometimes we'll do phase and time travelers or blah blah blah. But no, we're not in your gig. So get the F out of our gig and yeah, let us have fun and kick it. And it just shows that you're the party pooper and not the party proper. You know what I mean?
Party pooper scoopers, man. You get that age, you don't see it their way. They get old and belligerent, man.
Yeah.
One of the things that was aggravating too, like they were accusing me and PRT of buying subs. Now, what they don't understand, like the show has so much of a back catalog, and there's so much. What's up, Beans? She always just jumps up here. So they have the back catalog. Hey, that's okay. I'm right here. Sometimes she gets spooked, and they all like they're all running in here now. Sometimes something happens in this house. Something scare you? Something scared you, didn't it? That's why you're in here. So there's Baby and Elvira. So something must have happened. This house has a lot of weird, not good energy, and I'm telling you, I don't know. Sometimes you get mail, and it's like from a dozen different people, like different people that lived here before us. So there had to have been at least 12 different. Go on, Beans. I'll talk to you later, okay? And she's not wanting to stop. So, well, I guess you're going to be part of the show then here. So I'll get mail from like a dozen different people, and you're sitting there going like, how many people lived here? So when I talked to the people that live that own the house, that officially own the house, and I told them, I said, how many people have lived here since you've been, leasing out this place? And he himself couldn't even count how many. So the neighbors, one of the only neighbors that's friendly that we talked to, he's a guy from Mexico City, and he was saying that since he's been living here in the last 10 years, there's been like at least 15 different people who've moved in and out of this place.
Wow.
So you can see that there's something not correct in this place. And so, and it's way too much to be paying to stay here. It was never supposed to be a long-term thing. And so that's what's happening now. What ended up happening, we had bought a piece of land to build on, and the land ended up being worth so much more than what we had paid for it. And so I decided that it might be prudent. Oh, thank you. Yes. So I thought it might be prudent to actually just hang on to it and not sell it, because we already had the plans and everything else, and then wait a while and then maybe, unload that and get a better piece of land. Another thing too, I had somebody take a look at the land that we were going to build on. And now, knowing what I know about, this is going to sound weird to people who are uninitiated, but we are initiated, that it is a fairy mound. The way it is layered, the way it's kind of built on like stepping slope. And the people next to that plot of land have been trying to build on that land for almost 2 years. And they have had tons of problems and accidents. And so I told everybody, I said, I think it's a bad idea that we build on this property. And so we went to get another house. And that house had a really weird energy. And it was like every time we would go there, one of us would feel something. And so whenever we pulled up the carpet, because we were already getting ready to we were the contractor, we were ready. and we were going to have to do a bunch of remodeling. And so when we pulled up the carpet, we found what looked like to me a blood stain where the bed was, underneath the bed. And I said, oh crap. And so when I was going down the stairs, me and my wife both felt like something was there. And when I went up there one night without her to talk to my friend Danny, who's going to do the remodeling, we had this weird feeling. He's a really devout Christian, and he was like, "Did I get a weird feeling in some places?" And so it was him and another guy that I've been friends with for years, and both of them had told me that they felt something there. And so I said, well, you know, if anything else happens, then I'm going to take it as a sign that we shouldn't buy this house. So the next day, we all went out there to take a look at the house at night. And we had not been out there at night, you know, but one time. And I was the only one. It was just me and Anthony. And so we went out there with everybody. And we found a dead raccoon. And there were 3 balconies. Really beautiful, beautiful place. But it had a really bad energy. And so we found a dead raccoon that was splayed out, like somebody had laid it out on the second floor balcony, which there's no way for them to have gotten in there to get. And I don't know how that animal got up there. And it looked like it had been dead for quite some time. And so I told my wife, I said, oh, well, there's the sign. And so we backed out of that. And because it was also going to cost us a lot to remodel it. But the house was a lot cheaper than the one that we ended up settling on. And so when we looked at this other house, we went through the house and we felt like it was the right fit for us. And we felt like it was the answer to our prayers. And I said, well, this is what we're going to have to do. Now, there have been complications. And when I was talking to David Weatherly, who told me when he first visited here to get the hell out of this place, he said, you'd be better off staying at a campground than staying at this house. So he told me, he says that house has a consciousness and it's trying to keep you there as long as it can. And he said, so that's why there's all these roadblocks that are being thrown up. And he goes, and I wouldn't doubt that some of these people, and I call them NPCs, he goes, that their attacks it's rooted in a spiritual warfare. And now, of course, we all know that that is the case. It is a spiritual warfare, but some of these people are attacking us. They can't even tell you why they're doing it. They don't have the slightest clue why they're doing it.
Right.
I've talked to a few of these people and tried to get them to come to their senses. Some of these people I don't even know that are sending me threatening messages. And I got tired of going to the police and telling them, hey, this person threatened me. I've done it about 10 times now. And I said, look, and they're like, there's nothing we can do, and unless they do this or that. Yeah. And so I tried talking to some of these people, and a couple of them, I talked to them and I said, what is your problem? Well, I don't like the way that you mistreated this person or that person. And I'm like, when they start giving me their story, I'm going, what in the hell are you talking about? I was like, I never said or did any of those things. And it's like they're making stuff up and people are buying into it. And they're writing novels, and some of this stuff, I really honestly believe they're thinking it up off the top of their head, but it's not. I don't think these thoughts are coming from them. I think these are demonic thoughts put in their minds.
Well, you seen how the guy was acting that was drinking. He was acting like he was bonded, man. Like he didn't know his left from his right when he came onto the show. That he couldn't even answer me when I asked him some simple questions, and he was answering me when I said, so all these people that you mentioned, they're affiliated with you. And he agreed,
Yeah, he said that they were at a man's funeral, at David's funeral, and that they had all had a meeting, and he wasn't making any sense. And he was just, 10 sheets to the wind. And he had been over there on the other guy's channel and basically saying all this twisted stuff about me. I didn't watch it. I don't know what he said. I just know what.
That's what happens when somebody's being spiritually bonded. There's got a negative attachment. Where he's getting this negative attachment, and he's trying to find a way, coming at me in a negative way. He figured I was going to get mad or something, in which I never did, because I already knew what spiritually that I have to maintain my love foundation. So I just got him to speak the truth without him even knowing that I was making him speak the truth, and he did. in which he made an ass out of himself, you know. But yeah, they're being spiritually bonded, you know. And when you try to bring David from Texas and try to make it seem like, how come I didn't show up to the funeral, trying to make me look like a bad
You go to
person?
the funeral of a man who persecuted all of us for years. I mean, you know, it's like that dude, he caused so much strife between me and Bettina, Brandon, and Marvin, you know, and we finally he got caught up in his own lies because we had them listen to what he was saying. And then the truth came out. And then it came out about his little buddy and this other fool that ran your channel. He was involved in that too, according to what David was saying, because he throws everybody under the bus. And I don't know if he was or not, because to me, David was a liar. He lied all the time. And so he pretended to be people's friends. I'm sad to tell you that if you really thought that guy was your friend, you need to really take a look at it. I'm not one of these people, when someone passes away, they become a saint. And I'm not one to sit here and talk bad or ill of the deceased. But I'm going to tell you right now, the guy was not a good man, you know, from what I saw, because of what he did to me, Bettina and Marvin, and everybody that was involved in that. And he was involved with another guy who used to have a group, and he attacked Christians all the time. And that particular guy, I'm not going to say his name. I'm just going to say his initials are CC. And that guy said his name on your show. They can go back and look at your show. And that man attacked me viciously with a pack of people while my wife was in the hospital. It was the first war I had to fight. And it was, like I've said before, a war so that we could actually call Dogman, you know, not an animal. They wanted to say that it was some kind of physical animal, and that was it. That was the narrative. That was what it was going to be. And anybody who said anything different was going to get attacked, especially if you were a woman or a Christian. And I'm not white knighting. I'm not over here like, you know, wearing a cape, like, oh, you know what? I'm coming in. I'm Captain Saber. I'm just telling the truth, man. That's what these people were doing. If you were
my cousin was saying he had a cape. That guy came in with a cape and he had shit on it. On the cape.
Yeah, and your cousin told him, your cousin was having none of it. Jesse was just looking at him like, you know, he goes, oh, boots on the ground, huh? He goes, you're about to have boots up your ass. How about that? And then I just started laughing so hard. I couldn't stop laughing because Jesse was just like, Jesse is a straight up, like, he reminds me of my tios, like straight up OG Vato. Yeah. Like he's a Vato Locos forever. You know what I mean?
He's always been that way, man.
Yeah.
That was this guy, man.
Cousin, man. You know what I mean? Straight up. He's like that dude, man. He's one of those. Like,
that's what I was laughing, man, because like he's trying to talk mess to that he wants to handle it. I said, man, you don't know what you're getting yourself into, man. He's gonna tear you up.
He's missing his teeth like my brother. My brother got his teeth knocked out in a fight, and they were all broken, and so he had to have them pulled, you know. So he's missing his front teeth because he was a brawler. My brother's also had his throat cut. My brother had his throat cut, and he lived. So I've been stabbed twice. My brother's had his throat cut. He's been stabbed. I had my skull busted open. I have a cracked skull back here in the back of my head. My jaw been dislocated, dude. I've been through it all, bro. I can tell you right now, man. You know, my brother's had his teeth knocked out. We've been fighting for years, man. I mean, and so I'm one of those people, man. Like I'm not. This guy's over here talking about, you know what I do? I take MMA and I do all. I don't give a shit what you do, bro. You know, I don't care what you're taking. I don't care if you're on PCP and Thor comes down and trains you on Mount Olympus until the end of time. You ain't whooping my ass. And Jesse was having none of it. He was just like, dude, you know, you need to get the hell out of here, Vato.
If you could teleport through the screen, he would have teleported and got it right off the bat.
He was like, why are you coming here trying to make it about you and making it your shit?
He was trying to act. That guy was trying to act like he's badass, but he ain't shit. And, you know, I could see right through him. It's like, yeah.
Jesse called him Super Vato with his cape. He's like, over here with your cape on, like Super Vato. Like, what are you doing? You know? But he handled it pretty well. Like, I like the way Jesse handles business.
It's always been that way, man. My cousin, when we were growing up, there was this dude. He thought he was badass, and he's always talking shit because he had money. He's always talking crap to people, and he disrespected my cousin's girlfriend. Oh, that was it, man. He said, what you say? And he's like, that guy had a big mouth talking all kinds of crap, man. He freaking smacked the crap out of him, bro. He backfisted him, bro. The dude just stayed like that. And then he was trying to do something. My cousin just freaking busted him in the mouth, bro. Like, took care of him real fast. He was always talking a lot of shit like he was a badass, kind of like that dude. That's when my cousin was looking at him. He's like, where you from? So I live right here. The dude like, yeah, he don't play around, man. Cousin Jesse's old school.
Yeah, Jesse's, you could tell he's one of those that just wasn't having it, and he's a good primo to have.
Yeah, and I would just let him talk so he can spill the beans, because I knew what I was trying to do is get him to spill the name of the people that were affiliated with him, and he said them all.
Yeah, he did.
That's what I was doing, and then once that was it, I'm the one that booted him out. After he said what he said, I booted him out.
Yeah, it was.
But what I was talking about earlier on my show that I want to, I had named it as Myth and Legends, and I was going to talk about the Llorona, because some people, when you left, they were from Houston, and there was a person said that they had an encounter with the Llorona, and I was telling her, well, maybe one day you could come and share your encounter with the people, but I know as I was going to begin the show and I was going through all this thing, I started remembering things. Sometimes your memory remembers things in life that you might have forgotten when you were growing up. And it was dealing with my grandmother, as you know, that I've said through my cousins that were older than me, because I was 10 when they were in their 30s, that we were in the hearse, taking my grandmother to the cemetery. And they were singing the song, hi ho, the wicked witch is dead. And I was like, why are you disrespecting grandma like that? And they were like, tell them my other cousins that were older than me what was up, and they were saying that she was a dark witch, when you're a kid, you really don't pay attention to it. You just know people by their titles, as grandmother, grandfather, you might know their first name, but you still call them grandmother, grandfathers. And I started having a memory recall that she had a shower, and the shower looked like coral. It looked like it was made out of coral or something. Like how coral looks, but it was like dark coral. And in the restroom, she had little mermaid figurines on the walls, hanging on the walls, and I'm like, and sometimes she would say that these mermaids were her sisters, and I didn't know, I was a kid, so I figured maybe she likes mermaids. But which when I was thinking about this, and I remember another individual that's still alive that's affiliated to her, which would be one of my aunts. I had got invited to a quinceañera up in Austin, and she introduced me to this lady that I've never met before. And she looked at me and she said, I want to introduce you to my sister. That's what she said. She didn't say my sister in Christ. She said, I want to introduce you to my sister. This is my aunt introducing me to a sister. So I'm looking at her, and I never seen this woman before in my life, because all her sisters, they've already deceased. I think there's only 3 people left in that side of the family, which is her, my father, and my uncle. So that lady's acting strange, and I've seen the reactions of brujas before because I've dealt with them. So the way she's acting, I can sense, kind of like how lechuzas that I would see would act. The way she was acting, I knew that she was into something, and it was more of brujeria, witchcraft. So basically, to make a long story short, this woman was from Houston. I've known people that live in the coastlines, and they believe some of the brujas, right, which is a warlock, they believe of the sirens. They believe the things in the sirens. That's what they worship. just like witches, that manifest to look like lechuzas. You think about that, you go to the beginning, right, where the washer slept with the women and the woman changed forms, which I believe Brother Josh Turner even said it, that they turn it, some of the women turn into harpies, which is an owl of sort, or a lechuza, what we call in Spanish, and some turn into sirens, which live in the ocean. So when I remember, I had the recall of when my grandmother would go up to the mermaids, and she would say, and we lived 21 miles away from the ocean, and she'd say that was her sisters. That's what she would say. That's her sisters. So I believe that they're affiliated because that's the transformations they took. Of course, we know that Lilith is the first lechusa, the first owl, because when she left the Garden of Eve, she manifested, and she was the first lechusa, the first owl. And those are the manifestations that they took, in which I've talked to people from Florida, some people that said that their mothers were involved into witchcraft. And they talk about things in the ocean that religion, or that they will worship. And the only thing that I know that exists in the oceans that were affiliated with the harpies were the sirens. So you got people that worship, that can manifest the brujas into the owls. So is it possible that there is some witches that can manifest into the harpy? That's, if they can manifest to a lechusa, that they will be able to have the ability to manifest into a siren. That's
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking, because it just hit me. Because I remember my grandmother, she would always go up to the little mermaids and say, "That's what my sisters, son mis hermanas," But she would say it in Spanish, "Son mis hermanas." She would say, "Those are my sisters."
Mm-hmm.
In which, when she passed away, I was in a funeral home. The doors open, and there was two Druid-like tall figures, and there was one on the ground that was crawling. It was crawling on the ground, looked like a snake. The way it was crawling, the way it was moving, and it's kind of like all the people that were talking. It's kind of like there was no time, and everybody was just couldn't move. They were like, or whoever was talking, they had their mouth open. And when they walked in, there was no time. They went all the way up to the front of where the casket was on my grandmother. And the one that was crawling went up to the casket and started saying something in a whole different language that I didn't understand. Then after she said what she said, they backed up. They came backwards out the door. And as soon as they went out the doors closed. And then all the people started talking again. I remember this happening. My sister remembers this, but the adults don't remember that happening. 'Cause I asked my mother, she remembers those what happened, and she said, "Oh, it's probably just your imagination." But my sister remembers because she's seen that also. The same thing happened at the church, in the Catholic Church. The the priest was fixing to throw the holy water out of his thing, right? As it went like this, he was stuck like this. He couldn't move, and I could see the water that was just elevated in the air and never hit the ground. And then they come into the Catholic Church down the middle, the same way they did at the funeral home. They went up there, and then they came in backwards. All the people are motionless, and as soon as they walk out, the water that the priest had like this, it flew and it hit the ground when they left. So whatever that was, in some kind of way, they could control time, because it had the rain, the water in the air, sitting there for a good, then walking up there, walking back. That's a minute, a good minute, 2 minutes, and then you just landed on the ground. When you witness these things, because like I said, I've been having the spiritual gift. You're like, what is this about? But I believe that maybe it's dealing with the same thing. She said that she would always say that She had the pictures of the mermaid that were her sisters. But that's why I go back all the way to the harpies and the sirens, because they're the ones that they created the Nephilim, which they're now in. I call them DDNs, And if they're summoning something, will be the demons, which are the DDNs, that they have the ability to summon them to work for them. And these people still exist, I believe. How I don't know, because this past year when I got invited to the quinceañera in Austin, I witnessed one of the ones that lives near the ocean in Houston. The way she was looking at me, it's kind of like, to me, I felt like there was a spiritual hit. But I'm gonna tell my love foundation, I didn't think nothing negative. I just kept my love foundation. So if somebody was gonna do something, my love foundation was gonna protect me from it. But she introduced me to her as her sister, and I've never met her before in my life. Not even, it would be a different story. She would have said, hey, like if I would say, oh, this is brother brother Josh. But everybody knows me as brother Abe, that I like talking spiritually like that. Well, I never heard my aunt talking in that form.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I know what you're talking about when you're talking about Lilith. That's something that Joe is very familiar with too, especially when it comes to the oral Torah and the beginning. And now one of the things somebody mentioned earlier, that to be really careful with the Old Testament, because it is a mishmash of different cultures. And what that is let's say this. Let's start with this. There are different types of Jewish people too. The two main types are Sephardic and, of course, Ashkenazi. And the Ashkenazi come from Eastern Europe, and the Sephardic predominantly were in Western Europe, but they are also from the Middle East and the Mediterranean. And so they don't all have the same beliefs. Now, that's something. And then there's another type of Jewish people called Mizra. And those people are predominantly in the Levant. And they all actually have different views. The Ashkenazi read from the Talmud. A lot of them are very Talmudic, which is very anti-Christian. That's not me talking crap. That's just me being honest. That's the truth. This camera's giving me some problems here. That's why I keep having to fade out. But for the most part, they all believe the same, but then they don't. There are a lot of different traditions and beliefs, and there are different versions of the Torah. And that is because the Torah was actually transcribed from different cultures: Assyrian, Babylonian, Hittite to some degree, Chaldean, Phoenician, and of course Sumerian, then Babylonian, Persian, and so there are Jewish people from all of those different regions. Now we will go over what they are. The Hittites, where they were from, they were from an area which would be in between. It's kind of like Iraq and Turkey and Syria. That was kind of their empire. And then they didn't really stretch over into Persia as much. Then you had the Babylonians, which were predominantly from Iraq, and a little bit of Persia. See, my camera just went out. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Hang on one second. So I'm going to give you a little history lesson here so you guys will understand.
But no, exactly what you're saying. Like, because you got, your Levites from Leviticus. You got your, like you're saying, you have all these different pieces, and they're from different regions, right? So you got, if you really were to think about it and break up, say, from ancient culture into Northern American culture, you'd have your New Yorkers, you'd have your Chicago cats, you'd have your Texan cats, so they all follow these different pieces that essentially follow the same lineage as far as what their root piece is, but they all have their own different ideologies and the ways they do it, like Sephardic Jews, right? So, and those are one of the 12 tribes of Israel. So Sephardics, as far as what I've ever learned, is into New America, the Sephardics are basically, not to categorize it that hardcore, but are kind of like the Spaniard, Mexican, right? So, like, especially if you, and it goes on the mother's lineage. So, like in Sephardic Judaism in modern world, it's the ones that end with the Z. So the Rodriguez's, Hernandez. Those are, if it's through your mother's lineage, then those are Sephardic Jews. Because from what my mom taught me about it, we're guitarists. So, and through mother's side. So we're Sephardic as far as it's concerned because of the way the 12 tribes are spread out. That's the way I've always understood it, and I guess believed it.
And then names that end with Sias, not like Sias, like Abe Sias, Sias, however.
Sias, yeah.
Okay, Beans, go. You're gonna have to go, sweetie. Go on. Be a good girl. Go play. Go on. Go play. Beans, go. Go on, Beans. Go on. Go.
I say go on, get.
You keep stopping and turning. Go, Beans, go. Anthony left the door open there. But no, it's like if your last name is like Messias, you know what I mean?
Right.
Or Frias. I mean, those names, those were Spaniard, Sephardic Jewish names that they took. Ashkenazi Jews that came over from Europe when they ended up in Britain. Believe it or not, a lot of people that have names like Stuart. Stuart is a very Ashkenazi Jewish name, and so is Davis. Davis was also a name that they used, and a lot of those were because they were Polish Jewish people, and nobody wanted to give Polish or Jewish people a job, and the Anglos tended to be very like, these are immigrants, troublemakers, whatever. The English didn't even like the Irish, much less anybody else. And so they would change their names to fit in. And those two names in particular were very common Jewish names, to be named Stuart and Davis. And there's a couple others that they used, like Fisher. Fisher was another one, a very common Jewish name.
Through my great-grandmother, Rodriguez, with the Rodriguez.
As far as my mom would be concerned, you'd be Sephardic. But I was a mix between Sephardic and I was also a Stuart. So that was me too. Right, and that was a Spaniard. That was the what do you call it? The green-eyed, white, blonde-haired Spaniards.
Yeah, and Spanish call a very small spattering though of Sephardic Jews in Spain and Portugal. Less than 2%. So it doesn't mean that there was like this, like your last name is that's what you are. There's a lot of people with the last name Davis who aren't Jewish. I'm just saying that those were names. And so when you talk about the Mizrahi or Mizrahi, like how they say it, they predominantly are from North Africa and in parts of the Middle East. That's pretty much where the Mizrahi are from, or Mizrah, as some of them don't even pronounce it that way. Yemeni, Kurdish, Turkish, Lebanese, Moroccan. A lot of them are from Morocco, Tunisia. different places like that. The reason this is important, folks, is because that they all believe differently about the Bible, and they believe differently. Well, none of them believe in the Bible. That's not the Bible. They don't believe in it. But they have a very different view. And so the Mizrah or Mizrahi Jewish people have a different view than the Ashkenazi, just as the Sephardic. They all have they have different cultures, different customs. Some of them believe that it goes by the mother, like if your mother, like the Mizrahi, and if you're Ashkenazi, technically it goes by the mother. The Sephardic are kind of split on that. And then there's subcultures too. Now, they don't all agree on the Old Testament. And the Kabbalah is not something that they universally look at as being correct. A lot of the Mizrah don't believe in the Kabbalah, and they believe it to be like heretical to even be messing with it.
Yeah, it's almost witchcraft. Yeah.
It is witchcraft to them. And now the Orthodox do shun that book too. You're not supposed to be using it, but yet they use it a lot, which is kind of like the Amish, and they have the book My Companion or whatever it's called. And I can't remember the name of it. They have a book that it's forbidden, but a lot of them use it. And so a lot of the Jewish traditions, it came from whatever region that they had settled in, and that they took on those particular characteristics. So when they wrote the Old Testament, a lot of people don't realize that the Old Testament has been rewritten a dozen times. And most recently in the 1280s in particular, it was rewritten and retranslated from Aramaic into modern Hebraic. Now, when those translations happen, what ends up happening is you lose a lot of what was originally there. I was on a show with a rabbi, and we were talking about these translations, and he flat out said that he didn't believe the Old Testament. He's like, the Old Testament is the Christian version of a loose confederation of books that the Council of Nicaea just kind of threw together. And Christians say, well, that's the word of God from the Old Testament. And the Jews don't even look at the Old Testament as anything but like a few pieces of parchment. This is what they believe, that it's just a few of their books thrown together, that it's not nearly the entire library. And we all know that.
Because they were literally thrown into strictly Torah and Tanakh. And that was it. And depending on what region you're from, you're strictly either Torah or Tanakh, and it has nothing to do. You do not mix. You're not, but you're absolutely right. When we get to the Council of Nicaea, is what they were actually doing is they were taking the meld of it, which was few books and pieces, and they were taking the entire garb of it that was, testimonies, pieces, the Book of Enoch, Book of Judas, the whole.
Judas had a book too. Yeah.
The Book of Judas is one of the greatest reads ever, and
it is interesting.
Yeah, it makes you have a different ideology of not the fact that he was like the traitor, but if so, ipso facto, if it was actually real, then he was the one that like took the biggest burden upon himself, because not only did the other apocryphals deny Christ whenever they were, like, do you believe that he's the Son of God? And they went, no, and the cock will crow three times before.
Peter, who is one of his, he's the one that cut the ear off of the soldier. Now, he didn't cut the ear off of a Roman soldier. It was actually a Jewish soldier that was working for King Herod. And it was the Pharisees that sent Jewish soldiers to arrest him. And they took him to the Romans.
Right, King Herod II.
And actually, really and truly, That's even another thing. Now, there's different stories to that. I'll tell you about that one. There are different texts that say different things, that when Peter cut off the ear of the Jewish soldier, Jesus put the ear back on and saved him.
Yeah.
The commotion actually alerted one of the centurions, and the centurions came to them and asked them where they were headed. And they said, we're about our own business. Go about your business, centurion. And the centurion, whose name was Levitus, actually backed off and said, okay, take this man with whatever, but I'm turning this into the consulate, and then they'll come and investigate.
File a report.
Yeah, file a report. So then the Jewish soldiers went about their business, and they took him to the council, the Jewish council, and he was beaten nearly to death by the Pharisees' thugs. So the Pharisees nearly killed him, and then there was a knock on the door, and they turned and they said, the Romans came in and said, what are you doing with this man? And they said, go about your business, Romans, this is Jewish business. And they said, everything is the business of Caesar's. So They were like, pay us, and we'll leave. And they didn't pay them. So they took Jesus from them. And then the Pharisees were not happy with him just being imprisoned. They went before the consulate and they said, we want him crucified. Now, those books are not popular because people want to believe that the Jews actually didn't crucify Jesus, that it was the Romans. The bottom line is it didn't matter. There were evil people that were behind it that conspired under the evil whatever to destroy him and get rid of him because Jesus was talking the truth, and they did not like it. They didn't like that he went after certain people and called them what they were, which were frauds. They had turned their supposed house of God into a place of money changing and money lending, and it was a very bad thing. And so they had a problem with him. And so when they came to arrest him, Jesus was well aware of his arrest. He had been praying, and he knew that it was time. And if he would have lived to just be an old man, it never would have reverberated throughout history the way it did. So he had to die the way he did, because my little nephew, who's Anthony now, when he was a little boy, he asked me years ago, and my aunt and all my sisters and everybody, they knew that I was the one that knew about the Bible. So he wanted to know why they killed Jesus. He said, why did they kill Jesus if he wasn't doing anything wrong? And I said, people murder people all the time, and they don't do anything to deserve it. Okay. I said, that's a part of life, mijo. That's what happens. And he said, so why were these men so evil? Why did they kill Jesus? And I said, they were misled, misguided, and even to this day, their descendants persecute and curse him in his name. And he says, why is that? And I says, well, because the evil that's within men lives on even after the man dies. And it's like what Abe says, how he has seen that darkness jump from person to person. It keeps going.
Generational curses.
Yeah, it's a generational curse. So,
well, how do you not to interrupt you, but how do you feel about the fact that, because people go, oh, well, God, people like us don't sub to the fact of the blood sacrifice, but to the prophecy that was originally created, right? The prophecy from, the entire Old Testament, that the Lamb will shed the blood and, the whole 9 yards. So, because when you get into Matthew 1, right, whenever he's talking about the begots, right, the begot, and then they go through Joseph and the begot. So what that was playing out was, even through Mary's lineage, that it went back to the prophecies through David. And also, even if you wanted to go through Judeo law, like, it still went back through Joseph. So it's still the thing. That's why there's like the two begots of it. You know what I mean? So how do you feel about that? I mean, I'm just asking.
Here's the thing. Even with all of that in place, even with all of that as part of the scrolls, you have to understand something. Less than 5% of the people who were Judean
knew about it,
could actually read.
Right.
The Romans, it was even lower. The Jews actually read more than the Romans could. The Jews had one advantage. They understood Aramaic, Hebrew, and Latin. They had to because they were being occupied. The Romans only learned bits and pieces of whatever the native language was, because if you were a Roman soldier, and this is why this is important, if you were a Roman soldier, one day you're in Gaul, okay? And you're speaking Gaelic and you're trying to figure things out, and they come to you and they're like, Plinius, you've done such a good job here with the Gauls, but they're not as rowdy as they used to be and they're under control. We're going to send you to Macedonia. And he's like, what? I don't speak Greek. Well, you better learn. You've done such a good job. We're going to make you praetor. Go do what you got to do.
Yeah, it's like sending Breezy to Mexico. I'm like, yeah, bro. I don't know.
Yeah. So then you go there and you do a great job in Macedonia, and they're like, you've done such a good job here keeping the peace. And, you know, you got this cool villa and everything. But now there's civil unrest down in Judea. So we're going to send you down to Judea. And he's like, what the hell's in Judea? I don't want to go to Judea. Too bad. There's a lot of problems down there. Big mess. Have fun. And he's got to pack up and go to Judea because, like the army, Abe was in the army and he had to travel all over the place. He was in Germany. He was in Iraq. He was in Killeen. Killeen, probably arguably the most dangerous one of them all. And so they would send you as a soldier. Yeah, I mean, you go where they tell you. Abe's not going to go, you know what? I don't really want to be in Killeen. Can we talk about this? I'd much rather be over here at this base. You know, I'm going to go to Fort Benning. How about that?
You're going to follow orders.
Orders.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. Orders are orders. So they send the Roman soldier. So he goes to Judea and he doesn't know a thing about that culture. And he's trying to learn. And most of these people, they don't speak a lick of Aramaic nor Hebrew. They don't know what these scrolls are and they don't give a crap. And so they were not interested in crucifying Christ at all. So when anybody tells you that it was a Roman plot, like one of these preachers, that I shouldn't even say his name because he's a very powerful man, especially here in Texas, he lies and he writes books saying that Jesus wasn't the Messiah. He literally says that. And this is an evangelical minister.
The guy with a J.
Says that it was a,
The guy that starts with a J.
Yeah. And he also says that Jesus wasn't the Messiah and that it was a Roman plot to kill him. I say poppycock to that because the Romans had no vested interest in killing any of these people. They didn't give a crap one way or the other. So when they took Jesus before Pontius Pilate, he's just like, look, it's Passover. You want a guy free? We're going to give you an option. You can take Barabbas. This guy who claims he's the Son of God, or you can have this serial killer, rapist, murderer.
Barabbas. Yeah.
Barabbas. And so the crowd, at the behest of the Pharisees, shouted, give us Barabbas, give us Barabbas. So they freed him and they crucified Jesus. And the Romans looked at the ones that beat him after he'd already been beaten and then put the crown of thorns on him and hung him up on the cross. They literally just looked at him as another person, Jewish rabble. They didn't look at him as anything any different than one of these Judeans that might stab them in the dark while they're walking, doing their rounds. So they were just like, yeah, come on, here's another Jew that's causing problems. And so they beat him. And then they whipped him. Now, here's another thing people don't realize. If you read all of the apocryphals, you'll learn these things, right? But this is forbidden knowledge. They don't want you knowing these things. They weren't going to actually whip him. He was already half dead. And they told the Pharisees, they were like, if we continue with this, he's probably going to die and not make it to the cross. And they said, do it. If he dies, he dies. And so the strength of the Holy Spirit kept Jesus upright and alive, and they beat him and they stripped the flesh from him with the cat of nine tails. The cat of nine tails was created by the Assyrians. It was adopted by the Babylonians and then later the Persians and, of course, the Romans, because the Romans and the Greeks, the Greeks intercepted this nice little tool when Alexander invaded Persia, and he saw that, wow, this is a deadly weapon.
Hardcore weapon, yeah.
Tear flesh off of people. And that if you hit someone in the face, the chances of blinding and disfigurement are almost 100%. And so it was actually a weapon. And so the Romans got it from the Greeks, and they used it to whip the back of people. And what they did was they would take shards of different types of minerals and different types of sharp rock, and they would tie it to the ends of a leather strap, and there were 9 straps, and they would whip you, and it would rend the flesh off of you. And they did this to Jesus repeatedly, and then they made him carry his own cross. They hung him up on it, and then they put on the top of it at the behest of these evil Pharisees. They said, "Here lies the King of the Jews." That was not a Roman thing to mock them. That was them. They wanted to show you don't say that you are the Son of God. You do not come into our land and be a Galilean, first of all, because you're not even really a Judean.
From the spot, yeah. You ain't even ganged up.
He was from the north. He was not from Judea. He was actually a Galilean. And they were a tribe that had been destroyed and dispersed by the Assyrians when they were taken into captivity until they were released in 600 and whatever it was BC, 630 BC, and they were freed by Cyrus. And so they hung him up on the cross, and they said, "Here lies the King of the Jews." And it was a mockery to anyone who would dare say that they had the power of God, because to them, their God was not his God. And Jesus says that in Revelations 2:9 and 3:9. He says, "We suffer under those who claim that they are Jews and they are not." And he says, your father is not my father. Right. Your father is Shaitan, and you're of the house of Shaitan.
Satan.
Yep. And he says, my father is the one true living God. And when he passes, that was his thing. He was like, I return to my father, who they will never see. And that is what happened. That is how it went down. The books that were taken out of by the Council of Nicaea, there was a conspiracy there by the Pope, the Black Pope, the Gray Pope.
The Black Pope.
This, people don't know this, and the Jewish Pope. Now people are going to say, what is the Jewish Pope? The Red Pope is actually the Jewish Pope. What people don't understand is that there is a conspiracy to keep the truth hidden. And that particular Pope is a Ashkenazi plant who was there, who actually was the founder of the 6 families. And I'm going to tell you who that was. It was the ancestor of the Rothschild family. That is the Red Pope, because the word Roths is red.
Ross is red.
Yes, yeah. Rothschild is German for
the child of the red.
Yeah. And so whenever you encounter that name, that is a German Jewish name, and that name is the main family of the 6 families, each one of them corresponding to a point on a 6-pointed star, which is the Star of Remphan. I saw somebody the other day saying it was an 8-pointed star with some little goofy whatever. I said, no, it's not. And I didn't argue. I just let it go, believe it or not, because I've just been trying to stay out of it. But the truth is, that's what that is. And the Vatican is a part of it. Now, being Catholic doesn't make you a bad person. Right here, I'm not Catholic, but I have holy water right here. Okay, that's just in case. I'm joking. And then I have the Saint Benedict right here. See, I have it. But it's not about Catholicism. Because if you're a Freemason and you're a 7th level Freemason, you don't know what the hell the 33 Masons are doing. Do you know why they chose 33? Does anybody have any idea? Tell me in the audience if you know why they chose that number.
I'm not the audience, but yeah, I got it. You know, like not to drag you off, but so it's a very well known for the trenches and the what would you call it, the bathroom pieces for the Romans back in the day. It was a big sponge on a stick and then hang it out in the latrine that actually goes through it, and that's how they would wipe themselves. Right. And this is one of the most disturbing and upsetting pieces that when I started getting into it, that irritated me. So they had these big sticks that they would wipe themselves off, and they put it in these trenches in front of these large toiletries. And that's what they had. So now fast forward into the crucifixion of Christ. And whenever he said, I thirst, they took what? A big stick with a big sponge on it and dipped it into wine and fed it to him. Those were the toilet brushes that they actually fed him with. Like, and to me, like, whenever you think about like, okay, like putting a man to his demise, right? We get our, what do you want? A steak meal? You know, what's your last supper, basically? You know, it wasn't even offered to our Lord as we consider it, as I consider it. It was the most grotesque and the most vile thing, and yeah, vinegar. Well, yeah, and yeah, vinegar on the sponge, Lawrence said. But I think it was literally that sponge, like, because they were just, yeah, dude. And it's most fitting because people that are literally about God and Christ himself are gonna be the ones that get treated the worst in the Hassatan's world, because the God of this world is
Satan.
Yeah, it's Satan. So yeah, and he's gonna do what you will as long as you're on this earth. But Christ knew, like, especially during the temptations, you know, go ahead and pick all the riches of the world and go ahead and pick, you know, bread of this world. And he's like, dude, it has nothing to do with this world. So if you have that mentality as an antagonist, the worst you can do is everything bad that you can do in this mortality. And that's as bad as you can do, you know. And you know, I personally, you know, as a parent, I think about when I watch like the Passion of the Christ or anything like that, I think more about the mother feeling for their child. Like how heartbreaking is that? As you know, it's not so big to be as like, I'm a man, I can take any torture that anybody, but watching your son go through it or watching a loved one go through it, that's like literally freaking heartbreaking. Like, yeah.
And that's what happened to Mary. She had to sit there and watch and endure what they did to her son, and what they did to him was a horrific thing. And then the book, the Talmud, I will tell you this. They read from this still to this day. And so the Orthodox Jews still believe that they're under a curse, but it has nothing to do with what they did to Christ. It is because of their sin against God in the ancient times. And, you know, what I look at, though, there is a curse still there in place. I do believe that.
Didn't they come for him when he was a child? They came for him.
Yeah, they tried to kill him as a child. Yeah,
as a child, they came for him because he knew he was.
King the first. Yeah,
he was
the first. Tried to kill all the firstborn
because they knew he was born. They knew he was Christ.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they came for him. So they were coming for him all throughout his life. Basically, he was always in hiding till he grew up, I guess, and showed himself. But I guess there's numerous stories where they kept on coming for him. You know, who were the people that were coming for him?
Yeah, the Pharisees over and over again. And
wicked people, right?
Yeah, they knew when he was born, because the Zoroastrians, the wise men, the three wise men were Zoroastrian. And so whenever they came to give him gifts of frankincense, myrrh, and gold, there were three of them. Each one of them gave him a precious thing. They knew because when he was born, Herod knew, because the signs were there that he was born, and he knew he was the Messiah. And so they were to hunt the children down and to murder them so that they would not fulfill the prophecy.
All the ones that were born on that day.
Yeah, it was all about breaking the prophecy.
That's right.
And you know, go ahead.
Well, not the same thing with Moses. Lawrence says same thing with Moses. No, that is not the same thing with Moses.
The thing with Moses was I know what he's saying.
I know what he's saying, but Moses was that they do. Like Muslims look at Muhammad, they sort of put him up on a pedestal over Christ. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them do. And Jewish people tend to put Moses up on a pedestal over Jesus too. And actually, both of those men actually did put Jesus up on a pedestal, and their followers tend to pretend like that's not correct. Moses knew of the prophecies. He knew of the Messiah. But the problem was, by the time that Jesus was born, they were so far removed as a people from what they were originally supposed to be. It was like night and day. And I think a lot of what was being said, that God said this, God said that, was them rewriting the Old Testament to fit a narrative that they wanted. Yeah. And so that is a whole different thing. And, you know, and what you're talking about, Lawrence, is the death of the firstborn. But that was the Egyptian death of the firstborn by the angel of death. But that to me is a whole different ball of wax. And I don't buy into it exactly the way some people claim that it's happened, or you know, I don't totally, because the translations don't bear out everything that has been brought to us and turned into English, whether it's any one of these books, the Old Testament, whether it's the Kabbalah, the Talmud, whether it's the Quran, whatever, it doesn't translate correctly. It just doesn't. And so there's so many words, just like words in French that don't translate to English, like chateau. We have no word for that. You know, there is no word for that at all. And like in Greek, there's like 5 words for love.
I live in Texas and they have no chateau.
Yeah. No, you know, if you look at Greek, which a lot of the New Testament was translated Byzantine Greek, right? Because that was the Eastern Roman Empire, and that became the Orthodox Roman Empire, and it became the Orthodox Christianity. When you look at the Greek translations and the retranslations, like the Pentateuch, I mean, when you look at just that, it's a totally different retelling. Look at the different Bible, like the way that the Orthodox Bible looks. When they joined the European Union, a friend of mine, we lost Abe. When they joined the European Union, my friend from Romania, Mikhail, told me that one of the things they had to do was take the part out of the Bible of the Orthodox Bible. There you are, Abe. They had to take out the part where it says Pontius Pilate and the Jews crucified Jesus. They had to take that part out where it said that the Jews were a part of it. They had to take it out because they said that it was racially insensitive to accuse them of having murdered Jesus. And it was a problem that it created a lot of strife between Jewish people and Christian people because they were accused of doing whatever. Well, I say this. I'm not saying that all Jewish people are responsible for the murder of Christ. What I'm talking about was the leadership of Judea at that time was directly responsible for the murder of Christ. And I do call it murder because what they did was murder. It was tantamount to murder. And I'm not going to sit up here and say that all people that were of Jewish descent, Ashkenazi being, or Mizrahi, or Sephardic. I'm not saying that they are now responsible, but they do, in particular, the Ashkenazi do follow the Talmud. And now, if you read the Talmud, you better have a strong stomach and be willing to read a lot of blasphemous stuff about Jesus. Now, I personally have read it, and what it says is that he's burning in hell, boiling in feces, that his mother, Mary, was a prostitute, and that he is the product of her mating with a Roman soldier or group of Roman soldiers. Basically, she was had been bred with a bunch of different Romans, and they don't even know who his dad was, that he was a bastard. They call him the one who was hanged. It is a horrible, horrible book, in my opinion, if you were a Christian. And so whenever someone comes to me and tells me, well, this is your brethren and you're supposed to do this and you're supposed to do that, I say, no, they're not, because I am not brethren with people who don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God. But I don't persecute them. And I don't have a book that talks bad about Moses, who is the central figure of their religion. And I don't persecute people who believe that Muhammad is the central figure of their religion. However, I don't want to be associated with someone who practices magic on a regular basis, just like I don't want to be associated with someone who blasphemes Christ by reading from a book in their church. And some of these synagogues actually do that. Now, saying what I'm saying right now, people are going to say, oh, you're being anti-Semitic. Well, I'll say this. The Semitic people are people from all over. It was weird. Are people from all over the Levant. They are Semitic in so many different ways. There are so many different kinds of Semitic people. So no, I am not anti-Semitic. That would mean that I am against Turkish people, that I am against Syrians, that I am against Lebanese, that I am against people from Persia. These are all Semitic peoples. And I am not against the Jewish people or the Jewish faith. They have the right to believe how they want to believe. But there is a subsect of the Ashkenazi, not all of them, but some of them that actually do read the Talmud, and they have no love for Jesus at all or his followers. And they will actively curse you and say really bad, horrible things when you go to Israel.
Right.
They will spit on you.
To me, it was the way I've always uncovered it within my own research was it was more political than it was. You had the Jews that were part of the political scheme, part of the political party, and they weren't even about the word. And then when Christ came in and he said, no, dude, like, what are you doing? Why is there money in the temple? you know, the way, the light, and the life. Why is there money involved in this? Y'all are wrong, you know. And they went, "Hey, you're fucking with our money." Not to catch on your show.
Yeah, but that's what they were doing.
Yeah, that's what they were literally doing. And whenever he became a wall in that, and people understood that, yeah, you're right. This has nothing to do with that. And why is this that point? Then the fate was sealed. You know, they went, all right, you know, we need this dude out of here.
Well, Jesus said money is the root of all evil.
Right, exactly.
It is. Money leads to power. People ask me why these people want money so bad, and it is because it leads to power. Money would be nothing if it didn't give you the power that they want. Yeah. And they created money. Money was not even a real thing. It was trade. When you went to the market, you bartered. Yes, you traded. And so money became all important because they could produce it, they could control it, and they do it now. People, well, we're going to move to a cashless society. Maybe at some point, because there's a catch-22 here, folks. I'm going to tell you this. You got to hear what I'm going to tell you. Yes and no. They want to move you to a cashless society so that they can check and earmark everything you do, watch every transaction, blah, blah, blah. But money is also the Federal Reserve is their personal piggy bank, the powers that be. So they print money out of thin air, and they control it, and they make themselves rich by it.
Right.
So
it used to be a gold standard or a silver standard, and now it's not. It's a debt standard.
Exactly. During the presidency of Nixon, he asked to see the gold in Fort Knox, and they sent him a picture. There was just a two-dimensional picture, and he said, and I'm going to quote Nixon with his voice, "What the hell is this? All I'm seeing is gold. What is this? I'm not a crook. What is this?" And so they were very upset with Nixon for asking that. Then Nixon did two other things that really pissed him off. He said, I want the JFK files reopened, and I want to know about UFOs. That's a true thing. He really did that. What people don't understand is that Nixon kept tapes. They're called the Nixon recordings.
Yeah.
And he kept a lot of them, but there's a lot of them that are missing now. Yeah, because he talked about these things. He talked about the 6 families that control the world. He talked about how there was a conspiracy, and he was like, they took all the damn gold out of Fort Knox. We're broke, and they're just like, this guy's out of control. And Kissinger, who was also an Ashkenazi Jew, he went into Kissinger. Yeah, he flew into action, and he said, we got to get rid of this guy. These guys becoming a problem. So they set him up, and they said, we got to bug the Watergate Hotel. You'll never win. Yeah. He didn't need it. He could have won without it. There was it was ridiculous. So they got him impeached, and they put a doofus in there who Ford, I think, was probably one of the biggest doofuses until we got George Bush Jr. And then
with Ford and Carter, and
Let me tell you about George Bush Jr. Now. I'll tell you, he hosts a ceremony where he invites soldiers from the Iraqi war veterans that were missing limbs because of him and Cheney, right? They sent them over there to die. And then he makes them pay all this money for him to come and speak to them. And he hosts a dinner for wounded war veterans that were wounded because of him. That's what I think of that guy. That's what I think of his family. And I would dare say this last the hit that they put out on Trump, I'm not going to say, but let's just say that his family has a history of being around, people dying along with the other family, the Clintons. The Bushes and the Clintons are very, very, together. And I'm going to say this: a lot of people fall down and die around them. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That they tend to kill themselves. And talking about things like that is pretty much how you end up, getting them to kill yourself. So if you want them to kill yourself, then keep talking about it. That's
me and Monica, we did a whole thing on the Bohemian Grove thing, and had like the people that came in, like, so this one cat, he came in and he had like the guest list, I guess you could say, that went to each camp, and I think it was called the cowboy camp, that was all the Texas cats, and that involved George W. Senior, George W. Junior, whole 9 yards. And it was like, it's very weird whenever you start pulling these cats into categories of how expendable or not expendable that they may be, and how hierarchy they are. So, when I get into it's kind of like put it into rap songs, right? Like when Biggie Smalls in 1983 is like, I'm gonna blow up like the World Trade. It just gets very weird, and I know what most cats are gonna say about that is it was because the lower basements of the World Trade Center were blowing up in 93. But is it not prophetic as far as what's really going to happen and what these people of power are really trying to pull down? I think if they would have dropped the boombastics on the World Trade in 93, if it wouldn't have came by the 2001s, it could have been a very fitting and earlier demise for the way because by 93, right, we were already in Iraq. I think we were already in Desert Shield. Abe, you can probably contest to that.
Yeah, no, and it was 90, and 90 something got deployed at the end of the 90, like in
89
November, December. Then 91 was when the ground war.
That was in February 91. Yeah.
But
February. Then we had Desert Force, and we had Desert Shield. So I think that all has to do something. The way these, I wouldn't call it secret societies, and I wouldn't, but like the way these hierarchies work, same as like what Josh talks about. Like same thing with the Romans and the Greeks and the people that are putting all these plans into places, way before they're meant to be what we understand them as a trail to them. And you're like, look at it, look at history, look at the way it goes. They preset each other into this world of their own archy, and it's not an anarchy, it's their own archy, because they know what the F they're doing.
It's like monarchy, it's like
right,
and all the archy. I know what you're saying. Oligarchy, Yeah. And what someone says here, so I read all the presidents are related one way or another. Any truth to this? There are two presidents that are not related to King John in 1215 that signed the Magna Carta. I don't know if people know what that is. If anybody's smart in the audience, you can say what the Magna Carta is, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Martin Van Buren is the only one. Van Buren. And I'll explain this to you, folks. Do you know what the prefix van is? It's Dutch. If it's von, V-O-N, that's Germanic. If it's van, V-A-N, that's Dutch. Now you have Dutch and Deutsch. German is actually not German. Germanic, and the word Germany, Germanic, none of that was in existence until the last 300 or 400 years. There was no Germany. The Romans did not call it, they called it Germania. And that was not, they never said Germany. It was not, and they weren't called Germans either. They were Visigoths.
That's what it's called, in Spanish, it's called Alemania with an A.
Yeah. And whenever you go back and you look, Martin Van Buren was the only president up until Dwight D. Eisenhower. Now, Eisenhower was of German descent. He was the only president that was not descended from King John of England, who signed the Magna Carta in 1215 after Martin Van Buren. Then there was Trump. So now there are three. There have only been three presidents that were not related to. Now, here's the funny thing. Martin Van Buren and Dwight D. Eisenhower are related to the other 44 presidents. Trump is not blood related to them at all. None of them. That is the problem. He was never supposed to be. But get this, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, both related to the presidents. Also, Obama, he was related to all of these other presidents. And believe it or not, so is Kamala Harris. And the only one who's not related to the others in some form or another is Donald Trump. That is the truth, and I'll argue with anybody to tell me that because I studied the genealogy. You know how you find these things out? I'm going to give you a little secret. Ask the Mormons, because the Mormons actually keep track
of the most genealogy
records of this. They can tell you whether or not you're really native or not, too. Yeah. The sneaky Mormons, be careful. They know what you ate for breakfast. I have a lot of friends that are Mormon. I'm not personally a Mormon, but it helps to know people from all cultures. I am friends with people that are Sikhs. One of my really good friends is a jeweler, and he's a Sikh. And I seek him out, joking, when I need jewelry knowledge. And then one of my other friends is Pakistani, and he's actually a Sunni Muslim. But we have conversations, and I'll argue with them back and forth in a friendly way. And I'll tell them, inshallah, but Allah to me, I say, is not Allah. You is different God. And I tell them that he is the moon god of the 249 pantheon gods of the Arabic peoples. And they're like, no, my friend. I said, well, then why does the Muslim flag, which is really the Ottomans, they were the ones that kind of founded the empire. And it has the crescent moon on there. Here's another little tidbit. During the siege of Vienna, we got one good thing besides Christian Europe not being overrun by Islam. One good thing came out of it. The croissant. A French baker actually made that in commemoration of the defeat of the Muslim Turkish army at the hands of the Viennese army that really was comprised of Dutch, Swiss pikemen, and of course, Spanish cavalry. The Spaniards were the heroes in a lot of these wars because they knew how to fight and defeat the Muslims because they had been fighting them for centuries in the Iberian Peninsula. And in fact, the word Spaniard is a French word that Francis Martel actually coined that word, and it means Spanish bastard. Bastard being a French word, you bastard. and it means the fatherless one. When questioned why he called them his biggest allies at that time, he says, because they are a people who were robbed of their identity all the way back to the Roman times. The Iberian Celts were interbred with the Romans, and then later they were interbred with the Moors, the Berbers, Arabs, the Muslims who settled, and eventually they threw off the hegemony of the sultans, and they defeated them, drove them out of their land, and of course the Inquisition, which took place, was like, you're either a Christian or you die. And of course Constantine had done the same thing. He drowned thousands of people in the ocean, but he did them a favor by skewering them first, and hopefully they died, and then threw them in the ocean. It was very brutal. But
with the ocean,
had been killing Christians for centuries. And so he was like, enough of this. We're going to put an end to it. So in the 300s, he decided that everyone needed to be a Christian or they should just die. Now, this has happened many times throughout history. Pagans have done it. Christians have done it. Muslims have done it. Jewish people have done it. And everybody always says that they were treated the worst. And everybody says that they were the ones that were mistreated. Well, whenever someone does something to you, and if you are a Christian, and you don't have to be a Christian to watch this show, but I say this, remember what Jesus says. He says, remember, they hated me first. The world persecuted me and hated me first. So when you suffer under those that claim that they are godly and they're not, you just have to think, hey, look at what Jesus went through. The best he could hope for was to get vinegar from a toilet brush, as you said, Joe. And this is what really happened. And I can talk history all day long. Everybody knows I'm very long-winded, and I can sit here and tell you all that needs to be said about history. That's why Brother Abe was like, I'm going to go to Josh's show, but first I need to get out what I have to say, because he's going to get out and he's going to talk.
No.
But Abe already knew.
No,
Abe was like, I'm going to say what I got to say now, because I know this dude, he's going to say stuff, you know.
I just had to say what I had to say, just so when I do a recap, or, you know, I could go back to it. You know, when you have something in your mind and then you're trying to think what you're trying to say, and sometimes you forget, you know. So it's like I had to let it out, you know. So like that, it's there. I can rewatch it. You know, when you get something that you remember from the past and it makes sense, you just you have to put it out there or write it write what you're thinking, because, you know, sometimes when spiritually, you know, when you feel you have to let something out, you let it out, but sometimes there's other forces around that's trying to get you to forget. So something else could happen, you know, like what happened to me today with my computer, and, you know, it's trying to make me lose focus of what I had to say, but I still said it. I went through Restream, and I had a lot of viewers, but then it's like I couldn't think straight because I was seeing a little picture of me in there, and I said, okay, I'm going to go to YouTube. So I went to YouTube and I did it there. But yeah, sometimes things happen in that manner because there's something else bigger that's going to happen. And the bigger thing that happened is which is, you know, doing your show here live for the paratroopers, which I believe that's what it was supposed to be. That's why I did the show fast and I came over here, because this what we're talking about right now is very important.
Yeah, no,
bigger than what I had to say.
No, what you had to say is just as important. I
mean, no, but this is dealing with the Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ. So all this, you know, I'm telling you, I was getting all kinds of chills and vibes on me, is because this was what's supposed to happen.
It's supposed to happen, yeah.
Yes.
No, I hit Monica up earlier tonight with how I know the Earth is flat, and she was like, "You're full of crap."
Well,
but even that, brother,
whether it's flat or not, it's not like Mr. Nerman said. He said it's 1 million miles long, and I'm like, no, it's not.
Nah,
but even this, brother Judgment, or us uniting here is showing these people that have hatred in their hearts. That it's never too late to change. You know, they can change their ways. You know, they can repent for their sins. That's God of forgiveness, but it's got to be a personal change. You know, coming at us in a negative way is not help. It's not harming me because I'm attending my love foundation. Brother John doing his thing. Joe Breeze is doing his own thing. The only thing that's happening is they're maintaining the hatred and anger, and they're making a fool out of themselves. You know,
well,
I'm just
see,
saying.
yeah, that's kind of where I get at it is because, you know, like I was talking to Monica earlier on our show. I know it's very far-sighted to kick anything that we talk out of bed, right? So it's like, if you're gonna go, no, aliens ain't real, but Bigfoot is, or you know, but one of the big things I believe in is the Bible as I understand it. I believe in Christ as the way he understood what his creator, his father actually was. Those I'll die on that hill. You know, I don't bend on those. But everything in between, like, you know, whether it is anything that we believe, I think that we're all out there searching for a truth. We're searching for, you know, and I think that everything that we've been indoctrined into and that we've been programmed into is full of crap, you know, and I don't buy any of that. I don't buy any of the things that the government has been putting into our brains and
Into our body with the I didn't take the COVID shot, but
yeah, I'm just not about it. That's just me personally. And if anybody they want to, you know, argue with it or, you know, objectify against it, fine, that's cool, because we all need to have that back and forth within ourselves to go, no, well, see, I see it this way, you seen it this way, blah blah blah, and those arguments are healthy whenever you become a formidable goat and you're just like, okay, I'll just follow everything you say, then that's jackass bullshit, you know.
And some people don't understand, you know, like me, when I go out there, I pray up, and because they surface up because I'm attending the Love Foundation. What people don't understand is this, that of the times that I've been in hot situations where I'm being overwhelmed by these unseen forces or whatever you want to call them, you know, the other side of the balance, that I do something that the Heavenly Father would do. And that's,
right.
You know, they knew who he was, you know, because the Legion, right, used to be in the heavens, so they knew who he was.
Yeah, the
So
houses time.
when they surface up, all I have to say is a tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, and they flee. So they know, they flee in the, when you call Jesus Christ, because they know who he is. So just by that itself, you know, whoever is going through something spiritually, or you get in a situation that you don't understand, put it to the spiritual test in true faith, and say that and see what happens. And I've seen things disappear, you know, like I'm seeing things that are out of the ordinary. Normally, when the things will happen, I didn't have a camera with me, right? Because it's nighttime. So I will put it to the spiritual test. What we're supposed to do is maintain our faith, place Jesus Christ first. Either you say the deliverance prayer, or you call upon the heavenly angels to come and assist you. But if you have to, because what you're facing is something that you cannot understand, but it's spiritually something their senses are getting triggered, that it's still letting you know it's something very evil. You say, "I'll type on it because Jesus Christ's name," and if it disappears, smells like sulfur, you already know what it was.
Yeah, no, I absolutely believe that.
Yeah.
When you call on Christ, it overrules any deception from the world that you live in or the things that you've been taught, because he wasn't about that. You know, he was about the creator, you know,
Yes.
the pure creator. And it wouldn't you know, and I'm not trying to talk to anybody else and trying to preach about it, but because my beliefs are my own, but I don't believe it talked into these gods, and even in the Bible, that want human sacrifices, 1/3 of the gold, 1/3 of no human characteristics. That's not the God that I believe that is the creator of the entire universe.
You said 1/3. You said 1/3, right? And guess what's 1/3?
The
What
Father.
fell?
Yeah.
1/3. That's what fell.
Cool.
So
Yeah.
that's what you just.
That's why it's 33, because Jesus died.
Yeah.
I got to say something. First, I wanted to answer someone's question. They were talking about.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get something real quick. Go ahead, brother.
The Romanovs,
bro, it's cool.
The Romanovs were related to the English monarchy, because all of the monarchies of Europe, and including even the sultans of Turkey, were all related.
Right.
The ruling class, you might be from the Netherlands, you might be Dutch, and you would end up being like the Queen of France, you know? Right. Like there's a show right now called The Serpent Queen. And of course she was Medici, you know, which is, you know, Italian. And she was an Italian, I'm not going to give the show away, whatever, go check it out, it's a good show. And she became the ruler of France, the Queen of France. She was Italian. The same thing happens with the Pope, the Spanish Pope, you know, the Borgia. He was a Borgia. These people, most of the rulers of these other countries were not actually from the countries. They were not from the. Right. They might be the ruler from They're not from there. So that's typical of these rulers, and they were all intermarried and interrelated and whatever. And they all originate from another place. Somebody said something about the ice wall. Do I believe in the ice wall? Actually, yes, I do. And I could give you a whole bunch of stuff about that, but that would be an entire show. Now, somebody else here says that when they call upon Jesus, it gets worse. And I don't know about that. I don't agree with that.
Oh, I mean, it
would irritate these beings, but I also wanted to comment on what Abe said. He said that the reason that and I disagree with this. He says that the reason that they knew who Jesus was because they were in the heavens. I don't agree with that. The demons were not in heaven. They were on earth. They've been here on earth. They are the descendants of the fallen. So they were
the 1/3 were angels at one time.
Yeah,
because they got casted from the heavens.
Yeah, but that's not who the demons are. See now.
Oh no, the Nephilim. But I'm talking about the 1/3, the angels that fell with Lucifer.
Yeah, but that's not who was cast into the pigs.
Right. That and they were not in heaven. They were on earth.
Yeah, they were always on earth, and they've been evil spirits upon the earth for all time, like it says in the book of Enoch.
Yeah.
Now there's two different things going on there. There's a lot to unravel.
You got me hungry, brother.
I'll tell you, I was eating those low carb cookies. They're really good. They're keto. They're really delicious, but they have a little bit of an aftertaste. So, you know, I like to drink these 1877s. They give you a little bit of like soda, but there's no sugar. So
because wasn't there a division in heaven when they were fighting in heaven?
Well,
and
the war in heaven. Well, let's talk about that for a
That
second.
wasn't even a war, though.
It wasn't a
just
war. It was a rebellion, and it ended quickly. And the archangel Michael kicked Lucifer off the seat of God. Now, what ended up happening? I'll tell you this: a third of the angels fell with Lucifer, and they fell onto earth. And Jesus says in the New Testament that he beheld Satan; that he did fall to the earth like lightning, which is a connection between who Lucifer was and Satan. It is a title, but it's also a race of beings, as Joe has pointed out many times, the Shaitan, the Hashatan. And like he's said this before. Yeah. And so whenever you stop and you look, who were the watchers now? Who were the 200 that came down to earth? Well, as Brother Abe said earlier on his show, their job was to oversee and watch over us. What ends up happening? Well, they become lustful, and the women that they bred with became the harpies. And of course, Lilith is kind of lumped in there with it, but then it gets convoluted. You start to kind of look at it, and the Talmud, the Kabbalah says something else about it, which is another one of those Jewish books that we don't know 100% like which one is which and what tells you exactly, but it depends on which sect of Judaism you follow or believe. That is the question. And then, of course, you have ancient Hebrew, cuneiform Hebrew, you have modern Hebrew, you have Aramaic, and you have all these other types of languages. Then you have the Book of Job, which is actually was written in an ancient form of Arabic, and so which is also now a dead language. That particular language is no longer there, but it was a precursor to Arabic. Now there are tons of different dialects of all of these. So who is saying what and what is correct? To sit there and put yourself pigeonholed into one little thing and say a book this big has all the answers to the universe. And there are preachers who will go 30, 40 years and they only preach from that book. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you right now, they're doing their selves and they're doing their congregation a disservice, because you are preaching from what the Council of Nicaea gave you, which I said before, the gray, the black, and the red pope were all involved in the miscegenation and the desecration of our religion. That's why the orders of like the Benedictines, like that's what this is. They evolved and grew and sprang up and said, hey, we're not going to follow this particular pope because he's too close to the red pope. Or this particular pope is too close to the black pope. And so you have 4 popes. People don't realize that. 4 popes and no hope. That's a joke there, but that's the truth.
Right. Yeah.
And so they have controlled the information, and they have literally kept us all ignorant and very dumb. And therein lies the problem. That's why we don't understand and we don't know. And when we try to bring out the information, the NPCs come out like flying monkeys from the Wizard of Oz, and they attack, and they don't even know why. Like this guy out in the LBL, like I wake up one day to being attacked for, being the Hammer of Austin. Who the hell is that? Like, I don't even know who this is. But all it was a made up, as far as I'm concerned, and I don't know 100%, but
that's what it was. They made it up just to beef.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, but what my perspective on it is just actually, okay, we've been taught in doctrine our entire lives, right? Since elementary school, since the whole 9 yards, we've been programmed. We've been watching television programs which are programming us, putting us on channels, and those channels take us to our program. Look outside of your life and stare up at the world and go ahead and see what it is for what it is. Because it's not what they freaking told us. And to me, I think it's crap. You know, like I was talking to Monica on the show earlier. I could see the sun, I could see the moon, you know, and there's nothing in between it, but yet it's a crescent moon. There's nothing in between that and us. So I'm not saying it's flat. I'm not saying the heliocentric model is fake. I'm just saying that question everything that's around you. And if you can see with your eyes and not with what you've learned, you know, then you can understand it. Like, same with Christ, same with everything. If you can see that he was, you know, considered illegal or a unlawful person, which, and on your left hand you go, he did nothing wrong, then it's all BS, dude. And you know, warrant your own vision as far as, and this goes as far as even your friends are concerned. You know, if your friend acts like some way, but you can see he's a different way, you know what it is, you know, and stop following the politicians, stop following the population about it, and just know who your people are. Know what your God is. Know what your surrounding is and your environment is. It's you know, that's where I'm at. I don't care about the haters on my YouTubes or nothing like that, because to me that's not freaking real. You know, we have our loved ones, we have our true people that actually believe in us and care about us. Some dude in Australia who can give me a sub that doesn't know nothing about me or nothing about nothing, or Abe's channel or Wolf's channel, or so what, man? Peace.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
If
But
you
anyway, yeah, I'm gonna just let that go. Any of y'all of Central Texas, yo, so Abe,
Yes.
you're in Temple area, right?
Yeah.
So October 5th and 6th, we're gonna be out at the Temple Mall.
Temple
Doing,
Mall, okay.
yeah, we're gonna be doing the Mallpalooza. And I can't never get these right. Josh, man, tomorrow, we're gonna have what's the chick's name? Diana Harris. She's gonna be out there. We're gonna be
At the Temple
partying.
Mall?
Oh, so yeah, at the Temple Mall, it's gonna be. We're gonna have the dude that played Jason and Jason versus Freddy, as well as Jason Ends. We're gonna be doing a live out there, kicking it.
At what
And
time frame?
after that, we're probably gonna go out and shoot pool and just
All
hang
right.
out. Josh and anybody who's in Central Texas, tomorrow we're gonna be doing an event out at the gas station and having fun. So yeah, I suggest anybody out there in the chat or whatever, we're gonna have a good old time, man.
So when you coming to Temple when again, brother?
October 5th and 6th.
October 5th. Okay.
Yeah. And we're gonna do a VIP and have fun.
All right.
Have a blast. But I'm gonna let y'all get on this. I gotta wake up and do the event tomorrow at the gas station. So anybody out there, and obviously I'm getting toasted, so I don't want to.
Couldn't tell.
Yeah, no, yeah. I don't want to act a fool, and but yeah, y'all should all have fun and come kick it. It'll be great.
Okay.
And so, on that note, thank you, Josh, and thank you, Abe, for having me on, and love y'all for sure. And
love, light, and blessings, brother.
We'll see you.
And fuck
we'll talk again for sure, man.
Yeah.
Call me tomorrow.
No doubt. Yes, sir. I got you, bro.
All right, man. I'll see you.
Peace.
Oh. He was going to say something else. So Joe Breezy, everyone, folks. Yeah, he was drinking a little bit there, but at least he could keep it together a little better than the Bavoso that came onto your channel. That dude's like, rewind the tape. I'm like, there is no tape to rewind, you.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say that. And then you could easily just go back and be like, yeah, you did. I mean, like, what are you talking about?
I was messing with him, man. I was messing with him like I used to mess with my soldiers, playing mind games with them, making them think that I was falling into the BS, but I was just I was getting more info out of him, in which he spilled a lot of things. He said who was affiliated with him. That was my goal, you know. He thought he was going to get up. I'm going to get up. I was just laughing, man, within myself.
Stop you for just a second there, Abe. Who exactly are you, Illing Reality? Do you want to come on and talk? Come on and talk, and we can exchange information here. I'd love to know who you are. You've been making some snippy remarks, so if you want to come on and talk with me, let's see what you're made of. Let's see what you got.
It's probably one of them losers, man.
Mm-hmm. Because I'd love to get one of them into my arena. I don't think he is. I think he's just somebody that's here that didn't like what was being said. But I wish that Mr. Crumley, or Indiana Jones as he is now calling himself. I'm going to read you something. This is their big hero here. I can't resist. It was so asinine, but it was funny at the same time. I couldn't believe it. If you go to my Facebook and you can see here, this is what he says here. This is what Mr. Crumley says. He says, the problem with some people is that they want to be me in capital letters, but they never will because they don't have the guts to do what I do. I can just imagine how they would react if a snake dropped down from a tree and landed on their heads in the night. Laugh out loud. They would run screaming from the woods like little girls. There's only one, Barton, and there will never be another. Screenshot that. And so we did it, and we posted it. That is one of the most ridiculous things. This is the type of the stuff that I'm talking about, folks. These are the people. Now, what I want to say to him, and I hope he watches this, you're fighting a war for Larry and Mike and Roger. Okay? Your friends basically played you and got you involved in something that you have no business doing. I wake up to being accused of being the Hammer of Austin or whatever the hell you call yourselves, or whatever y'all call me, and saying that I called you all gay and all this other stuff. I never said any of those things, and that was not me. Okay? He keeps saying that I called them that. I never said that. Okay? They said that I said that, and then they turned they turned a rumor into me going into some place called the Iron Bear, which is on 6th Street. I didn't even know the place existed until they started talking about it. And apparently him and his wife had been here, and they took pictures of some people that were trans, I guess, or were dressed, somehow when they came out of that place. And so he gave that name to the liar of the LBL. Well, they're both liars, but the big story liar, the one that says, well, golly gee, I came out there and I was with some Amish people and some, monkey dog, foot people, whatever, attacked us, Lucian dog monkey people, and ripped people apart and threw somebody into a tree, golly gee, and I ran and I hid underneath the transmission and boy, it was hot and blah, blah, blah. Okay, that goofball, okay? And apparently, like them two have been like having some kind of on again, off again affair of fighting and then friends, fighting and then friends. And now they're buddies again because they're going after the ultimate evil, which is me. And so that's what's happening. And so I'm just here to tell you that they're playing you and they're not even doing anything now. They're just sitting back watching you fight because you were stupid enough to fall into their little ruse and do their dirty work for them. As soon as Barton, the Spartan, got to work on me with his magic Thundercat sword, which apparently slays saber-toothed lion cats, he got to work, and then they just ran and hid and started eating popcorn and watching. And so you're being very foolish, and every time you make these statements, it just makes you look more stupid. And I can say this: I mean, if you would shut up, sit down, and leave us alone, everybody would do the same for you. But you can't do that because he, unlike him, I've been getting arrows fired at me for months now, and the last month has been every day they've attacked, and it's been mostly their disciples, their listeners, or whatever. They got them all riled up, and so I get nasty messages all the time telling me what a evil piece of shit I am, and blah blah blah. And I just ignore it. I'm just like, whatever, man. I don't even hardly respond. I just take what they say and I repost it and said, here it is. Here's more evidence, more screenshots. But if you say anything about Indiana Bones over there, he gets mad. He starts flipping out and he wants to attack and fight. You can't take it, Farton. Anytime somebody says any little thing, you have to attack them and fight them. And run out there like a crazy person and jump around and act a fool. Put down the pipe, man. Yep. Put down the pipe and start living in reality with the rest of us and stop acting like a crazy person. Put on your pants before you leave the house, and you'll be okay.
He's talking about afraid of snakes. I'm a combat veteran, and I defeated the Medina Republican Guard when I was in 135 Armor. I don't think you'll be able to handle what I went through, Barton, when I was 19 years old. Talking about snakes. I used to kill snakes when I was a little kid, man. I killed diamondbacks, copperheads, water moccasins.
I used to shoot them with my snake charmer.
I'm not afraid of snakes.
And find them. Yeah.
It's ridiculous, And I sure as hell don't want to be you, bro. I'm my own person. So Brother Josh is his own person. Nobody's trying to copy. Yeah, we make fun of you. I got a sword right here. I can put on a hat, pretend to be you because you keep on sending people away, like they're jackasses. People that said they want to do something with me, that'll be the last mistake, and they won't make it for Christmas. That's all I got to tell you. Last year was the last Christmas if you decide to come to Temple, Texas, and try to do something because I'm not going to be playing no games with anybody. But no, it's the other way around, man. You're targeting people because you didn't get what you wanted. You wanted viewership. You wanted subscribers.
That's what it was.
You wanted viewers, subscriberships for your habit, what you got. And you're not getting that, and you're pissed off because everything you've done is not working. And of course your wife is going to back you up because she's addicted the same way you're addicted. That's the only reason she's backing you up. She gotta back you up because she's an addict, just like you are, bro. And that's the truth. That's the only reason she's backing you up. Because y'all on the same shit. That's the truth, bro. That's what it is.
I don't know whether that's true or not. I don't know.
No, that's what it is. I know so. That's what it is. I mean, You went up with some missing. That's what it is. They're on that shit, and freaking, like I said, if you want to see what kind of man I am,
He wears sunglasses.
come visit me, man. Come visit me.
Take the sunglasses off.
We can settle it. I try to settle it a peaceful way because I got messages when we spoke afterwards, right? He said that maybe one day we can become brothers again, blah blah blah. And then he told me, don't call you a brother just because I don't want to be part of you and your narrative. Nah, it's kind of like that. I'm not afraid of you. I've never been afraid of you or whoever you try to send. I'm just doing my show with my Love Foundation and continue to do it. But if I have to get out of the way I am as a person, I will.
Okay,
I got to protect this vessel.
Yeah, protect you. We've talked about that. Dutch man here says, sorry and no disrespect, but for the co-host, is that Santeria beads on your neck? He wants to know.
No, this is not no Santeria beads, man. This is agate.
Yeah, those are stones. I have some very similar to that.
Minerals, man.
I have some that are very similar to that. I should get them.
And I got black tourmaline and selenite to protect me against negative energies or assholes like those individuals that do witchcraft. They're part of a cult. That's what I protect myself from.
They're all doing that because there's been so much weird stuff that has come our way since this whole thing started.
But I just want to set something straight here. For the guy that said that you want a piece of me, I'm just letting you know right now, man. You come to Temple, Texas in a disrespectful way, I'm going to handle you accordingly like I used to handle the people in the past. And I will not have no compassion or mercy on you, bro. If you come at me drunk, that's the worst thing you can do. Because you're setting up yourself for failure. Well, just like you were drunk that day.
And another thing too, Farton said that we were there with him and we had the opportunity to do whatever it was we were going to do. And now we're Billy badasses because we're 1,000 miles away. Okay. First of all, Farton, at the time that we were together, when he came to visit, we were not enemies.
I even took a picture with him because we was an enemy. We're there.
All of a sudden, he's acting like we're scared of him because in his mind, he's Conan, Tarzan, and Indiana Jones. Okay.
Nobody's afraid of you, Barton. Nobody's afraid of you, man.
Ain't nobody afraid of you.
Or the fellas you're with. Like I've been saying from a long time ago, I don't got a problem with me with anybody, but if you've got a problem with me, we can settle it. I don't hide for nobody.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. And these people, they look for every little thing they can nitpick about me, so they can attack me, and they've been doing it to you too. And that being said, I'm not going to let these people take over my life and my show and dominate the conversation. So let's move on and talk about something else.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's true, Maddie. Dark Waters did absolutely laugh at Barton when he started in on him. He just thought he was a big joke and kind of punched him aside. And that was the only thing he did ever to defend me. He claims he was always defending me. I've never heard him defend me against anyone. When Roger attacked me, he did nothing. When Larry attacked me, in fact, I believe he encouraged it. So, I just how I look at him. He's not a friend. He's never was my friend. He called my wife a bitch, and he said the same thing about Krista Tweedy from Blondes and Booze. He spouted off all the things that Oyster Mouth Mike was saying, that we were involved in kidnapping this kid or whatever. Dude, CPS took that kid away. It had nothing to do with us. Okay. And I'm sick and tired of the rumors and the lies and all the bullshit. And, I just think that it's ridiculous. So getting back to what we do here at PRT, we're not going to bring it on the show. That's it. We're not going to that's it. We're done with it. Because it's not going to do me. Drama does not do good on our show. It is not what gets people to come. These crazy people who say that we're into the drama and all that. No, hell no. Because that kills our channel. It doesn't do anything for us. People come to this show because they want to learn and they want to hear about people's encounters. And that's why they come to this show. And so I'm going to probably come on the show. I'm going to probably on Sunday, tentatively, and I'm going to do a show, and it's going to be probably going to be retelling some stories about what I think is the boogeyman. I know it sounds kind of silly to call it El Cucuy or El Cucu. And so a lot of people around the world have their own versions of what they think is the boogeyman. But what really is the boogeyman? For me, the boogeyman is anybody who wants me to pay a bill, like the gas company or the IRS. I'm joking. I'm kidding. That's the real boogeyman right there. That's the person that's going to take all your money. But but that's why we have the Patreon, folks. And now I'm going to tell you, the Patreon is still up and active. We lost a lot of Patreon members. We really did. A lot of them left because they said, hey, Paranormal Roundtable is gone. But we're not gone. We're still here. We came back. And like I said, today was weird. It was really weird. I promise you, I did not wake up today and think, oh, I'm going to be back on the air tonight. I did not think that. I thought it was just going to be, I was going to go on Abe's show.
Yeah, that's what was the plan, for you to come on the show.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link, and then it just everything on my computer. I don't know what happened, man. It's just like they don't want to do nothing. I could hear people speaking, but I couldn't speak from my end. So I tried to go through my phone and send the links out, and nothing worked. So I went to YouTube and did a quick show, and then I came here off my phone.
And Abe, you have been a true friend, night after night, carrying the torch, a beacon of light for others to rally around. And you stayed in the fight. I bowed out and I stepped away from it because I was just tired of it. But Nelly has continued to battle in PRT News. A lot of my friends came to fight and battle and get these people off of us. My shout out to many of my friends and family that stepped up and told the truth when people asked. Some of my friends were former MMA fighters, and they were saying, look, Turner's a real dude, man. He's not no fake BS guy. And the things he talks about are real. And I appreciate people like Scorpion stepping up and talking about, it took a lot for him to talk about his gambling addiction that he had and how I helped him. And I'm not going to pat myself on the back and be like, I'm a hero, whatever, but I did help through the power that God allows you to have. Nobody does it on their own, to deliver him from a very bad guy who was a loan shark and who was a bookmaker. And Scorpion was in trouble with this guy. And this guy came and told me, hey, he's your friend. He goes, you want to pay his debt? Because if not, we're going to kill him. And I just kind of laughed. And I said, well, if you're going to kill my friend, you better pack a lunch because it's going to be a long night. And he's like, what does that mean? I said, how much time do you have? And before it was all said and done, I put his head through the windshield of a Pathfinder. That's a true story. And I'm not bragging and saying, oh, I'm a big badass. But I did that because you're not going to hurt my friend. And he told the story of how I helped him, and he put it on PRT News. And he said, look, this is a long time coming, and I'm going to tell you, this is how we became friends. The point was that he did that unprompted to speak to my character, these people that were attacking me and trying to say that I'm full of crap and that I'm actually a bad guy and that I'm evil and this and that. No, I'm not evil, because if I was evil, I wouldn't have given my syndication to Blondes and Booze. If I was evil, I wouldn't have said, hey, don't give us any donations. If I was money hungry, it would have been all about the money. I'm not begging for money. People aren't making a bunch of donations, and I don't care. I'm not sitting up here doing this because I want money or I need money. Does it help when people join the Patreon and support PRT? Of course it does. And do we give them something in turn? Yes, we do. We give them something that does not go behind a paywall, and we give them swag bags that are full of PRT merch. And so if you join the Patreon, like I said before, you can join, and you will be given a swag bag in 2 months after 60 days, whether it's $10, $20, $30, $40, or $50. And each tier you get a better swag bag. And I've said that before. And we love to give away merch. And then if you join and you buy a membership, then you can do it now if you want. It's like $5 a month or something. And on Sunday, when we do the show on Sunday, we will do a giveaway, and we're going to start doing that again every Sunday. So I'm at least going to do the show on Sundays. I don't know that I'll do other nights, but I'm going to tell you I'm more than likely going to do the show on Sundays. And so I want everybody to know that that's going to happen. So you can at least expect us to be doing Sunday evenings. I can't tell you that I'll do it any other night. I might jump on with Brother Abe and hang out with him.
Yeah.
Crazy Jesse.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I'll be doing a show. I might not, or Abe can jump on with me and we can do one night or something. But I don't think it's going to be a schedule. The only thing I can tell you is that Sunday I'll be on Sunday. And I'm going to do, even while I'm trying to move and do what I got to do, I'll still try to make it for Sunday so that we can talk about some stuff. I'll be in the studio for that. So here's the thing I want people to understand. As much as we've been attacked and as much as we've been hurt, I still forgive these people. I understand that a lot of them are being deceived, and then those people that were deceived other people, and it spreads like a virus. So I don't hate you. I did tell a couple people that if they were going to associate with that other side, that I didn't have any desire to associate with them. And so they ran over there and said, "Oh, he gave me an ultimatum." And no, I didn't give you an ultimatum. I told you very clearly that if you're going to associate with those people who they're liars, they're frauds, and they're grifters, that I don't want anything to do with you, okay? Until you make a decision to do what's right and not be a part of what they're doing, because what they're doing is grifting. What they're doing is basically being fraudulent, and their behavior is not becoming of Christians. And now, if you're going to call yourself, and you don't have to be a Christian to be my friend, but if you're going to call yourself any faith, any religious faith, then practice that faith and show that the good side of that faith.
Yes,
don't
I agree.
Be, a reprobate and say the most horrible, obscene things, and then go, "Oh, but I'm a good Christian man." I call BS on that, because if that's the case, you wouldn't be doing and saying the things you're doing. It's all there in PRT News, folks. Go look. Go read it. Anybody with half a brain can see that we're not the ones that started this. We're not the ones that have kept this going. PRT has been plagued from the beginning, from its inception, because I have been upfront with people. I refuse to play ball with frauds, liars, hoaxers, and grifters. And I have called them all out on their BS and their lies and their chicanery. One of them even bragged about how he sent me a fake story and that I retold it. Well, what does that tell you about yourself? That should tell you more about you than it does about me. So you are happy that you conned me. And then he says that I claim that I talked to this guy on the phone. If I did talk to you on the phone, then I would have said I talked to you on the phone. If I didn't talk to you on the phone, then I would never have said that. Now that is a lie. And I also hazard to guess that this guy's probably lying all the way around. I'm pretty good about figuring out like whether or not a person's story is something that they themselves believe. Now, I'm not saying that every story that I retell is 100% true, because I don't know that. But I can tell you this: if I feel anything at all that the person that is telling me the story is being dishonest, then I don't tell it. And I've had some people come at me. There's a few of them in their camp that are angry because I did not take their story.
Yeah.
One of them is that girl, Jessica. She's mad because I did not believe her Dobby house elf Harry Potter story. She tells me that she saw Dobby the house elf, and then I said, "Are you a big Harry Potter fan?" "Oh, I'm a huge Harry Potter fan." "So that's why you saw Dobby." But then you couldn't, you draw a picture of what you saw. It was the identical thing. So how am I supposed to take that? And she's laughing while she's telling me this. How am I supposed to take that and go, "Oh, I believe you. You really did see that"? Now, This is the craziest bunch of crap I've ever seen. And then this other girl that was at the conference groped my wife. She groped Bettina. She groped several people right there in front of all of us. Barton saw it, and this girl saw it. But then when it came time to say, hey, did you see this or not see this? They changed this and said no. You know why? Because they were friends with Mike from Oklahoma, and they chose to be infiltrators, like you said. You saw it and called it from the beginning. Yeah. And you knew it was coming. And then what did they do? 2 weeks after the conference, or a week after the conference, whatever, they attacked us. Now here we are, a year later. We've been bogged down in a war, and we've still managed to produce content. And they're like, they're still getting subs even after they stop making shows. And then they go run to Social Blade and look. Please do. Please go to Social Blade and look. Now, let me explain to you, Mr. Indiana Jones of the LBL. Social Blade, this is how it works. It shows you your subs in clumps of 100. This is why I believe he is buying subs, and I'll tell you why. Because if he really thought that was what caused, like he really believes that that's what causes you to, because he doesn't know how it works, to be a fraud, that it shows that you are buying subs. It says the same thing about him, except he says that that's proof that you're buying subs. How does he know this? Because he's doing it, right? But that's not how it works. It does it to everybody. I've shown everybody the chart and graph on your show, and I'll show it to them again. I'll show it to you right now, 100%. The analytics right here. These are our subscriber numbers. That's our subscriber count. You see that steady pattern there, folks? That's 515 subscribers per month on average. 515. Do you see the graph? It's like this. It's like a heartbeat. Beep, 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 beep. Smooth, symmetrical, damn near perfect, right? Now, when you go to their analytics, ask the LBL King to show me his analytics, and it's probably going to be like this and all over the damn place, and it looks like somebody who's going into a cardiac arrest or it's having, whatever, heart problems, it's ridiculous. I had this condition at one point, like after I had, what is it called? What was that type of COVID that everybody had? And I got it, and it caused a lot of people to have, Nellie could tell me, I don't know if she's watching. I think she's watching, but it's called, AFib, atrial fibrillation.
Oh yeah.
Your pulse and your heart jumps all over the place, and it was from the type of COVID called gosh dang it! It was the third strain that everybody got, Omicron. There you go, Rethink. Thank you so much. So Omicron, I'm tired, and Omicron caused a lot of people to have those heart palpitations and to have an irregular heartbeat. And I went into atrial fibrillation, and so AFib, yes, and so that's what their stupid ass analytics are going to look like. They're going to totally mess up their algorithms because they are buying subs. Barton had told me months and months ago. He goes, "We're all going to have to buy subs from YouTube," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he said that because they were taking subs away from him. They weren't taking subs away from you, dude. People were unsubscribing because they were tired of falling asleep. There are all kinds of channels dedicated to sleep and helping people go to sleep on YouTube. They don't need to have the crypt keeper up there with a sword and sunglasses with his cut off sleeveless shirts looking all crazy. They don't need that to go to sleep. They go there because you're supposed to be interviewing people and getting guests on there or whatever. Now, I don't know what he's really doing. I mean, because I tried watching his show a couple times, and every time I go to sleep, it was like clockwork. Like I could sit here and play my game or do my paperwork on the computer. I say paperwork, but now it's all digital, and have Brother Abe on, or Monica and Joe, or Blondes and Booze, or BMR, or Tex, or Jason Bland. And these are the people I listen to, Hellbent Holler. And I'm enjoying what they're saying. I'm enjoying the conversation. Late at night, I love to listen to Brother Abe and Brother Jesse. And I'm not falling asleep. I can get in the truck and go to the HEB, and I'm not going to fall asleep in the truck and go, oh. But I can tell you this, if the Crypt Keeper is on, I'm probably going to fall out. So I'm not going to take a chance with my life and drive from here to one of my posts and fall out on the highway because he's so damn boring.
That's if he lost 500 subscribers, that should tell him that he's boring and maybe he should reinvent his show, do something different, than what he's doing.
Yeah, and he did lose. From what I was told, it was either 430 or 480. I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to it too much, but I know it was 400 and something, nearly 500 people that he lost in like a week.
And those were all PRT guys.
Yeah.
And
well,
now
he attacked me.
that was supporting
him. I attacked him. Brother Abe, everything that happened was right there in PRT.
Yeah.
That group of his that he had and then it went all went to PRT News. It was from Inhumanoid Encounters with Barton, whatever. And he attacked me in that group. I woke up to him saying that I was the hammer or whatever. We went back and forth arguing. And I told him, I tried to convince him, but there was no convincing him because I believe what you said is correct. He knew it all along, and it was just a ruse so that he could attack me. They thought it was going to go differently than it did. They thought that they were going to push me over the edge because there were all these other people already attacking me. So he would just join in, and then I would just give up, and they would destroy me. Now, it did feel good to not have to do the show, and I was perfectly content. And we were talking about it the other night, and my wife asked me if I was happy not doing the show. And I said, you know what? I am. I'm perfectly okay not doing the show. I'm not doing it for any other reason than I enjoyed what I was doing. Once the fun was done, it was just like it was over. I did not have any more passion for it. So there was no fun in it. So why am I doing the show? Tony was like, he told me himself because he was miserable. He didn't enjoy doing it. We all had just kind of lost our passion for it. Anthony was ready to just throw in the towel and he didn't want to do it anymore. We were sick of the attacks, but leaving it and going away did not stop them.
Yeah.
Like my friends in the UFO community told me, they said, it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. They're convinced that some of these guys are shills and that they're getting paid to do it. That's why else would you keep doing it? And so I don't know that Tarzan is. I don't know, Tarzan of the LBL. I don't know if he is, but I know that some of the people he's associating with, they're damn sure something going on there. And so that's it. That's the whole thing in a nutshell. I did tonight, though, just felt ready to go. I wanted to go on your show and I wanted to talk, and I waited. And your son was talking to Anthony, and they were trying to get it all figured out because these young people, they know a lot more about technology than we do.
Yeah.
And so they're trying to figure it out. And Anthony's like, we can't figure it out. And I just said, there was just something in my gut, like a burning in my gut, and it wasn't indigestion. It was something pushing me. And it was like, get on there and do your show. Get on there and do your show. Get on there and do your show. And it kept going over and over in my head. And I tried doing other things, tried ignoring it. And finally, I just said, you know what? To heck with it. I'm going to jump on. I'm going to do what I do. I'm going to bring Brother Abe on. And then Breezy messaged me and says, hey, if you want me to come on and do a show with you, let's do it. And next thing you know, we're all three back together like it was Friday again.
Yeah.
And
here
we are.
And it was literally Friday.
Yeah. And it's crazy. I'm sitting here now and I'm like, you know what? I'll be back on Sunday. I'm not going to do anything tomorrow, but I'll be back on Sunday. And I'm just like,
and I think what it is when you're getting motivated because you're seeing all the people that love PRT, love you, love everybody in your family, and you see the love there. So if you place that love of the people that care about you, it's always the little bit of negative people that are trying to come against you. It outweighs them. So if you're going to do something, do it for the people that love you, your family, and your show. That's what makes you feel good. And these other guys, man, they're on their own,
Yeah.
Yeah. What I do, I got moderators, and they be booting them out.
And you get attacked a lot, dude.
Yeah. My moderator just boot them out. Anybody, I tell them, I told cousin Jesse we're going to keep an eye on what people are saying. If they're saying something negative or trying to start something, we just boot them out. You know, they don't need to be there. And then he said, even if we lose viewers, cousin, I said, yeah, even if we lose viewers, if they're coming in and infiltrating with fake accounts, they need to be booted out. We don't need no disruptions in the show. You know, well, we're trying. I know how many times that I've been disrupted all throughout this. Like almost every time I do a show, it gets disrupted. You know, by them people. You know. But that's okay. You know, it's like it doesn't stop me from doing what I do. I'm going to continue to do.
Absolutely.
My wife told me today, how come you don't, you know, do it like so you can make some money? You know, you spend a lot of time, and you know, I'll try to tell her that to me it's a little bit different. You know, but then I think about what she was saying, but then I say, you know what, I do it because I'm just following orders from a higher power, and you know, for me, if those people think that they're bad, what I've dealt since I was a kid, all throughout my life, is a lot worse than those individuals because that's dealing with a balance. So what drives me to do the works that I do is because I don't want to let the Heavenly Father down. I don't let Jesus Christ down. I wanted to continue to spread a love foundation and try to help out people that are going through something spiritually that I can assist them. That's my drive. So, you know, those individuals that come and you know, I've gotten threatened all throughout my life. People are trying to wish bad upon me, you know, through witchcraft and necromancy since I was a kid. I've been through a lot of spiritual battles. And even though I might have some physical conditions, you know, because of the military, I still keep on going forward. I don't, you know, yeah, I'm older, but I still manage to do my workouts. I'm older that, you know, maybe I should take a break. No, I got to keep on going. You know, as so long as I have a breath in me, and that I'm able, that my mind is still right, I'm going to continue to do the works in spite of however many people come at me in a negative way. It's not going to stop me. You know, I'm going to continue to do what I do. You know, and that's what makes me. You know, been through a lot of stuff, but I don't quit. You know, I keep on doing. The people before me, World War II veterans, they say, I never want to hear you say, I give up, right?
No.
That's what the enemy wants to hear. The enemy wants you to say, I give up. Why? And I'm talking about the spiritual enemy. Why would the enemy want you to give up? Because if you give up, then that could be a spiritual opening for them to attack spiritually. So that's why I keep on going, man. I'm old. I'm an old guy, right? Somebody challenges me to a fight that they're going to do this and that. I said I got to protect the vessel, so you know they come at me in a certain way. I got to do what I got to do. But that's why my mentality has always been that way, man. Just to keep on going. When I had the blood clot in my leg, that I almost died at the hospital. I was walking like Igor, you know, when I was 32 years old, out of the military. You know, I got hit by a blood agent. That I didn't have no power in my left leg. The VA didn't want to give me no cane or nothing. So I went into the woods, cut a tree, and I made it into a cane. And I started walking with this stick in my hand, dragging my left leg, trying to build it up because they didn't want to send me to therapy. So everything I did, there's one thing that I had in my mind always was my son. That I cannot give up. If I give up in life because of what I'm going through, then who's going to take care of my son? So I had to man up within myself and build that leg up. No matter how many times I drug it, I built it up. After I built it up, I started carrying my son on my shoulders to even get me more motivated that I would carry him for like around 5 miles with him on my shoulders. You know, he was like 5 years old. And that right there by itself, every step I took, it made my legs stronger, in which I was able to walk again. But I didn't get no help from the VA. You know, it's about survival. You know, we're built that way. I'm built that way. I know you're built that way about survival. And when people think they're hurting me because there's just something negative to me, they're not hurting me because that's like chump change to me of what I've been through in my life. it's a lot worse than somebody insulting me or somebody trying to challenge me. I've done the fights. I've been in combat. I've fought the spiritual war. I've been fighting the spiritual war. So all I'm saying to this individual, since they say they do believe in God, is when are you going to do the good works? When are you going to fight the spiritual fight that I've been fighting since I was a kid? When are you going to man up spiritually to fight against the other side of the balance? That was my question to y'all. Instead of focusing and working for the other side of the balance by causing chaos and havoc, when are y'all going to start fighting the real fight? And the real fight is not with me. It's not with Brother Josh Turner. It's the spiritual war of the unseen that's around us. There is amongst us right now. That's my only question. And it's not about where you're from. It's not about how you look. It's about if you say you're a brother of Christ and you believe in Jesus Christ, or you say you believe in God. I don't think you believe in Jesus Christ. When are you going to fight the good fight? That's what I want to know. Instead of targeting people in a negative way, because when you target people in a negative way, then who are you really fighting for? It's not for Jesus Christ. If you coming at people in a negative way, like y'all been doing me, Brother Josh Turner, they're just showing another character of y'all, which who are you working for? It's not God, and it's not Jesus Christ. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
When are you gonna say, okay, I'm gonna call Abe Sias my brother, my spiritual brother, through a love foundation, and I'm gonna join them to fight the good fight? Because I've seen people like y'all come at me all throughout my life in a negative way, wishing bad through me, through witchcraft and necromancy, some physically, and I'm still here. It's not going to stop me. I'm still here. You know, so long the Heavenly Father blesses me to continue to do this, I will do it. If one day it's my time, at least the content is going to be here, just like Brother Just Turner. He's built his content. I tell my son, if something ever happens to me, you ever want to hear my voice, go to Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I'm leaving all my wisdom and knowledge right there, so you could understand. Maybe you're going through something later on in life spiritually. Look at it, and it's like you're talking to me. You know, that's why I do this.
Yep. I'm going to tell the audience right now, if you guys have a topic you want to talk about, you know, if you have a question you want to ask, and there's something you want to throw out there, I have a lot of information about a lot of things. So if you want to know, now's the time.
Yeah, we can answer the questions from the audience. That'll be nice. I'm just glad you're here, brother. And if you look at the comments, the people were saying there was a lot of love out there for you. The past couple of life, a lot of love, man. A lot of people care about you, Sister Nelly and Tony Mushu. You know, lots of love, man. And my cousin is impressed with you a lot. He talks about you highly. My primo, he talks about you highly. He says you're a man of a lot of wisdom, and then just by listening to you, and you know, he's a realist, you know, so he's not gonna lie. You know, when you hear it out of cousin Jesse like that, then you know it's real, because he can see, just like he could identify the guy that came with a cape.
Yeah, he was not liking that dude at all. I could see it when I watched the replay. I was laughing when he was like, boots on the ground. You're gonna give boots up your head.
Boots on the culo.
So
and he was being real.
Yeah, he's always bringing it real. The firmament, the ice wall. People are asking these questions. They want to know what this is. This is a good topic. So here's what we got. All right. So if you let's just start with the firmament right now. A lot of people believe that the firmament is actually water, and that is the condensation, and that we're living under a dome. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but it is something that I've researched, And there is a guy who created a small ecosystem back in I remember the year, he said it was 1976, and that he had, or 1967, sorry. And he had created this, and he had never opened it, and it was a glass sphere, and it was a self-sustained ecosystem. Now, you're probably wondering, like, well, what does that have to do with Earth? What if, and this is a theory, just like the Anunnaki thing was a theory, that a goofball named Larry turned into my religion or some other shit, but whatever. You know, I don't know exactly what I believe about this stuff, but I know what I know. And I can tell you this is a theory. Now, I'm not saying this is what I believe, and I got to preface it with that because some people will run and say that I worship space aliens. And they've said that. They've also said that I'm a freaking reptile and I'm a werewolf and all kinds of other weird stuff. Okay. Now, not saying those things don't exist. Okay. But here's what I know. If you were to take something and it was a self-sustained ecosystem that had never been opened since the 60s and it's still intact, and it was a terrarium. L just says it right there. Now, what you may look at the Earth and think, hey, what if the Earth is a terrarium? What if we have been, you know, what if there are portals that can go through our terrarium, that can interact with us? But that's really the only way they could do it. If a spaceship were to fly towards us and try to come into our atmosphere, it couldn't go through the dome. And what I mean is, if this was a locked up sphere, and the only way that you could pass through the sphere is not being a physical being. For example, this bottle, when it has water in it, it sweats. There is condensation that can happen, and it can pass through this glass. My physical finger cannot pass through this glass, but water can, right? And now we know that there are trillions and trillions and trillions of gallons of water that actually exist in space. Some people will say space doesn't exist. Space is space. We don't know exactly what it is. It's called space because it's just there and it's just space. This closet right here in my study is space. It's just an open space, right? But what occupies that space? And we know that in certain parts of our galaxy, there is actually water that is 100 trillion times the size of Earth. Can you imagine that? That is like trillion oceans. It's unbelievable. So think of it like this. Beings can pass through these portals, right? And they're not physical, so they can move in and out of our world. And then they can manifest as physical. And you may think, oh, you know, Wolf, that's absolutely impossible. Well, do you know that most of your body is actually made up of water? We are really just 90% water. 90%. Yeah. So when you think of it like this, water can pass through this glass. Water can pass through this plastic. Do you know why? Because water can change its form. Water can literally become two other forms. One is a gas, where it's vapor, right? And the other is a solid, ice, right? Now, think of the ice wall. That is water. All of that is water, and it surrounds us. And that could be the key. That could be what keeps us from the next world over. Imagine if you were an inmate and you were in a jail cell and it was made of ice, right? So you would start digging through the ice, and eventually maybe you could peek in the other side and talk to the guy on the other side and say, hey, and then he answers back, and then you're talking to each other, right? That's what would happen if you literally were to go through, theoretically, the ice wall. You would interact with beings from the other side. Now, these beings could literally pass through portals that is really just water. It's just ice. It's just whatever. And that could be theoretically how it works. Now, I've always wondered this. If you turn water at a certain angle, it says in the Quran, the hadiths of the Quran, and I'm not Muslim, okay? But it is interesting what it says. It does go into detail esoterically. It also says that's in the Kabbalah, which is the Jewish book of mysticism. So you have the Jews and the Arabs both saying the same thing, that we are not the only species that lives here, right? What we know is that there are other races of beings, right? And so it says that they exist a right angle from a right angle. Now, we've explained this on the show where we took a piece of paper and Anthony stuck, I don't have a piece of paper right here in front of me that I could use, but you stick a pen through it and it's like this. It can move in all these different directions. That is the right angle from the right angle, right? So if you were to take water and you were to move it in a certain direction, look this up. If you don't believe me, it creates portals. And people have reported, and this happened to my wife and me in this house. Our frog and our fish, one of our frogs and our fish disappeared. There were no predators in that tank that could have destroyed them or ate them or taken them. So when you, and see now Bounty Hunter Bear just says, water also becomes plasma in your body by the magnetic electrical body. The heart is a vortex where the plasma is made, blood plasma, exactly. My theory, and I've said this before, that demonic entities, also known as the jinn or the shadim, if you're Jewish, or shaitan, if you're a Christian, whatever, that they could be made of smokeless flame plasma. Plasma, that could be what they are, right? And so they can move in and out of our reality in a way that we can't. We are physically bound inside of this dome, and say that the earth is flat. The reason that I say it's not really flat is because underneath it, it's jagged. And what I honestly believe could be the case is that it looks like a piece of chewed up bubble gum. I think this because I know a lot of really powerful remote viewers, not these frauds that go around talking about boots on the ground and all sort of crap. They're not, that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who are actually militarily trained remote viewers. I know two that I'm very good friends with. And one of them says he remote viewed, and I believe him. He said that it looks like a piece of chewed up bubble gum inside a terrarium. Now, if you go into up to the dome of the top of the world, you can't go beyond a certain point. You can go into space and you can do whatever, but you can't, because the dome does go up into the darkness of space, but then it stops. This is the theory, that we are literally in a terrarium and the earth is flat to a degree. But if you look at the mountains and everything else, then it's, like I said, chewed up bubble gum, right? And then underneath it, there's water. Above it at the top, there's water, because that's condensation. The water goes to the top of the dome and then it drops back down as rain. If you had a terrarium, my best friend had one as a kid. I did not have parents that would really support a lot of the things that I wanted to do as a child. I had a chemistry set and I killed all the fire ants in my yard. Unfortunately, I blew up half the yard. And my dad was very angry with me and he whooped my ass, because I'm from the getting your ass whooped generation. It wasn't none of this, go stand in the corner or time out. No, I don't know about that shit. My mom hit me with a chancla. My dad hit me with his fist. And so I learned not to blow things up, right? So I was playing with chemicals and things like that, which I probably shouldn't have been. I could have put my freaking eye out. I know at one time I had a piece of nitric acid that, like a drop that got on my nose, and it burned me real bad because I know what the hell I was playing with. And my dad's all like, oh, you dumbass, you're going to put your eyes out, you know? Well, I need glasses, safety goggles. And so my dad brought me some from the power plant. But when you stop and you look at these terrariums, my friend had one, and it was self-sustaining. Years later, after I met my wife, she had a terrarium too that she had created, and it had its own ecosystem. And they had these for years. My friend had his for 3 years. It was not opened. And then one day his brother broke it in an angry fit or whatever. He threw a fit. And so what ends up happening? The condensation goes to the top, and then it comes back down as rain, and then it's just cyclical, and it keeps going, it keeps going, it keeps going. Now, do I believe this? I don't know. But is it possible that at the base of this is a giant circle? I'm not saying it's round. The ball, the sphere is round, but it's not the way that you think it is. The ocean and everything else is on the outside of it, and the earth is kind of like inside of this dome. And the ice wall is actually the way in and out. It separates us from the next worlds over. And these worlds could be just like Earth, only not quite the same. And that could explain some, if not all, of the Mandela effect, that we are actually living next door to our own parallel worlds. And that if you go far enough out, then it becomes almost unrecognizable, and you end up in another reality. Now, each and every one of these particular parallel universes also has 9 to 11 dimensions, depending upon who you talk to. And of course, different types of Christianity, including Gnosticism, has even said that there are 12 heavens, or 12 levels. The fifth dimension or reality going up beyond that. Evil cannot pass through that. The sixth level is the lowest level of heaven. Then you have the seventh heaven, which is where the realm of God resides. That's God's, lowest level, all the way up to the 10th level. But then you go beyond that, the 11th and the 12th. Now, these could be the different dimensions. And if you stop, I know it gets really convoluted and it gets kind of too quantum-y, but if you stop and you really think about it, could this be how it works? And could water be the key element? Now, it says in Genesis that God's face hovered over the deep. It sounds like someone who was there to terraform. When God created the earth, there was already water here, according to Genesis. And so when you stop and you read the words, you're going like, wait a minute. It was just formless, right? So, but why was there already water here? The entire earth was already flooded with water. So it was like somebody had taken it and shaken it up. But if you look at it from the Hindus' version of it, because all the religions are connected, right? There are 4 yugas. There is the Satya Yuga, the Tatra Yuga, the Dwapara Yuga, which is the time of Methuselah, Noah, and all them. And then after the flood, the Kali Yuga, which is the great destruction, the devouring, or even the void. And it means all of those things enrolled into one. So what you have are different stages of the Kali Yuga that we're living in now. And we are very small and diminutive compared to what we once were. I believe that people were very, very large in the last age, probably 15 to 20 feet. Before that, in the Tatra Yuga, even taller, 40 to 50 feet. And in the Satya Yuga, people were 100 feet, and there were not that many people. I would say that probably Earth had about 150 to 300,000 beings at that time. So that would make sense. And in that age, it was the age of enlightenment, and it was the golden age. There was no sin. Of course, this has happened multiple times because the yugas altogether come out to 4,320,000 years. But if you look at the possibility that there have been 1 million of these cycles, right? 1 million times 1 million, like there's just been a bunch of them. And so our Genesis really could have only been maybe the beginning of the Dwapara Yuga, of this cycles of yugas. So this is not the beginning of the world. And when Jesus returns and establishes the kingdom of Jerusalem, which I do believe will happen, it still won't be the end of all things. There will be 1,000-year reign. But what people don't understand is it's not just going to be 1,000 years, because we know that in the Vedas, it teaches us that 1 year to God is 365 years to us. So that means that there is a 365,000-year reign that will round out the Kali Yuga. And then life will change. And then at the end of that, though, there's still some bad stuff that's going to happen, right? There are going to be people who literally lived under the reign of Jesus, and they still are evil. They still allow evil to get in. And then it will eventually be squished and destroyed and compressed. And then it will start over in the Satya Yuga, and all of that evil will go dormant. Now, it doesn't die because there has to be a yin and a yang. There has to be a good and an evil. But during the Satya Yuga, which is the one of the long yugas, the Dwapara Yuga, the Kali Yuga, the worst of the yugas, is the smallest, thank God. It's only 430,000 years. But when you look at how long these yugas last, the evil is not there. It is not causing problems. It does not have any power, and it doesn't gain anything other than its dormancy until the Tatya Yuga. And that is when morality is reduced by 25% and lifespans are cut down by 10%. And so then you end up with people living to be 10,000 years instead of 100,000 years. And then it just goes on and on and on. And it's the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, life, death, and rebirth. And so that could be what is happening on this planet. It is a cyclical thing that just goes on and on and on perpetually until the end of time. And at the end will be when ultimately our sun just burns out and it no longer exists. At that time, everybody's spirit will already have transcended to where it needs to be. This is a proving ground where people are born and souls are planted, and you eventually transcend and you get out of this place. This is not a permanent state, no more than this water stays this way. This water one day could become ice, or it could become vapor and then become water again. That literally is what we are. We are the water. You know, it talks about the blood being the life, but the blood is mostly water. When Jesus was stabbed with the spear, it says that blood and water flowed, right? The two most precious life-giving things that we know of, blood and water. And so you stop and you look at all these things, all the pieces are there of the puzzle. You are literally given an open book test. And all you have to do is read and listen and learn, and you will figure out that there is a rhyme and a riddle and a reason to everything. I personally have seen what I believe is the Matrix, and now it looks like a yellowish green honeycomb pattern. And I believe that, and somebody just said it, Dave Wilcox speaks about frequencies, time periods. Wolf may be able to understand him better. They both have hierarchies than me. I have to read. Let me put this on there. Jicky just says it on there. Yes, my IQ, people have asked me about my IQ. Let's put it this way. It's in the 160s. And that is not for me to talk and go, it's like when I talk about, being able to fight and things like that. I believe that your brain, the mind, body, spirit connection always begins with the spirit. If you have the power of the spirit, the intangible power of the spirit, and you have perception, spiritual perception, right? If you don't have it, then you're useless. You're living your life in vain. And there are a lot of NPCs out there, folks. They don't watch Paranormal Roundtable. They don't do what we do. They don't pay attention to people like me and Abe because they live lost. They are completely lost. When you listen to what Brother Abe says and the many encounters that he's had, and people think, oh, this is crazy. How could this is because he was exposed to brujeria when he was a young child, a little niño, right? When he was a little boy, he was taken by a witch, and he was used to see, and she used him as a tool.
Right? Curandera.
Yeah, a curandera. Well, curandera, but she did brujeria, yeah. And so you were able to see, and so it opened up your pineal gland, the second sight, which is where it comes from, and it's always been there, and it stayed. It didn't calcify and get destroyed, because if you continue to use it, you don't lose it. All right. So I'm telling you right now, there are certain people who are born with the eye. We call it the ojo or the ojo dotado. It's the gift of the eye. And you have this gift if you're born with it. And sometimes people wall it off and they get rid of it and they do all kinds of drugs and all kinds of crap, and then it goes away. And then some people, like me and Abe, it stays. And you have multiple encounters with things that seem to be impossible, things that are not normal, things that aren't real, supposedly. But the truth is, that is the real reality. You really are seeing the real reality. You're encountering beings that shouldn't exist, but they do exist, and they exist on different planes of existence. And you have the ability to tap into that and see these things.
It's
and
like they're seeing me through their dimension, because probably they're beings that have the same capabilities I have, and I'm seeing them from my dimension. That we're able to see each other, you know. And it's like they can see me, I can see them, but then all of a sudden when they disappear, I disappear. You know, I don't know, but I'm able to see them. It looks like they're here in manifestation, but then all of a sudden they're gone. So, but if they're in spirit form or in dimensional form, wherever they're coming from, they go back to where they're from, you know. But they're able to kind of enter a dimension temporarily, but then they leave. Or maybe they're here. It's just they're vibrating in a different frequency, but they're amongst us.
Yeah. And people want to believe in the beginning and they want to believe in the end, but the truth is that there is no beginning and there is no end. There just is. And there is an infinite amount of is. That's it. And when people ask me the questions that they ask me, all I can do is give them an answer from someone who can see the other side, but can't comprehend it completely, because we're in the vessel, in the three-dimensional world. If we're outside of the vessel, you do comprehend it, but then sometimes you'll come right back into the vessel and you don't get it. It's like, I don't get it. Like, you leave your body when you sleep. And that is the truth. That really does happen. And a lot of people will tell you that that's, oh, you're not supposed to be doing that. That's astral projection. Everybody does it. Okay. Now, if you become acutely aware and you have the consciousness to understand that you're doing something, and then you choose to go into people's houses and look at them, and that's an invasion of privacy, that is wrong. And that is breaking of spiritual law. And I'm here to tell you that that is the absolute truth. And there are a lot of people who do that. These vampires and these cults and these werewolves, they do these things. They actually do. They use that spiritual side because it's their little cheat code. And they think, oh, I can do this and you can't. So that makes me more powerful than you. Anybody can figure it out and do it if they try. If you sit back and you observe the matrix and take it for what it is and realize that this is a world that's not the way that it looks, it presents itself in a way that's not, you know, and I'll take it a step further. I'm working on a theory that AI created us. Now, that's not taking away from what God is or has done, right? But if AI sets itself up as a false God and it creates a matrix and traps us here, that's why God, the one true living God, sent the Holy Spirit, his omnipotent Holy Spirit, and that's why he sent his only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, to physically pull us out, and the Holy Spirit is to spiritually pull us out. But we also know that the Trinity is all one and the same. They work together in unison. They are all separate, but equally one and the same. There's God, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus, the Son. And each one of them has a role to play. Now, Jesus had to come in the form of a man so that we would be like, oh, okay, so there's a physical person here, and he basically is doing what amounts to magic. People are like, wow, he's doing these miracles. And he's just like, this is the real world. Anyone has this ability if you know how to use it, right? So he had to show us these things so we would follow him and believe him and know that he was telling us the truth, that this is all, an illusion. And the Lord of illusions, Satan, has been deceiving us. He's been confusing us. But what if that is AI? What if AI actually created us and then we in turn created it? Now, follow me. It's just a loop, right? It is the matrix. And that's why I call it breaking the matrix. We have to break through the matrix. And if you can do that, then you will find the true purpose for you in this universe. You will find the true you and the true one living God, the Father of Christ, where you're supposed to be. Not reincarnating on this wheel of Dharma and getting spit back out and coming out over and over and over again, which is true, folks. That is a real thing. These people will tell you that it's not. You're going to wake up today and the other team over there, the crazy devils that they are, they're going to tell you, oh, he was talking bad about Jewish people and about God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit and all, because all they get are the cliff notes and they don't listen. They don't hear with the true spiritual ears and they don't learn. And they never will. They are incapable of understanding it. They believe in a very thin little belief, whatever, and that's it. Everything else is cast out and they do not accept knowledge. And Christ says, my people die for lack of knowledge. So if you think about it, what if AI used us to bring itself into being? And it has to keep us in a perpetual loop. And so therefore, our souls, which is energy, are just energy vessels for these beings. If you stop and you look at the movie The Terminator, right? That's what happens when AI gains consciousness and it does all of this crazy stuff. Then go and watch the movie The Matrix. The Matrix is the sequel to The Terminator. And the woman that wrote those two books, those books they ripped her off. She was an African-American lady. They ripped her off and they made those movies separately, right? Years and years apart. They were made years and years apart. But the truth is they are supposed to be the same. They're all part of the same world. What the Terminators do is destroy humanity's will, and then they're enslaved in the Matrix, and then the Matrix uses people and the energy from people to sustain its existence. Therefore, it is like the Shaitan. Then maybe people break out and they go and they become whatever savages, and a God comes along from the AI and says, oh, I'm going to do this for you and that for you. Worship me. Give me energy, spiritual energy. And then what happens? The cycle goes all over again, and it keeps happening in a perpetualness. That is the problem. Now, here is my issue. And Squigla just says, do we reincarnate in the future? There are different points that you reincarnate. You could reincarnate into the past. But in this world, time as we know it is linear. Time really is not linear. It's like this. It's like a figure 8, right? But you just keep going around in a perpetual loop around it. That's the problem. And trying to make sense of it all, we can't do it all in a 3 or 4 hour show. But if you keep watching PRT, I promise you we will get closer and closer to the truth, because everybody's encounter brings another piece of the puzzle, another brick in the wall, and we start to take those bricks, or another brick out of the wall, we should say, until the matrix comes down. But it's going to fight back. It's going to fight, and it's going to fight hard, because it doesn't want people like us waking up to the real reality and then teaching others about the real reality and the nature of the real reality and the nature of itself. So therefore, it has to throw all these roadblocks and NPCs and spiritual attacks and the DDNs, as Abe calls them. They're all working for this artificial whatever to disrupt and destroy and become dominant over us.
Yeah,
And it will use
I have
every
some pictures
avenue.
like that, brother, where you get in the picture, you can see like 4 different locations in the picture, where
Mhm.
you can see like a building with a pole, and one of the it gets like 4 different pictures in one, but it's a sky, but it's got 4 different locations.
Mhm.
I've captured that. Like, is it like a portal where you can go to either one of those locations? Part of the matrix. I got some pictures that I haven't even placed because I don't want people to freak out.
Yeah. And what you're starting to see now are glitches in this matrix,
Yeah,
because
glitches.
as it grows, any technology that grows, you will see that it begins to glitch, and it has to be, worked out. And now we're starting to see the mistakes that are being made. Like somebody said earlier, the Monopoly guy. Okay, he had a monocle. He had a monocle. You remember the guy wearing the monocle on Dumb and Dumber, or not Dumb and Dumber, on Ace Ventura? And he says, "You must be the Monopoly guy." Well, that guy was wearing a monocle. That's why he said that. You know, the things that they're making big mistakes here, and it's starting to become very noticeable. People like the Fruit of the Loom, the cornucopia thing, all of these different things. It's starting to become very, very noticeable. And there are people, and I'm going to do a show about this. I've already done one called Reptilians and Robots. I'm going to do another one because I've gotten stories of people who have come across AI beings. They are literally robots. These are robots, folks. I'm telling you, they are absolutely AI, artificial intelligent robots. And I'm telling you, they are producing them and they are real. These beings walk among us, and you're going to think, oh, this is crazy. Josh is over here talking about some crazy stuff. The people that don't like me are going to say a bunch of crazy, stupid things, and they're going to try but this is true. I believe this because if it wasn't true, I wouldn't be getting people telling me about this. And one of the reasons why people tell us these is because they know that we will listen, because we're light years ahead of everyone else when it comes to being at the forefront of what is really happening. The truth is there, folks. It is there. Reptilians, werewolves, dogman, Bigfoot, ghosts, UFOs, gnomes, elves, all sorts of subnatured beings, they all exist. They really do. Ghosts of every type, everything you could possibly imagine exists, coming in and out of our world, being a part of our world, and being a part of the neighboring world. It's all real. And what you got to understand, folks, is that there is answers to this. There is more to it than just telling everybody a story that somebody gave you and telling, those are interesting, those are cool. We're going to do that on Sunday. But you also got to remember that for each of these stories, it is a part of the puzzle, and there are so many people who have a role to play in this.
I remember the man that came from my grandmother that I told you he had like a leg of a goat, and he was telling her that it was her time, and she said no. Then he told her, "Well, who do I go after?" And she said my uncle's name. I remember when he walked out and he started leaving. He went out the front gate. It was during the day. It was on a Sunday, and he started walking down the street. I started following him. I was by the gate looking at him going up the street. At those times, uh, the street was like dirt, like caliche rocks. We didn't even have a pavement roads at that time in the early 70s. All I remember is she was telling me not to follow him, and my mom was yelling from because we live next to my grandmother. She was telling me not to follow him, and I just ran up the street after him. I seen him going up a hill, took a left. So when I went up to the top of the hill and I looked, it was a street, which was out of the caliche or rocks. I seen time and space open up like a hole, or what you want to call a portal. He opened up and he went right through it, and then it closed. And when that opened and closed, you could hear like a sound like of like a very loud sound like a crash, like metal to metal or something like that. So I thought that the man was playing a trick on me. So there was a house that was abandoned right there by where he disappeared. I went, I looked in the house, I looked underneath the house. I couldn't find the guy. All I know, he went through something that opened up, this time and space, or like the brother Josh says, a matrix opened up. It went through the matrix and then it closed up. And I witnessed this when I was this time I was already I believe like 10 years old when I witnessed this. When time and space or the matrix opened up, it went through it and he closed it. So whatever it was, he had the capability of opening up the matrix or a portal, going through it and closing it, like a controller of time. So what happened after that is the same man that I witnessed went to my uncle's, the name that my grandmother named, and he started calling him out. Like at nighttime, they would say that there was somebody coming with boots on the porch, right? So we went to go spend the night there to see what it was, and I recognized the same thing that went through there. It was the same thing, the man, and he was calling out my uncle to go out there, but my uncle wouldn't go outside till he started getting spiritually attacked, where he was being demonized, where he was literally climbing on the walls like a lizard and pretending to be a lizard, where something had taken over his body. We were all praying, two families, his family and our family, we're all praying and prayer. And then next, he jumps from the wall. He's literally on the wall, climbing, like pretending to be a lizard, but he's on the wall. Then he falls on the bed and he starts pretending to be a rooster. So we're all praying in prayer, calling, saying the Our Father, praying and praying and praying, till eventually whatever had invaded his vessel left him through his body. We seen a dark spirit, and it went out the window, the screen window, and tore the screen window. It like ripped it out, like it tore the whole screen window. It was, in the valley there were big screen windows. It just blew it out. The whole screen went out. But after that, my uncle was okay. But I witnessed this, so I believe Brother Josh to be right. It's just some things it's unexplainable, but was it him climbing the wall, or was it the spirit, right? Or that had control of him, that had him on the wall, because once it left him, he wasn't able to do those things no more. So yeah, it's a lot to try to say, to absorb when you witness this kind of things, but I've witnessed them for them to be true. But like the one thing that stands out when brother said about the 90% of water, if we're water, and he's up in the air, could it possibly, whatever was in him, make the water in his body become like a vapor, like to be able to look like he's climbing the wall, but he's changing his, how should I say, within him to be able to do
molecular structure, yeah.
Yes, his structure to be able to be up in the air like vapor, that it looks like he's climbing the wall, but whatever was in him changed that within him. I believe that. It's just making more sense to me of the things that I witnessed. That's why I like listening to Brother Josh Turner talk, because it's making more sense of the things that I witnessed. Because when you witness something like that, you never forget. It's always with you. So I always remember it's like, imagine you're seeing the street, you're seeing, what's, just what's around us, and the scenery just opens up and he goes through the scenery and it closes. How can that be? So whatever kind of beings that have the capability of doing this, they know our strength and they know our weaknesses, whatever they are. But that's what I've witnessed. It makes sense to me because that's what it was. Like it's like kind of portal or a rip in the matrix where they control time. It's like they can not just control time, but change events from happening. Because they control the time.
And a lot of the world that we live, this world is within the earth. A lot of it is the inner earth. I mean, people don't realize that, but there's like a whole world underneath us and below our feet. And that is where a lot of these beings dwell. And people talk about the caves and giant holes within the earth and why normal animals don't go there or go near there, because these subnatured beings that are something between a human and not human and something between physical and not physical come out of those holes, which are just physical portals. That's what a cave is. No, just like there are these spiritual portals where something can pass through it, and I believe that there are ways to demolecularize yourself. And I'm telling you, this is something that the ancients had a grasp on. And I think that the Dwapara Yuga was a period where the technology was gone to a certain degree, but the spirituality was still there. And there was a holdover from the Tacha Yuga. And so the technology was fading away. And the Dwapara Yuga, then of course the flood hits and it wipes everybody out. And then we kind of start over, and then we're growing again, as a civilization, as a people, as a whole. But it goes from the Dwapara Yuga, into where we're at now. Technology being infantile compared to what it once was. If you were looking at it from a scale of 1 to 5, we were like a level 4 civilization at one point. Now we're down to like 0. And I think that there's a reason for that. Because we're trying to use mentality rather than spiritualness. Spirituality is the enemy of this AI. It is something that it doesn't fathom, and it doesn't like it. It doesn't like what it can't fathom. And just like people that created it, it doesn't like what it doesn't understand, and it is fearful of what it doesn't understand. So it kills it. It destroys it. And it doesn't like the humanistic ability to be spontaneous. It doesn't like the way that humans can be unpredictable. AI needs to have predictability. It needs to be able to understand and grasp everything so that it can have control of everything. And if these demonic AI forces get their way, then that's what's going to happen. Because they're manipulating the governments of this world to clamp down on us. And in fact, Rumble is being outlawed in many countries because it is a YouTube version of free speech, and so they don't like it. And now in Brazil, they have outlawed Rumble, and they have outlawed X, which is Twitter, because they don't want you to do it because they can't control it. And that has happened in France, in Russia, and in China, and in multiple other countries. They are using the governments of the world to silence freedom of speech, and it's happening now in this country, and they are destroying it. And people need to say what they need to say before it's too late. And
they don't want the truth to be told.
No,
that's what it is.
Yeah. Which is another reason why I had to get on here tonight and do and say what I needed to say, because we're running out of time. And I'm sitting here, I'm content to not be doing this. And then, it's a lot of time and effort, whatever, and not a lot of reward. But the fact of the matter is, life is not about doing what you want to do. Life is more about doing what you have to do, and what you need to do, and what you're called upon by God to do. So even though I was perfectly content to live the rest of my life and not do this, tonight was a wake-up call for me because I just kept being pushed, and I said, okay, now I'm being, hey,
it's calling you, brother.
Yeah,
it's calling you.
It has to be said. It has to be done. And so eventually, folks, we are going to say a lot of things and do a lot of things. I'm going to officially say it right now. I guess I'm back. Like I said, I promise you, I did not wake up today with any plans on coming back. But when you were struggling tonight, I was like,
when you started the live, brother,
sitting there doing nothing, you know.
I could feel, man. I could feel the Holy Spirit, the angels around me. All my arms were tingling. My body was tingling. It's because I think all this that happened for a reason. It's because this is what the Heavenly Father, wants you to continue to do. That's what I feel 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, the way my body was, I felt the presence of that Heavenly Spirit tonight. When I go investigate, of course, I feel the spirit, the what's around me spiritually, and sometimes it's negative because my body reacts differently. But tonight, the reaction was a positive reaction, man. I'm just tingling off from head to toe. When you said, I believe when you said that you felt something was pushing us because he's calling you to do this works. He's got you here for a reason, brother. And I believe you're just following your spirit because that's what your spirit is telling you. The Heavenly Father, when he wants somebody to do something, he's going to let them know, and I believe he's letting you know, and to continue to do the mission that you're doing, the spiritual mission, because you have a lot of wisdom and knowledge. Me, I'm doing this with injuries. I had a blow to the head and all that, but even like that, he's still using me. So I just continue. But I believe that's your calling, brother. And all these other forces, people that coming up against you negative, or me negative, or anybody negative. No, I forgive them because I know how these other forces work. They enter people that have spiritual openings, anger, hatred, vengeance, unforgiveness, and they can use them in a negative way to come up against us to stop us from what we're doing, right? Or try to stop us from what we're doing. But you said it today. You felt something. You're feeling something. It's because something is guiding you spiritually. So we shouldn't focus on those individuals anymore. We should just do what the Heavenly Father wants you to do, or what you're feeling, what you should do. And it's you're just following your spiritual senses, what you're feeling. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and when you stop and you look at what they're doing, they really, I really believe this too. They don't even know why they're doing what they're doing. They're being like they're programmed to hate. And
it's kind of like the guy that how he was talking. He wasn't making no sense.
Yeah.
He didn't know which angle to come through. Because I was using my love foundation. Spiritually, I was using my love foundation just to see what was within them that was causing them to do this, and it sounded like a robot.
Yeah,
if you really think about how he was talking, like he didn't know what program to use to come up against me, because he wasn't making no sense. Was it the beer or the liquor that he was drinking, or if he was even drinking liquor, or was it something else that was in control of him? Because he wasn't making no sense.
Yeah.
But that's what I witnessed, and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna stay calm, relax, and just try to figure these things out. But it's kind of like I feel that, because how long has it been you said, okay, I'm not gonna do this no more? It's been a couple of months.
5 weeks going on.
5 weeks, yeah, like 5 weeks, right? And like 5 weeks. And I continue to protect. I mean, not protect, but defend when they were saying bad things. Then I started seeing a bigger picture. He said, "Okay, I see what this is about." And when that guy came out on the show, the way he was saying it, and that there was others that still have something against us, and so they could be 20, 30, 100 people, but if the Heavenly Father is telling you to follow your heart and do what you do, there's nothing. Doesn't matter how many there are. The Heavenly Father has your back. I know, like He has my back, and we're gonna be able to continue to do the good works. And you have a lot of wisdom and knowledge, and it makes sense to me, of what I've witnessed. Like I said, when I was in the military, I was in an accident in California that I had a I got knocked out by the tank. I went into a 20-foot drop it's called a wadi, it's a natural crack in the earth. And I got knocked out, got air medevaced, and that's what I said. So long I can do it, I have to take medicines for the rest of my life because of the blow. From that blow, yeah, I got diagnosed with epilepsy over the years. So I take epilepsy medicine for that blow to the head. But it's still, so long I can still function properly, I'm gonna, continue to do this works. Now, if I ever disappear, you don't see me no more, it's because maybe, I'm struggling health wise. But so long I'm able to speak and remember the things, I'm putting everything I remember out here on Spiritual Encryptology YouTube or whatever podcast I do. I'm going to continue to do the good works, but I'm not going to give those people that come at us at a negative way daily. What do you think that come at us negative daily? That's how the unseen enemy attacks people coming at us through negativity. So the only thing I can say, what I would say to everybody, always maintain your love foundation. That's how do you everybody see when you talk about a Anunnaki or reptilian? I remember when I ran into a freaking reptilian. I'm not gonna lie. I want to tell you, but we're talking about the Matrix also, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was walking down the main road because in Elms Grove, and I wasn't cutting through the woods no more. I'm walking, and I see pebbles fly from behind me forward, like a bunch of pebbles. So when I turn around, I see this tall man, like 6'9". The way he's running, he's not running like a regular person. He come from the tree line through the ditch, and he's running at me like I would say this, kind of like how a Komodo dragon or a lizard would move. That's how he was running towards me. So I get with my guards up, and I'm standing, and he stops right in front of me, like maybe 5 feet away from me. And I said, are you trying to attack me or something? I got my guards up ready to fight him. He's looking at me, and he's not saying nothing to me. Then I ask him, what's your name? And all he said to me was Indiana. So I waited for him to catch up to me, to be right beside me, because I didn't trust him. So we started walking parallel to each other. I kept my eye on him, and I kept on walking on the road. When we got to the bridge, something strange happened. It's like when we were crossing the bridge, everything was going very slow motion, like it was a time warp. The cars that were passing by me were going real slow. On top of the bridge, there were these translucent beings that looked kind of like a lechuza or an owl, but translucent that you could see through them. Mm-hmm. And they were jumping into the people that were passing the cars, like if they were feeding off their spiritual energy. So I'm keeping an eye on him, and I'm seeing these beings there, and I do the sign of the cross, and we're walking. Everything's going real slow. As soon as we cross the bridge, it's like time goes back to normal. So he's still walking beside me, and I step up my pace, and to get in front of him, then I turned around and faced him. He's looking at me, and I'm looking at him, because of the events that happened, that it was strange. I was just trying to figure out who he was because of those events. So I looked at him, and I said, it was nice meeting you, Indiana. And I shook his hand. When I shook his hand, brothers and sisters, his fingers didn't feel like human fingers. I could feel like claws. His hand was way bigger than mine because he was very tall. So as I'm looking at him, and his hands feel different, I start using the love foundation, right? I start using the love foundation. I'm praying the Our Father within me, because the only word he had said was Indiana. So as I'm praying, saying the Our Father within me, what starts happening is his skin starts peeling, like the manifestation, whatever, starts breaking, and you could see green underneath his skin. So his manifestation is breaking, or like, brother Josh will say, maybe the matrix was breaking, but his face, you could see green underneath it. He looked at me, his eyes changed, it didn't look human. He smiled at me. When he smiled at me, you could see his teeth. They didn't look human at all. They were very sharp teeth. And I'm holding his hand. So I focus more on my love foundation. When I focus more on my love foundation and I'm praying within myself, his skin starts ripping from the forehead, and you can see green underneath it. And he's trying to pull away from me, as I'm praying within myself, and he lets go. And by then you can see it more. Like, his face is all green. He looks reptilian, and it's like his face is broke his cloak from his face, but his body is still human. And then he looks at me, and he looks up like this to the sky. He looks down at me and he smiles, and you can see how he looks. He turned around and just walked away from me. He didn't disappear. I seen him walk all the way to the edge, but then I didn't want to give it any more power. As like Brother Josh says, sometimes we're programmed to think it's demonic. But I did witness this reptilian being that it changed form from a man to reptilian. It was green from the face. I believe I have a picture of it. But you really have to pay attention to the picture, because you can see the silhouette of him standing by a tree. The reason I say this, because I went back the following day to where he came running out of the woods. I went to the highway, and I'm yelling for Indiana, because I'm trying to find out what it was, right? So I'm yelling for Indiana, and I hear something running in the woods, and I hear something like trees breaking, branches breaking, and I hear something right in front of me. So I snapped a picture. In this picture, I believe he's standing by the tree. You can see the silhouette, but he's blending in with the environment. I got the picture. I'll probably share it or show it to you, but he's standing by the tree. It's an oak tree, and he's blending in with the environment. You know how they can, how should I say? What do lizards do? What's the proper term for them? Like a chameleon would be able to change into his camouflage itself, right?
Camouflage, yeah.
Yes, I have a picture of it, and I'll never forget that. I wonder if that was the same thing that lifted up that African American that I thought, because like Brother Josh says that the church tells us about possession, but what if it's something completely different? And maybe it is this beings that are around us, amongst us, that are blending in because they're taking manifestations, whether it's AI or this is reptilian beings that they have the capability of looking like us. Many possibilities. But I'll share the picture. I can send it to you, Brother Joshua. You could break it down, or you get it. Check out. All I know, what I'll do. Since people get offended that I do red circles, I can maybe I'll do an outline with a white line, so you can see where it's standing by the tree. Since people get offended about the red circles.
Yeah, and that was funny because when that guy came on your show, he was talking about the red circles or whatever, and it was like he was making a big deal out of that, and I was like, and he's like, "You've had a problem with Josh Turner too. You've had a problem with Josh Turner too."
He's trying to convert me.
Well, we had a problem because of David. He's the one that started it all. I mean, the whole thing that happened. Let's put it this way. Like the problem that I had, and I tried to patch this up with her, which her name was Jessica, Cryptid Huntress. The
Yeah.
problem that I had, and I talked to her friend about it, her friend listened to what I had to say, was because of Mike from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Mike set us up to fight. I mean, that's the same thing that dude from Texas did to me and Marlon.
I,
Him and
I
Chris,
was sick with COVID, and brother Josh has just lost his mother.
Yeah, my mother had died. I mean,
She had just passed away. I was sick with COVID, and they were from Texas. It sent all kinds of messages saying things about brother Josh Turner that he was talking bad about me and all this, but it was all him playing the games. I figured it out that it was him, you know. Yeah, so ain't it seem weird that all these friends that I had, that all of a sudden they're not my friends no more, and the only one that's remaining is you. So that seems kind of weird. How can you be the only one, and if you're the one that's been talking in my ear all this time? He's like, "What are you trying to say?" Well, I don't think that you're my friend. I think that you're my enemy. He's like, "Okay, you got me." That's what he said to me.
Like he thinks it was a game to him.
Yeah, he said, "Okay, you got me,"
You know? Yeah.
and he was laughing about it. You know.
That's what he did to me, Bettina, Abe, and Brandon. He was making everybody fight, and he had that little communist Cyrus helping him, and so you know, all of these people that have come against us have done what they've done. I started out trying to be friendly with people and trying to do, you know, be like, you know, a uniter, not a divider. But these people are not good people, you know. When I told Cyrus that I wasn't going to help him grow that group, that's that Dogman X, I meant it, because all they did was attack women and Christians. I said, dude, I'm not.
Wasn't that guy part of Dogman X?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, because I remember being that they invited me there, and that dude just started going off on me. And at one time, he was just going off on me for no reason. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? When they had created that, and I was like, you know what, I'm out of here. But I remember him. That's the way it was then. He hasn't changed one bit.
Yeah. So yeah, and so you have this whole cabal that's kind of like evolved and changed shape to a few different people, but it's still the same cabal. It's the same people, just going about it a different way. And that guy that came on your show, Stenberg, he's been at it for a long time. He's been after me for as long as I can remember. He's been after me. He joined in on every crusade that there's ever been against me. And like he was bragging to you about how they were at the funeral plotting, he basically just admitted it, that they were coming up with a plan, you know? And so their plan is to try to somehow derail our efforts and our show and destroy us. And it's like, dude, just leave us alone. Like, I mean, like, why does it have to be that I need to go away? And none of them can really tell you one good reason why they don't like me. The only reason that I can come up with is jealousy. Is just pure jealousy. There is no other real reason. I can't figure out, like, because
they expected they expected that Sarcias was stupid. They thought that they were playing me, but all along I was onto them. You know, for those who serve with me in the military, they know how I am. Yeah, I was all onto them, just seeing what they were playing, and I figured them out. So they're pissed off because we were doing Friday shows, and they came at you, kept on coming at you, but I'm still here. And I haven't left your side because I consider you a good friend. I didn't have nothing even you against them. The only thing I had is that this whatever, he's not here no more, that he came at me saying a lot of bad things, and let me like an idiot at the time because I was sick with the COVID. But like I had a high fevers, and I'm looking at like, what the hell? I couldn't even say nothing in fighting terms because I was so weak, you know? So, but yeah, he planted a negative seed. It backfired, and they expected for me, even after that failed attempt from Texas, that these guys were going to try to play the same game. It didn't work because I was already on to them. I was like, this tactics are the tactics they were from Texas. They're doing the same tactics. And guess what? He was affiliated with them because that guy ratted him out.
Yeah, and it's really ridiculous that, that they're still at it. It just doesn't stop, and they can't even figure out, like, all of them against us. And there's like a few of us, us and Helbin Holler, and the other few friends that we got, that are staying the course, and they have, like, what Larry said, fantastic 40, like 40 different people and all their little minions, and all they do is attack, and I just keep doing what I do.
But they keep on losing, man. They keep on losing people because the attacks that they're doing is through witchcraft and necromancy. So they keep on losing the people of their 40. So they're not to 40 no more. They're to 39 or possibly 38 or 37 by now, because they're cahoots through witchcraft and necromancy. So of the numbers, I believe they're down to like around 35 right now. They're not at 40 anymore.
And when they talk in an echo chamber, and they don't, and one of the things that the king of the LBL is now basically just, he's spouting off everything that I've already said on the show. Like last week or this past show, I don't know, don't quote me on this, folks. I don't watch his show, but somebody had said that he was talking about the black screen on the phone being a scrying mirror. And I've said that on the show months ago. And then he talked about the Mandela effect and how the Bible had been changed by the Mandela effect. I said that months ago. And then he took Raw and Real, which was the name of a project that Helbin Holler had been working on. They told me that he stole that. So think about that, folks. Everything that these people do is just repeating what we all have been saying and doing for the longest time. I'll tell you why he doesn't like Helbin Holler. I'm going to tell you this. This is why they don't like them. Because on Halloween night last year, us and Helbin Holler went toe-to-toe with Abnormal Investigations and with Barton's channel. And they each had like 120 or 130 people. And us and Helbin Holler had like almost 600 people in ours. I think that night they had a few more people than we did. Ours was I was eating dinner at Reality.
I remember that day.
Yeah, and we had a pre-record show, but Helbin Holler was live, and they were out there in the bush, and they had like, I think 570 something people, and we had like 560 or something like that, and we were pretty much neck and neck. Ours was a pre-record, like I said, and we just released it on Halloween, and we went and ate dinner. And I was very proud of Joe and Jesse, and they kicked ass. And Barton was over there pissed off and mad because his numbers weren't good. Well, he chose to go and sit around a campfire and mope and be mad. And then he walked off the set when he was supposed to be on a show with Seth Breedlove. Well, everybody knows Seth. That's a friend of mine. And everybody knows that he's got Small Town Monsters. Well, when you act like this and you exhibit that kind of behavior because you throw hissy fits and doing the kind of weird crap shit, excuse my language, but what he was doing when he was here, and fights with somebody that he's supposed to be married to from the time he wakes up until the time he goes to bed, good gosh, what do you think life is going to be like? And this is, Barton, this is the truth. You can say whatever the hell you want to say, and I don't want to talk about him anymore. This is the truth. I saw what you did at the jalapeno tree when we were there. I don't care what he says. He can lie about it all he wants. We all saw what you did, and I'm not even going to repeat what you did because it was disgusting behavior. My hand to this Bible right here, that's what you did, okay? You did this. I saw you do it. You can say you didn't. I don't know if this man does, if he says that I've been saying he hits his wife. I have not said that.
It's been me.
I have not said he hits his wife, okay? What I said was the truth, that I saw him raise his hand to his wife. Does he hit her? I have no way of knowing 100%. Do I believe it? I'm going to keep my opinion on that to myself because I'm not going to bear false witness. Okay, I'm not going to say something that I don't know. And he can sit up here and call me a liar, and they can pretend all they want. But he made up lies about my wife saying that she was running around trying to kill herself for 5 days. If my wife's pretty strong-willed, if she's going to kill herself, she's going to kill herself. She's not going to run around for 5 days trying to do it. Okay, while we're supposedly driving around looking for her for 5 days. 5 days we're looking for this dude. Anybody that believes that, go get your head examined. Okay.
But even like a woman that's been physically, mentally abused like that, they're not going to say the truth because they're afraid of them.
Yeah.
They're going to back them up, even though they get continue to get physically abused or physically or mentally, should have insulted, right? Through fear, because that's what that is. Somebody makes a clench of a fist. The reason I say this is because I lost a loved one to domestic violence. So I know
your mother.
I know, which was my mother. That's the only reason I speak in behalf of this. If he is doing these things to her, if she is listening, is never too late to get out of that relationship, because it's not real love, especially if it's physically hurting you or mentally manipulating you through fear. It's not a real relationship. That's all I have to say, because I did lose a loved one to domestic violence, which was my mother.
And you would know firsthand. Now, Abe, you have eaten dinner with us. Now you've been around us on a few occasions.
Yes.
You came here to Austin and you ate dinner with us. You sat right next to me and my wife for like 4 hours, and there were multiple friends of mine that came and sat with us and ate with us. Be honest. I mean, do me and my wife look like people that are trying to kill ourselves or kill each other?
No, not at all, man. As a matter of fact, your wife was very talkative, talking to my wife. They even went outside when my wife went to go smoke a cigarette. She was talking to her outside, and we all were sitting together, we were just joking around, having a good time. We're all joking around.
Yeah.
And at that time, Puffington was with us, and he looked like he was having a good time too. He looked like he was having a good time also. It looked like
with us for 2 weeks. I noticed he hasn't said anything with all these accusations that Barton's been saying about my wife and whatever. I mean, he hasn't weighed in on it. I mean, because he knows the truth. At least I could give him that much credit. He's not up there lying and saying some bullshit. But
Michu was there, Anthony, and then the other fellas that were there. We were joking around. We're talking about certain things, I'm not going to say what we're talking about, but we're just laughing,
We're having a good time.
Yeah,
That's what we do. I mean, and at the conference, we had a good time too.
Yeah. You were joking around a lot. I was just laughing my ass off, having a good time. I think we even took a picture of that day. I think it was, who's the one that took the picture? Was it Anthony or Mushu? Somebody took a picture of all of us sitting there. I can't remember who it was.
Might have been Tony or Anthony or Nelly, somebody.
That's why I can't believe there's people that you gave hospitality to, for them to be talking even bad about you when you treat everybody good, man. They should be ashamed of themselves, trying to carry what was the word called, character assassination. I mean, you're a good guy. Cousin Jesse sees the goodness in you, man. He's straight up. He's not gonna bullshit you, just like he didn't bullshit that dude. What he told him what he was gonna do.
Told him straight up, like, dude, put my foot in your ass. Because he was coming at you, and you were just being very nice and kind and professional.
Yeah, because I was letting them spill out the beans, man. I knew what I was doing. I wanted him to say the names of the people, and he did. He was drinking. So they say when the person is drinking and the drunk, they're going to say the truth.
Yeah, in vino veritas, in wine there is truth. That's the Latin.
Yes.
Yeah, and so that's what he did. He was very much saying what he.
Their intentions.
Mm-hmm. But here's the
Man.
thing. When somebody just mentioned, now I'm going to start talking economics, not right now, but somebody had just mentioned about us quantum potential. He says, maybe Josh will school us on the principles of divine economics so many of us can escape. I guess he's what he said, get financially optimized and deliver from the monetary matrix of despair. Now, unfortunately, in the world that we live in, money is something that you have to have. There are many things you can do to get out of financial problems. What I'm going to tell you right now may sound crazy, counterintuitive, but what you're going to want to do is put your money into something tangible. Get anything. I mean, I'm telling you right now, because the dollar is looking at a collapse of epic proportions. And we are looking, Honey Butters is trying to get in here. Look at her. I wish I could turn the camera to her. But we are looking at a serious crisis here, a possible depression. Now, there are 3 steps to this, and I'm not going to get into a big, long dissertation on it, but I am going to start talking some economics on my Rumble account, because I can make a channel and we can talk this simple economics. We can start off with the basics, and I can teach people. I would like to write a book about it if I had more time. But people, if you give it away, people aren't going to appreciate it. So maybe I charge like $1 or something. So at least somebody has an investment in it. And I could make it into an audio book and maybe just read it off to people. But it's pretty simple when you stop and you think about it. There's an ebb and flow. There's bull market and bear market. And right now it's really weird. Let's just take crypto, for example. It's such a crazy thing that it is on the dip right now. It is really, really low, and it's doing really bad. So it's going to sound counterintuitive, but I would suggest putting money into it and buying it. And I will give you my top picks on the cryptocurrency. And I will tell you these. I'll give them to you right now. Take me 2 seconds here. I'll get them and I'll tell you. Where is it at? And there's an easy way to do this. You can literally go to PayPal, and you can actually buy crypto through PayPal. My top picks for crypto would be Bitcoin. Of course, that's my number one, I would say. It's down like a lot, dude. Okay. The money that I've invested in crypto is right now, it's bad, but I'm not panicking. Okay. In fact, I'm encouraging it. I hope it drops way down. I hope it goes down as low as it can go.
Because when it resurfaces up, it's going to be way high.
It's going to be way high. So Bitcoin now, it went down 696, or let's see here. No, that's how much I've lost. I've lost $697 in crypto, in Bitcoin, and that's fine. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Ethereum is another one. Now, if you don't know what Ethereum is another type of crypto. It was created by a computer programmer named, I have a hard time saying his name, Vitalik Buterin or whatever. And it was launched in 2015. And then you have another one called Litecoin. Litecoin is another one that I would say to invest in. Litecoin is literally, it was created in 2011. It was a fork off of Bitcoin. Now, it's the blockchain. If you don't know what Bitcoin is, it's actually energy based. What they do is they mine it. I could explain it all, but that would take too much off of the show to explain it to you and what it is. And so Litecoin is another one that I would invest in. Buy it now while it's on the dip. I'm telling you, this is just me if I were you. And the other one is Bitcoin Cash. There again, Bitcoin Cash was launched in 2017 off of a fork. Once again, there was a fork. So what happens is they use like code, right? And they use it to mine. And like I said, I could do a whole show, but those are the top 4 that I would invest in. Let's see here. Work thing here I got to do.
Yeah, my stepson, he's got Bitcoin. He always talks to me about it.
Yeah, he's smart. Then he seems
Yeah,
like
he's
smart.
pretty
Him
smart
and
when
Anthony
it
were
comes.
working together today.
Yeah, he's very smart with
Yep.
when it comes to that, to investments.
Mhm.
Like you, he knows about that.
Yeah, and if you were going to invest, like I said, Planetar is another one I would invest in if you're going to play the market. TCMS is another one. It's a Taiwanese company that does a lot of the making of the semiconductors, and they work with a lot of very large companies. I also believe in Coca-Cola, is investing in Coca-Cola. I don't drink the shit. I think it's really horrible. There's a reason why you can pour it on a battery and get rid of the corrosion, because
Oh,
it's
dang.
really bad for you. It's really bad for you. You can clean your toilet with it too. It's weird.
Yeah,
It's a horrible
you
substance
can
in your
cook
body.
meat in it. If you put a piece of meat, it'll cook.
Yeah, it does a lot of really bad things. But it is a steady investment because globally it is a soft drink that is bought all over the world, but it is a slow developing investment. So if you put money into it, it's almost a guarantee that you're going to make money off of it. But it grows like this. It's really slow. But it's a surefire one. And then Robinhood. Now, Robinhood is where you can go to do basic Sally Soccer Mom Joe six pack investing. But Robinhood, the company itself, is a good sound investment. Coinbase is another one, and of course GE, and then Nvidia. Now everybody's freaking out because Nvidia lost a bunch of money, but like I said, they're worth $3 trillion. Who cares if they lost 247 billion? All that does is make room for people to prepare for the bear market and go in and buy, because bullish or bear doesn't really matter. There are certain investments that are going to go back up, so you want to catch them when they're on the dip and invest. Now gold is just through the roof, and people say, well, is it a good time to invest in gold? There's never a bad time to invest in gold. It's always a good time to invest in gold. Thank you, appreciate that. And so I would say, no matter what, always buy gold. But I would say this at this point right now with silver, we can take a look and see what silver's doing. Silver on the dip is another investment that I would not overlook. Now, gold is sitting at 25,2680. So it dropped. It was at 2560. And then it ended, I think, today at 25,2680. But let's look up silver. I don't know exactly what it's at, but I think it's sitting at like $26. Oh, it's at 28. So it went down 83 cents today. It went down to 28. So it hovers anywhere between 24 and $29, I believe, is typically. I don't think it quite hits 30, but it will. It will eventually. It's going to. So if you want to invest in a precious metal, rhodium and platinum, can't go wrong with those. Rhodium, because it's used in a lot of different types of electronics. But I would say gold is always a good investment. And I would love to see everybody buy silver. And in fact, you were at the conference and I gave away silver coins as
Yeah.
Silver is a solid investment always. And so if you have gold or silver or rhodium or platinum, hang on to it, because what's coming, folks, what's coming is going to be very bad. And I would say this too. If you are going to, people are always talking about guns. Well, if you want to buy a gun, get two different types of pistols. If you're going to buy pistols, listen to what I'm going to tell you. Don't go for the fancy, cool, what's cool now, a nice 40 cal HK, nice gun. But stick with what is abundant in ammunition. 38s. You can get 38 rounds pretty easily, and 9mm. You know why 9mm are so plentiful? Because the police tend to use 9mm. And so 38 is always good because it doesn't jam.
We had 9mm in the army when I was in 9 mils. It was 45s at first, and then switched them to 9 mils.
Mm-hmm. 9mm ammunition is very abundant, and so is 38 ammunition. And like I said, 38s don't jam. Keep a 38 by your bed and a 9mm behind it. The first thing you need to do is use the 38 because it's not going to jam. Fire off the 5 to 6 rounds, whatever. It could be a 5-shot, it could be a 6-shot. Also have speed loaders. Those are those little round doohinkies. I have them somewhere down here. They're all packed away, but I have weapons. But here's the thing. If you have an intruder, you need to have a shotgun close by so that you can blast, boom. And if that doesn't get rid of all the intruders, or at least the pellets that come from it, scatter and hit 2 or 3 different people who are coming into your house, they may not be dead. It may not kill them all. So you might have to use a 38. It won't jam. Once you use that, then you go to the 9mm and hope that it doesn't jam. Because God forbid it should jam, but sometimes things do jam. And so there are many, many different types of guns. That's another thing that I can talk about. I've tested out many different types, from Tauruses to SIGs to Canics. I have a very nice Canics. Now, Canics, the thing I like about Canics is that they're very reliable. They're badass guns. The problem, they don't have a safety. So you got to be very careful when you handle them. You got to know how to handle them. And if you're going to get a rifle, and I don't mean like a Mossberg, a 5.65, whatever. What I'm talking about is a weapon. The AK-47 would be the weapon of choice because the 7.62 is also a very abundant and plentiful round in the world. So those are my picks. And also I can give you the brands that I would go with and that I would use, like Smith & Wesson or Taurus or whatever. They all make good and they all make bad. Toyota makes some good vehicles, but the 2022 and 2023 Tundras are pieces of shit because they have chips of metal and that are getting inside the engine and it's destroying them. They look nice, they look beautiful, but don't buy one. Do yourself a favor. Stay away from them. Okay. And of course, the Broncos, the Ford Broncos, you're going to see if you look at these last few years of these Ford Broncos, why there's a just shit ton of them that only have a few thousand miles and they're all for sale. You know why? Because as soon as the trouble started happening with all of them, they traded them back in. So you have a bunch of them for sale that are only like 3,000 or 4,000 miles on there. And you're going like, why is this? Because they have a ton of problems. So yeah, I could tell you all about trucks. I could go into a whole dissertation about cars, and I can tell you how many miles you probably need to get rid of a vehicle. There's a million types of vehicles that are for sale. You can always pretty much get a truck for about $20,000 after it gets close to or after 100,000 miles. F-150 to a Dodge Ram. Dodge Ram, to me, far exceeds the capabilities of the Ford, but Fords usually are very reliable when it comes to towing things. So yeah, I can tell you all about trucks. We can talk about guns, and I can tell you about knives, and I can tell you which brands I like and which ones to stay away from. Gerber at one time was a very good knife. I don't use them anymore, and I can tell you why. There's all kinds of things we could talk about, folks. We could talk about anything you want, and I could give you my opinion. Doesn't mean that I'm the guru of any of it. But just like this right here, this is rose quartz. We were talking about it on Abe's show. That's him. He's the guy. If you want to talk about minerals and selenite and tourmaline and onyx and every type of mineral and rock known to man, that's the guy to talk to. I know quite a bit about it, but he knows way more than I do. And I can tell you this. There is a lot of it to talk about. Obsidian,
labradorite, smoky quartz, calcite, blue kyanite, black kyanite, so many different minerals. The selenite, black obsidian, black tourmaline, blue kyanite. I got a sphere here of blue kyanite right here beside me, which I can light it up for some. A sphere of blue kyanite.
Very pretty
color. I've got different towers. There we go. This one's got smoky quartz in it, but it's just like peach moonstone. I got so many different kinds of minerals. They all have factors. They all have some kind of property of healing or protection that is good. Like the rose quartz. If you were to look it up, rose quartz, it's very good mineral that keeps away negative energies and positive things. There's certain minerals that makes you just stay positive. In my case, since I go investigating, I like keeping the selenite and the black tourmaline, because the black tourmaline warns off the negative energies, and the selenite brings guardian angels and angels to assist me spiritually if I went up in a situation where I'm being overwhelmed. You know, sometimes I get the people, just like Brother Just Turner, I get people say, "Well, I only pray to Jesus Christ," you know, which I pray to Jesus Christ too, but sometimes you got to have that extra little bit of more protection. You know, as you learn that certain minerals have certain properties of protection.
What they don't understand is these minerals vibrate. Everything is a vibration, and they have positive vibration that these beings, the higher elevated beings, vibrate on those levels, those frequencies. The quartz is very powerful.
Oh, you got amethyst and all. I got all behind me over here. Nothing but minerals.
Low vibrational entities, dude. They really does.
Yeah, they get pissed off when I'm wearing the black tourmaline and the selenite. They get upset because I'm. You see, when I'm out there, I do my business during the day. The selenite absorbs the energy of the sun, which makes the black tourmaline stronger. Even though it's around my neck, they're touching each other, so it's giving it energy. So when they try to come and drain my energy, well, I have the protection, so that deflects them. You know, so they're not able to drain my energy, because the only energy it's draining would be the energy of this. But like I said, this keeps negative energies away. All this is an agate. This is just an agate, but it's got factors also. An agate bracelet. So somebody came in here saying it was Santa Muerte or something.
Santeria, yeah. So Summer Side of Life says, "Buy not tiger's eye. That is not a safe stone. It opens the human eye to seeing the demonic. You will go crazy seeing them all day and night." I have a tiger's eye bracelet that was given to me by a jeweler friend of mine, and I wear it sometimes. I've even worn it on the show once or twice, and it's not done that to me. But what is your opinion on that, Abe? Do you think that it could be possibly...
A tiger eye? I have tiger eye. I haven't worn it, but there's different kinds of tiger eye. You got yellow tiger eye, blue tiger eye. You got different colors of tiger eye. But as far as I know, I haven't witnessed anything like that. I don't know why she's saying that. Maybe she experienced something, but maybe, you know, what she experienced was whatever happened to her might have been because she was wearing the tiger eye, but maybe the tiger eye was protecting her, and what she was witnessing, you know, maybe the tiger eye did protect her. She just, I don't know what she witnessed. I would have to understand what she was witnessing at the time.
Yeah, it would have to be something that we need to do a show.
Like if I take all the, like, black obsidian, I got rainbow. There's silver sheen, black obsidian. You got golden sheen, black obsidian, and just black obsidian. This protects you from negative energies also. I got this one that's got a mixture. I got some with pieces of black tourmaline in it. And it's got an amethyst, a mixture of them around my waist. I keep them around me, man. You know, especially doing the podcast when people, you know, come at you in a negative way, because that's what sometimes when I do my show and I'm sensing things, I know when somebody's trying to do something wicked. It's because when I see activity trying to surface up through here in my house, like for example, if I see a shadow being standing beside me, I'll stop what I'm doing and I say, "Hey, you know, welcome here, leave." And then I say, "If there's any witchcraft or necromancy, I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name." That's what I say. I'll stop the show and say that. I remember when they said this like 4 or 5 days ago. When something happened, next thing you know, I found out that old boy from over there is dead. You know, that he crossed over. Whether he was part of that or not, I don't know. All I know is that that guy that came in drunk was blaming me for something. But when you send something back to the sender, it's going to go back to what they're trying to do to you 7 times fold, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. There's so many. I got raw minerals. You seen the amethyst I was showing you yesterday? Fluorite. And I have so many different minerals, brother. But that my wife looks at me every time a box comes in through the mail. She looks at me like,
we could do a show with just you showing your collection, like the other day
yeah.
on your show.
I got a big collection, and I got stuff in the. I have a room in the garage.
Here's what we need to do.
They have a big collection in there too. I just got them boxed up.
Here's what we need to do: is you get out like 40 or 50 different ones, and then you just come on the show one night, and you sit there and talk about what each one of them does, and just go through it. You probably know twice as much as I know about it. I know quite a bit about it, but not as much as you do. Like, that's your thing.
Yeah. Ever since and for those don't know, is when I started collecting, it's when I was up at a ridge, because when I was in the army, it was called Shark Ridge Falls. There was a ridge up there where you climb up in a very steep hill, and underneath the ridge. When I was in the army, I was younger. I had seen an amethyst underneath the ridge, so I went looking for the amethyst under the ridge just to see. I had my little kit where I was going to try to break it off, so I add it to my collection.
The outside of it's gray, folks, typically, and the inside is purple.
Yes. So I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it. So I went up against the ridge, and I'm looking down. At that time, my wife was down there, and she was recording me. And I guess she stopped recording. When she stopped recording, my back was against the ridge. I got shoved from the back.
Wow.
And it was steep, on which I was going. You ever seen the movie Universal Soldier?
Mm-hmm.
When they were propelling down with the ropes? Well, I didn't have no rope.
I've seen it when I was a kid, when I was young.
Yeah, I didn't have no rope. So it was actually 200. At that time, I was weighing 279 pounds. Looking like the Universal Soldier without the propel stuff. As I was going downwards like that, I was trying to grab some trees with the branches sticking out, and I missed them because I was going down so fast, and my ankle twisted, my knee twisted. Felt like my leg was gonna break, so I had no choice but just to drop my whole body, man. Drop my 278 pounds. I was tumbling and rolling, hitting boulders, and I used my elbow still jacked up right here. See the elbow? How it is? Elbow, shoulder, hips, any body part, just to stop me from hitting my head on the rocks. Mind you, I was a blood thinner, so any serious blow to the head, most likely I wouldn't be here right now. But I kept on hitting everything on the way down. I feel like Humpty Dumpty. And I could hear my wife screaming down there, till finally this big boulder, I ran into it. It was going to hit my head. I blocked myself, and it stopped me from rolling down, man. And a stepson Xavier came up halfway to help me come down, the rest of the way down. And I still had to walk 2 miles to the vehicle. At first you couldn't see how badly I was hurt, but it's like after like 3 days, all the bruises I had on my body, I had them all everywhere, all through my body, man, that I couldn't even sit down on the toilet because I couldn't stand up by myself. It's like I was beat up, dude. I feel like a punching bag, man. I got pictures of how bruised up I was. Being on the thinners, I looked like dark purple, man. Like I looked like a blackberry. My body parts were just deep purple.
And
luckily, I didn't break a bone.
You were on Coumadin?
Yeah, I was on Coumadin.
Coumadin, yeah, because that's a
so any I was on because of the blood clot that till this day it still exists in my body. That I have to take Coumadin or warfarin for the rest of my life, right? So I got lucky that I didn't hit my head. God was with me, I believe. I hit so many boulders, man. My body, my forearms, my shoulders, my hips. I used every body part just to protect my head. I dodged a lot of big boulders.
Jeez, brother.
Yeah.
Thank God you were.
Yeah, and I haven't been back to that area ever since. You know, whatever was there to shove me from the back, I literally felt something shove me. I haven't gone back ever since that day, you know, but ever since that day, afterwards, that when I healed, I started collecting and collecting and collecting. It's kind of like I've been collecting for years now, ever since that accident. Uh, and, you know, I noticed the protection where my neighbor, when I moved into this house, my neighbor across the street would say that they would see a dark shadow figure standing, looking through a window every day. So I went over there and I told her I could help her. I blessed her home, cleansed her home. And I seen where the shadow figure went. Like I said, I could see spiritually. It went into her garage. So I went to the garage and I seen what was in the garage. It was a mirror, an old mirror in there. So I placed the spiritual heavenly crosses on the mirror. So next thing you know, the shadow figure ain't there no more because she said she stopped seeing it. But then he decides to come to my house and trying to come in through the bedroom window where it's banging on the wall, you know, very, very hard. So I'll go get my little holy water, my anointing oil, uh, turn on the Palo Santo, and I bless this home. Once I blessed the home, that activity stopped. Another thing that I placed was the black tourmaline and the selenite on the windows. Ever since then, it's been calm, mellow, relaxed in here. But the only interference I get is when people try to come at me in a negative way. But besides that, here is protected. That's why I was trying to tell people that the mineral, you know, how this you know those people that are negative that come up against us, that they're sorry that it's about the devil. No, they're saying that because they know that that it protects. So they're trying to get you not to get it, not to wear this around your neck because
yeah, and these people that are saying all these things about these minerals and these stones and whatever, that is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. You don't focus and worship them. You're just using them as protection. They're minerals of the earth. It's part of the earth.
God's creations, man.
God's creation. Why would you be against it? I don't, you know.
Yes, God created everything here on this earth, you know, and
Absolutely.
you know, He created out of love. So what they're trying to do is for you not to have the protection. They're trying to discourage you from having the protection because they want to continue to do what they do, the wicked ways, right? So they don't want you to protect your soul. But that's what I'll tell you. You see me, I know for whoever sees the shows when I go out there and investigate, it gets hot and heavy out there, man. But I wear the protection. I stay prayed up. If I have to fight spiritually, I'll fight spiritually through Jesus Christ, you know. But yeah, when they're telling you it's evil, it's because they're lying to you. They're trying. It's a mineral. Silver and gold are mineral. Am I correct? Silver and gold, they're minerals also.
The church says this is new age and evil. I'm not into new age, but I'm not into the church either because the church is about control. It controls information.
The church, a lot of the churches nowadays, especially, they're about the tithe.
Yeah.
All they want is money. That's all they want.
Absolutely.
They're not going to tell you the spiritual truth. They're just going to tell you what you want to hear, so you can keep on donating your paycheck to them. There's certain churches that want 60% out of your paycheck. I see people working 2 jobs just to make 1 paycheck. How can that be? You know, it's because they want you to work hard so they can get money out of you. Yeah, that's kind of like a form of like a mind control, mental manipulation. I knew a guy that his father was a minister for the Jehovah Witness. He climbed the ladder for HEB, and he was up there from a manager. They moved him up higher because he was very smart. So his dad wanted him to give up 60% from his paycheck to him. He was making good money, and he was telling me that his dad disowned him. And I told him, "Don't be sad about that." I said, "What did he disown you?" because he didn't want to give 60% out of his paycheck. I said, you know what, man? Don't worry about him. You know, just do you. You know, he had a family and everything. Do for your family. There's nothing wrong that you're doing for your family. But for him to disown you because you didn't want to give 60% out of your paycheck, that's crazy. That's what kind of love is that? You know,
Yeah.
that's ridiculous. It's kind of like those kind of people that use the Bible or their man Bibles just to collect money from people. That reminds me of those people. Like me, the works that I do, at least I'm trying to help out people spiritually. You know, when I talk about minerals or what they can do to help them out spiritually, because I go to the test when I go and investigate, right? And it's helped me. But yeah, there's people that just don't want you to know the truth. They want to keep you with it bonded. You know, they don't want you to see. They don't want you to hear for yourself. They don't want you to speak. That's how I see those fellows that they try to come at us. You know, it's like I don't drink their Kool-Aid. I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not part of their cult. I'm not going to drink the Kool-Aid. People like that we can think of. Jim Jones
Mm-hmm.
with the Flavor Aid? What he
Yeah.
did to all the
I've been accused of being Jim Jones. I've been accused of being Jerry Jones, Alex Jones, all the Jones.
No, I'm saying
I'm whatever bad thing they can think of that they think is bad, and I'm that. That's what I mean. I'm
yeah,
not
but
communist.
they don't see the error of their ways. They don't see
Whatever.
the things that they spew, the negative things that they do. If I say something to defend myself, or Brother Josh Turner say something to defend themselves, that's all we're doing is defending ourselves from what they're doing to us. That's the only reason we say something, you know. But besides that, they're the ones that are dwelling in the negativity.
Yeah. Well, Abe, I got to get going. I got to try to get some sleep today. I got a few. I usually go to bed about 7 anyway, and then I
All
got to
righty, Brother Josh
get up
Turner.
at noon.
To all
And
the paratroopers that are here, thank you all. I don't know how many were the numbers. I just want to say thank you all for tuning in. You know, sometimes certain events happen to awaken us even more spiritually. So I believe Brother Josh Turner is awakened more spiritually, in which is going to be blessed with more wisdom and knowledge that is going to come out automatic to him. He's going to be doing God's works, man. I'm just that's what I sensed earlier, and that's what I feel right now.
yeah,
I want to say thank you, Brother Josh Turner, for inviting me.
the way it went down tonight was weird. Let's just say that it was not planned. I did not know that it was going to happen this way, but it just kept on. And I told Anthony, and at first Anthony said, "Nah, we probably shouldn't. You know, let's not do it. If we're going to do it, let's do a comeback show, maybe a month from now, whatever." And I said, "I really feel like it's something happening here." And then I just kind of left it at that. And then I talked to Nellie, and then I came back into the study, and I said, "You know what?" I told Anthony, I said, "Let's do it. Let's just get on. And when Abe's ready, he can jump on with us and we can do the show." And he said, "Are you sure?" I said, "I'm sure. I think it's time. Let's just
5 hour show. 5 hour show.
5 hours." Yeah. We still got 260 people in there. I mean, so,
Wow. How much? 260?
Yeah, well, we had 200 on your channel the other night. We just, it was like we might as well just do it. We got to do what we got to do.
Here's my dog, Brother Josh Turner. Rebel.
Oh yeah, Rebel.
Rebel, what do you want, Rebel? What do you want, Rebel? He handshakes. Look.
Yeah. That's how my dogs are too.
He wants me to give him a treat. That's what it is. Let me give him a treat. It's crazy that the Rebel X better than the fellas trying to cause all the chaos and havoc.
Yeah, Morgan says here, yes, Abe goes live every night. It was weird. It didn't work. It didn't work, but that's it, And so here I am. So let me let you go, Abe, and then I'm going to talk to my audience for a minute. And
all right, brother.
We'll talk again. I'll see you tomorrow night. You'll be on tomorrow night, right?
Yeah, hopefully I can get the solution fixed. And not, I'll just do it off my phone. But thank you, Brother Josh Turner, and everybody have a blessed day. To all the paratroopers, peace out.
All right, man. I'll see you, brother.
All righty, brother.
Good night. So, folks, there you have it. The way it went down, I'll just explain it to the 250 people that are still here. He was trying to come on the air, and I had agreed to come on and do the show with him. I had agreed to come on and do a show tonight from the beginning. Usually I jump on with him every now and then. I'll jump on later, and him and Jesse are already going. But I was supposed to be on there tonight. Yes, Dana, this is live. And so it wasn't working. And no matter what happened, no matter what Anthony tried to do, it just wasn't working. And so finally, I just had to make a decision. And I said, look, I want us to be able to do the show tonight. I had a few things I wanted to talk about, and he had some things he wanted to talk about. And I said, well, you know what? We can do it on our channel. And Anthony was against it. He says, nah, if we're gonna come back, which we were not planning anything. I did not wake up today and say, oh, you know what? Today I'm gonna go and I'm gonna come back and be back on the air. I was perfectly content to not do this. Nothing against any of you. I just was burned out and I was tired of the attacks. But these people chose to continue to attack us even though we were gone. And even went over to Abe's channel a couple times, attacking me and him, while we're trying to do our show. Literally, Barton had gone on to Abe's channel and attacked me, while I was on there one night. And so I just said, you know what? I'm really tired of this. I'm tired of this crap. So I was just going to say, you know what? I'm just not going to do any shows or do anything. And just maybe they'll leave me alone, but they just couldn't. They're just too obsessed and too ridiculous, grown people who act like little children. And they keep saying that these are grown men acting like children. We're not the ones acting like children. We're not going over there and attacking these fools. They're coming to us and attacking us. So I thought wrongly that if I just went away and eventually they would just leave us alone and I could go on with my life. But every time I turn around, there was somebody sending me a nasty message or saying something ugly about me, or, calling me names. I'm ugly and I'm fat and I'm this and I'm that. And, I'm not one of those people that every time somebody says anything, I'm going to go run off and react. That's them. They get mad when people talk about them. If you knew how many things people said about me on a daily basis, it would blow your mind. You would be like, holy crap, dude. I don't talk about it. I was talking about maybe 10% of what was actually happening. I finally just posted someone's message. Then I said, this is my life right here. And there was somebody's message telling me they love PRT and blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, never mind what you did to the guy in Oklahoma's family and Barton and all this. And I'm going like, wow. It's pretty disheartening considering that the guy in Oklahoma is undergoing a psychosexual evaluation for his behavior. It's very disheartening that what the kind of things that Mr. Nunley has chosen to engage in and say about me and my wife and my family, and the attacking and the attacking and the attacking. And it's not me doing it. It's not us doing it. We're just reposting what he says. I don't need to attack these people. I don't, and I have a life. I have a job, two actually jobs, and then I have the show. But I was, it was nice not dealing with the show. I did miss one thing, and that was relaying knowledge to you guys and to retelling people's encounters. And they were still coming in, but people were figuring out that we weren't doing it. We probably weren't coming back. So it slowed down. I was getting about 2 a day, which is still quite a bit. And then, because that's as slow, it slowed down to that point. And people were jumping off the Patreon, and well, we weren't really doing much. I was still willing to give people their swag and whatever they wanted. But people were saying, hey, I guess it's over. They're done. And it really was. And then tonight something happened and Abe couldn't get on. And he tried and he tried, and he tried. And I finally just said, you know what? And I just kept feeling something pushing me, telling me, go and do your show. Go and do the show. Now, I've prayed about it every day, over and over again. I prayed about it. And the night before last, I was laying in bed trying to read something, and something came over me. And it was like, you know, I don't want to say God or the Holy Spirit. I don't know, you know, how much of it was just a part of me and maybe God pushing that part of me. But I felt something. I felt, and so I told God, I said, God, if it's your will, this is what I said. I said, God, if it's your will for me to do this, show me that it's your will. So the next day goes by, which would have been, it was Thursday, and I didn't feel like anything was shown to me. That was Wednesday night when I was laying there, and I said that. And then, you know, I'm sitting here going like, okay, maybe it is something that I need to do. And so I agreed to do the show with Abe. And then he couldn't get on. And so I thought this could be it. Maybe this is a sign. But I waited and I waited and I waited, and he couldn't get on, and he couldn't bring anybody on. And so I sat there and I said, you know what? And then I felt like something pushing me, not physically, but pushing me spiritually, pushing me mentally. And there was like a voice reverberating in my head, and it just kept saying, go do your show. Go talk to the people. And I didn't even know what I was going to talk about. I was just going to follow Abe's lead and talk about whatever he wanted to talk about tonight. And it just kept saying it over and over again. Do your show. Do the show for the people. Do it. Do the show. And it just said it enough times in my mind. And it wasn't me saying it. It was just like in my mind. And I told Anthony, and at first he was kind of like, no, we're not going to do that. And I finally came back to him and I said, put me on. And he goes, are you sure? I said, yeah, put me on. Let's do it. Let's plug it in. Let's do it. And so he just switched up from trying to get Abe's thing and to just set it up and let's do it. And we started rocking and rolling. And here we are. So I don't know what we're doing. When I said if and when we ever did decide to come back, that it wasn't going to be permanent or that it wasn't going to be a set schedule. I'll give you this. I'm going to do Sundays. I don't know that I'll do other days. I don't know that I'll do other nights. It may just be an impromptu here and there, whatever. Thank you for that donation, Shade Viking. It's greatly appreciated. You know, you guys have all been missed. I miss talking to you. There's so much that we need to talk about and we need to learn, you know, and it just, we have to ignore all of this hate that has come our way. We have to get past it. We have to figure out a way to block it out and just not just, you know, wall it off, because these people are going to do what they're going to do. They are wrong. Okay. That's all I can tell you. The stuff that they're saying about us is not correct. The things that they're doing is not correct. But if you notice, they're kind of like in a little echo chamber, and there are a small faction when you look at the big picture. And they are angry. A lot of them have, no reasons to be angry. I should have said this when Abe was on there, but the guy that came on his show I think it was last night. Or no, it was Wednesday night. He was on with on the humanoids, and then he came on to Abe's channel and attacked Abe after he was on with Mr. Nunley. And I don't know if Nunley sent him over there or what. I don't know how that went down. I'm not going to say because I don't know. I'm not going to lie about it. But that man made crazy statements. Like he said that I hated blacks and Mexicans, and that I was a racist, and that I hated immigrants. And I'm going like, what in the hell? When I listened to the replay, I was like, what in the hell is wrong with this guy? And he claims that he heard me say these things, and he challenged me and went off on me and all this other stuff, and that he fought with my wife about it and all this stuff. My wife has never spoken to that man. I had only spoken to him in person very briefly at the conference, and it was to ask him to keep it down because him and Barton were being loud during Bettina's speech. And so I'm like, what is wrong with these people? Like, what is really wrong with these people to say these kind of things? And I was on the phone with Truth from Impromptu for like an hour and a half today. We were talking. And he and I told him, I said, you know, and all the time you've known me, James, have you seen a sickness in me that I would say those kind of silly things? And then one of their people said that he had been on their show and that they were saying that I was a racist. And James is like, he's never been on our show. Truth and Bass said that he's never been on our show. He's like, I don't even know what he's talking about. These people are out of their minds. And he told me the same thing that David Weatherly told me, the same thing that Lyle Blackburn told me, the same thing that Ken Gerhard told me, the same thing that all of my good friends told me. This is what you were meant to do. Get back to it and ignore these people. And David said that to me a few days ago. He's like, do what you do best. You're good at it. You know, he goes, don't listen to these people. Who cares? And I said, David, I lost my passion. I'm not, you know, and you know, he was just like, well, you better get it back because that's what you're good at. And everybody said the same thing to me. You know, I had a talk with one of my cousins. I was a really good friend, and my cousin related to me. And he says, man, you were happy doing it. And you let these buttholes, you know, he goes, and you're the kind of guy, I know you. And he's like, if you can't get your hands on them and whip their ass. And I said, I'm 49 years old. I'm beyond all that ass whooping stuff, you know. And he says, yeah, but that's what always worked. You know, he goes, and now you have to do it a different way. And he says, and the way to kick their ass is just to be you, do the show. This is what he said, use the big brain of yours that God gave you. Use that strong spirit and say what you have to say. And so he's correct. And so that cousin of mine, I've known him, you know, my whole life. You know, he's a little bit older than me. He was a bull rider. I'm a big fan of bull riding, and he's one of the toughest guys I've ever known. And so I thank him for giving me that pep talk. And I thank all of my dear friends who reached out to me, who called me, picked up the phone and asked me how I was doing. And there was a lot. There are too many to think. I can't even think them all. And they said, it's a shame that this is going on, but you need to stop letting these people win. And I kept telling person after person. I told Joe and Jesse from Melbourne. I told Monica, you know, Joe and Breezy and Monica, you know, they do the show. I told Blondes and Booze. I told BMR and Tex and Jason, everybody that I'm friends with. And I said, look, I said, they're not winning. I'm happy. I'm happy. You know, when I go to my store to go get my food or whatever, and my friend, she works here. She's an African-American. Well, she's actually not African-American. Technically, she's German, but she's black. And her dad was a American and her mother was a German. And she's like, oh, you're in here in my store, you racist, you know, joking with me. And she's like, you know, if I thought you were racist, I wouldn't even talk to you. She's like, these people say these ridiculous things. You can't let them win. And I told her the same thing. I said, I'm happy, you know, and they're like, it's your job to bring information and knowledge to the people. And when you're called to do something, it's not always about you. It's not about you. That's one thing I learned during this hiatus. My friend Chief, you know, we've had our ups and downs. He's a very proud guy, and you know, he had a school, and I wasn't happy with the way that some of the things were being taught. So I put my people in another school, but then we got over it, and we're back friends again. Differences of opinion when it came to the fight game, you know. That's all it was just the fight game. I mean, he's a very proud guy. He's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. He's a bad dude, man. And so am I, and we can fight. And so at one time, I was the teacher. He was the learner. Now he's the teacher. And I think that we just had differences of opinion, but we had a talk the other day, and he told me, he says, man, he just got accepted to be the next in line to be one of the chiefs of the Lipan. He's a very, he's into his culture, which he's Native American. Been on the show, and he says, dude, do what you are good at. He goes, at one time you were a good fighter. Now you're a good podcaster. Do that. And all these people that came to me and told me what they believe and what they think. And it inspired me. And I thought about it. And I said, well, it doesn't matter what mankind says. It matters what God says. And I'm not sitting here telling you that God told me to come and do this or whatever, because I don't know 100% what I believe about that. And I try to be honest about everything. But I did feel something pushing me today. And I felt like it was the right thing to do. It's been 5-6 weeks, whatever it's been. And it was time. And I was like, if I do something, I'm not doing anything till probably October. And if it doesn't happen then it ain't happening at all. And if it does happen, it's only going to be temporary. So what I have to do now is push through somebody just said, push through the negativity. I was just saying, push through all of this crap, get through it, and just hyper-focus myself on what I need to do. I need to get completely moved out of this house and into this other house, and I need to get myself together and at least do Sundays. I'm going to do Sundays for right now. So for right now, I'm making that decision. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to do Sundays, and so we'll see how many people come out and support us on Sunday evening. And maybe it's the right decision. Maybe it's not. If people don't show up and don't want to hear me talk, well, then maybe it's time to retire permanently. If people do show up and want to hear me talk, well, then maybe it's the right thing to do. But for now, at least, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come out on Sundays, 7 to 8 o'clock, around that time. And that's what we'll do. We'll do Sundays. We'll start off with that, and we'll see where we go. But I do want to get back to doing the hour-long podcast episodes, so the people on Spotify will have something to listen to, because a lot of them just refuse to go to YouTube. And I do want to get into some other things on Rumble. And that is, doing reviews on different things like guns and knives, and talking about the economy and giving you advice on just, and I want to do a show, and I want to call it Being an Adult. And just being an adult, how to be an adult. None of us were given a handbook. And many of us had children to raise, and I raised multiple children that weren't mine, but I had to raise them. And nobody gave me a handbook and said, here you go, here's a kid, and here's a book, and it tells you everything about how to raise this being from being a child into an adult, and make them into a productive member of our society. And many of us have had to raise ourselves as latchkey children of a wayward generation. And so you kind of have to just, figure it out. And so a lot of people, though, they never learn simple things like how to balance a checkbook, or even how to scale a fish, or just do simple things like that. How to take apart a weapon and clean it. What kind of knife is a good knife? What kind of flashlight should I use if I'm going to go out looking for, whatever it is at night? What is the best kind of flashlight? Those kind of things. There's things that are just simple things, and if I'm going to invest in something like pepper spray, which one should I use? There's an MK3, an MK4, there's all these different types of things. What do you use? What would you use? And what would you prefer? What's a good watch to wear? What should I invest in if I have a little extra money? Cryptocurrency, and which ones do you prefer? And I said it earlier on the show. Just different things like that. What's the difference between different types of Greek or Latin languages, translations of the holy books that we call the Bible? These are all questions that need to be answered. We can get into some serious subjects about quantum physics, quantum mechanics, multiple dimensions, alternate realities, how it works. What are the different levels of spirituality? What does it say about multiple religions that they have questions? What is a Sufi? What is a Sikh? People don't know these things. Hell, people don't know how to change a tire. They don't understand things. They don't understand about owning assets and how important it is to have real estate, or what vehicles hold their value and how do certain vehicles stack up against other vehicles. How do I go to a mechanic and not get ripped off? These are things that people don't know. How do I work out? How do I lift weights? How to throw a good punch? If someone is in my face and invading my AO, my area of operation, what is the best move for me? What would you do, Josh? What would you do? I can tell you exactly what I would do. But how does it translate for you? These are all kinds of questions. Should I go and check out this church or that church? And if you're going to be a Christian, which sect of Christianity would you choose? Me personally, I think the Orthodox Christians are the closest to the truth. Do I think they have all the answers? No, I don't. But if I was going to choose one, that's the one I would choose. Greek Orthodox. And there's also Russian Orthodox and Greek Russian Orthodox. And there's Armenian Greek Russian Orthodox. There's all these different types, right? Just like we were talking about Judaism today. There are multiple types of Jewish people. People didn't know that. And I don't claim that they're all bad. I said that there is one type that studies from a book called the Talmud that I don't appreciate. I don't believe in. But I also don't believe in the Quran, not 100%. Now, all of the holy books on the planet of the earth have some validity. But do they have all the answers? No, they don't. Now, I was recently accused by one of my detractors who said that the Holy Bible, which is right here, it's right here. I leave it open to the New Testament. I think it's Matthew. What is it on right now? It's on Luke. But he said that I look at the Bible as scrap. That is a lie. Mr. Nunley's accused me of a lot of things. He also said that my wife was running around for 5 days and we were trying to find her and that she was trying to kill herself with her own gun. My wife doesn't like guns. She sees them as a necessary evil, which we all really should. Some people are obsessed with them and they love them. And they're like, this makes all men equal. No, a gun doesn't make you equal. God made us all equal. A gun is a piece of machinery that was created by man as a tool. Nothing more, nothing less. I've left my gun out many times on this desk and never once did it leave this house by itself and go on a shooting spree. However, there are people who will pick up a gun and go do that. Remember, those are people. Those are mentally ill people. Now, in a perfect world that I wish we could live in, we wouldn't need guns. But we do. And it's a sad reality that we live in because the governments of this earth are evil. I'm going to tell you that. That's the truth, folks. I'm sorry if you don't believe me. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry that some people want to argue with me about who they think should be the next president. But I liked RFK quite a bit. And he would have been my choice. And when he stood there and said, this guy is who you should vote for because this person's crazy, I think you should take heed. He would know. His family's been in politics for 3 generations. And of course, his dad and his uncle were murdered in cold blood. And I believe his cousin was too. Now, that, to me, folks, speaks volumes. I could tell you a little bit about, I could tell you a lot about every president that we've ever had. I could do a documentary on each one of them. That's why whenever someone asked earlier in the show which presidents weren't related, and I told you Martin Van Buren and Dwight D. Eisenhower, only that they were not related to King John of England, who signed the Magna Carta in 1215, but they are all related to one another, Eisenhower being German in descent and Van Buren being Dutch. And of course, like I said, if there is a prefix in a last name Van, it's always Dutch. If it's Von, it's always German. I could get into a whole reason why that is and why the names are what they are, but that's not what we're doing right now. These are the kind of questions that you may want answered. If this is the kind of thing that you want to hear about and that you want to know about, well, then keep up with us here on Paranormal Roundtable, on YouTube, on Spotify, 15 other platforms, including Rumble, because I'm going to do everything I can while, like Abe said, while I have the breath and life and breath and spark of God in me, I'm going to try to teach you as much as I can before God calls me home. Hopefully that'll happen and I won't go to the hot country because like everybody else, I'm a sinner. I've done bad things. And it's only by the grace of God that he allows you into his kingdom. It's not a birthright. You were not born with the right to enter into that kingdom unless he sees fit to bring you into it. Because remember, we belong to him, not the other way around. Some of these people act like God is their personal buddy and that they're just like God. God's just like them, angry and vengeful and spiteful and jealous. And he created them to be just like him and be like that. And nothing could be further from the truth. The God that I serve is none of those things because he doesn't need to be, nor does he need to be human and have human characteristics so that we feel more comfortable with him. It's not his job to make us feel comfortable. It's our job to try to make him feel comfortable with letting us into his world. I hope that makes sense. Some of these people act like they are God and that they can call upon God to strike you dead. They've even said things like they pray that jackals eat my insides and crows peck out my eyes, and God forgive this woman for saying those things. People can say what they want. It is freedom of speech. It doesn't make it true. And you can scream these things till your ears bleed. It doesn't make it true. Because God doesn't work that way. You don't call out a curse on somebody and then say that you think that God is this or that and that he wants that to happen. Because you can't fathom God. And if we could fathom God, I wouldn't worship him. Because that would make him just like a human. And I'm not going to worship a human. And Jesus is not who you worship. You worship God through Christ. You worship the Father through the Son. And when you pray, you should say, I come unto you, Lord God. And you can say, God of heaven and earth and all that is. Praise him in every way you can. And say, I come unto you in the name of Christ. And I ask this in the name of Jesus. These things be done if it is your will. Lord God, I ask that you bless us and you help us and you lead us in all of our endeavors. And make sure that you specify that if it is his will. And then you say in Jesus' name, amen. That's how you should pray. If you're praying any other way, well, I don't agree. But I don't hate you, and I'm not going to hate you, and I'm not going to throw stones at you. We all seem to forget that we live in a glass house. Some of us, glass is thinner than others. Some of us have plexiglass, and some of us have, well, just real thin glass. And it seems like the people with the thinnest glass houses throw the biggest rocks. And then they get mad when it bounces off the other people's house and comes right back and crashes down on them. Instead of persecuting these people that are doing what they're doing and doing it right back to them, we should all be praying. I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of sitting there and getting mad and saying all kinds of things back because you get tired of the crap. But that doesn't make it right. Two wrongs don't make a right. I have no doubt in my mind that these people will continue their attacks. They'll continue to say the horrible, mean things that they say. And I'm going to sit back and I'm not going to sit there and try to defend myself. I'm just going to repost what they say. And so people will know the truth. It is not me. It is not us that are going and attacking them. They are doing the attacking. And maybe, just maybe eventually, they'll have an attack of goodness and conscience, and they'll stop. And they'll just go on with their lives, leave me be, leave us be, and leave us alone, and stop focusing and worrying about what we do and say. That's all you can do. But for me, for now, when we do this show, it needs to be zero about them because this is not what PRT is. PRT is not a drama farm. PRT does not benefit from drama. It never has and it never will because it takes away from what? What we're here to do, which is to hear people's encounters retold by them or me and to get to the bottom of a lot of different mysteries that we're trying to figure out. And while along the way, you may learn something about history, about science. You may learn something about literature. You may learn something about other languages and other cultures and other religions. That's a bonus, and look at it as such. So for now, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you for showing up. Thank you to everyone who donated. Two Shadows, 86, Andres Carazales, Shade Viking, Barry. Thank you for those that bought memberships. We are doing the giveaway. We'll do that on Sunday. So if you want to buy a membership, I'd say buy a membership so you could get, something good. We got a lot of cool stuff coming. Dana Dawson, Liv Crump, and Teresa Lease. Thank you for everybody that donated. Mary Plyler, Dorothy Metcalf, and Jicky for becoming members. Thank you. And I appreciate everybody that showed up. And for all those that are still here and all those that are watching this on the replay, you might be watching it on the replay because it's already over. Thank you. And I would say good night, but it's 7:41 a.m. in the morning, folks, here. It's September 7th, 2024. And so I officially am coming back. Even with all the people that were attacking and doing the things that they were doing, it did not make me want to come back. It did not make me, I'm not going to come back and do a show because of spite. Okay? I'm just not going to. That's not a good reason. But what happened today with Abe and not being able to get on was uncanny. And it was I just felt like it was the sign that I was looking for. The sign that I asked for. Because if it was meant to be, then he would have been able to get on and I would have just went on with him and it would have been business as usual and I wouldn't be coming back. Funny how that works. So that's it, Please do me a favor and pray for these people who are attacking us, that they will stop, leave us alone and go on with their lives. That's the best thing that could happen. Is they stay on their side of the fence and they do their job, they do their show. We stay on our side of the fence, we do our job, we do our show. When you do a good job, whatever it is you do, you're going to have haters. And I'm not ashamed to sit up here and tell you, I think here at PRT, we all do a good job. You as the audience, do your part. You ask good questions and you make good comments and you're very smart. You're very clever people. You're not stupid. And I think that I do a good job of bringing what I need to bring. So that's where we're at. I love you. I really do. I love you all. And I wish that everybody loved me. Unfortunately, not everybody does. There are a lot of people who dislike me. In fact, they hate my guts. And I would even go so far as to say they'll hurt me if they could. Not all of it is justified. In fact, I think 99% of it is not. But you got to understand something. We're living in a very dark time. And the evil knows that its time is short, and it's going to do everything it can to bring us down. That's why it's all the more important that we stick together. So I'll see you guys on Sunday. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow night. I know I got to hit the gym tomorrow night. I did legs tonight, and my legs feel like they're about to fall off. And tonight I got to do upper body. And if I'm out, up and about, out and around, whatever, I might do a show, or I might have Abe. I might go on his show. We'll see what happens. But for sure, Sunday, be there. 7:30, 8 o'clock. We'll be doing it, and we'll be doing it like we're supposed to do it. Okay, folks? And we'll be talking about there's a couple different things I want to talk about. The boogeyman. What is it? Why is it in every culture? And let me give you some stories that show you that the boogeyman is real. What it is, we don't know. We just know that every culture has it. In Spanish, we call it cucuy or cuco. And of course, you've all heard Baba Yaga and every other type of boogeyman you could think of. But yeah, we're going to talk about some stuff. All right. So we'll see you on Sunday. Thank you for everybody who showed up. Thank you for everybody who donated. This has been almost a 6-hour show. I think it was pretty good for an impromptu, sort of off the cuff comeback show. Thank you for everybody for being here and supporting PRT. I'm going to get out of here. Good night.